Apocalypse. I can obtain infinite upgrades by drawing cards. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 251, Who Eats the Nuclear Bomb? Exclamation mark. The main body of the Red Shadow Man was at least 3 kilometers away from the forest group. At this moment, its red color covered the entire sky. The red color twisted like tentacles, spreading out from the largest red area in the center, spreading and swaying in all directions, intercepting the direction of the forest group, twisting like a giant snake dancing wildly in the air. But at this time, its movement suddenly stopped, because it seemed that it didn't need to intercept the forest group. The forest group rushed directly to its position. Followed by a high-speed air-penetrating missile, it accelerated step by step in the air, and at this time it had exceeded 5 times the speed of sound. That was the nuclear weapon launched by the multi-legged civilization. They showed the high speed of the Mark 50 targeting the forest group, and equipped this system specifically for this nuclear weapon, to track the forest group to death. The forest group had not previously shown the maximum speed of the Mark 50. In the estimation of the multi-legged civilization, in theory, this nuclear bomb could directly threaten the forest group. On the ground in the distance, Tongxin was driving off-road. During the bumps, she leaned forward and looked at the scene in the distance, almost dumbfounded. Lin Qun had just flown through the sky at high speed, with unparalleled swiftness, but now he suddenly flew past not far away, at an extremely fast speed, like a shooting star. But in this dark night, he was still very conspicuous. Not only that, there was a shooting star chasing behind Lin Qun. When passing by, Tongxin also received a message from Lin Qun. You continue to chase the multi-legged civilization. Stay away from me. There is a nuclear bomb behind me. Tongxin's jaw almost dropped when she heard this. Even she was so frightened that she almost didn't hold the steering wheel. Being chased by a nuclear bomb is an experience that is difficult for anyone to experience. You mean, the one that just flew over my head was a nuclear bomb? Huang Heng, who was behind him, widened his eyes and sat up straight. His eyes were immediately wrong. It seemed that he was sober. But he was not very nervous, just surprised, the kind of surprise that comes from seeing something new. He sat there for 2 seconds and said, "Wow, what a ruthless person. This civilization is very powerful. They just dropped a nuclear bomb right away. They want to directly resolve the dispute by nuclear war." Huang Heng even poked his head out to see how Lin Qun was dealing with the nuclear bomb. Tongxin quickly contacted the command center, changed direction quickly, and continued to chase the multi-legged civilization fleet on the ground. Tongxin felt that this was the craziest thing she had ever done in her life. 2 people in a car dared to chase the fleet of an alien civilization. Of course, the same was true for Lin Qun. He actually didn't expect that they would launch a nuclear bomb to hit him. How could he have such a big face? Lin Qun didn't dare to take a nuclear bomb head on. Unless he was a Superman, he would be blown to death. If he was in the core area of the explosion, he might not even have the chance to use his time belt. However, this was not the first time. Last time at Zen's Lake, Lin Qun had been hit by a beam energy city destroyer weapon, so he had some experience. Nuclear warheads are fundamentally different from beam energy weapons. If the speed is fast enough, they can be played with. Therefore, at this time, Lin Qun had already flown across the sky, drawing a beautiful arc, and headed straight for the Red Shadow Man of the Shengui civilization. His speed had reached 7 times the speed of sound, and he was chasing the nuclear bomb behind him at a life and death speed. The nuclear bomb behind him was also gradually accelerating. Lin Qun could also use something to shoot it down, but before the distance was pulled away, if he shot it down, it would be no different from being hit. According to the information confirmed by Lin Qun's support team, once the multi-legged civilization discovered that Lin Qun was preparing to directly shoot down the nuclear warhead, they would definitely remotely detonate it. By then, Lin Qun would not have succeeded, but would have sent himself to death. At this moment, Lin Qun must maintain high speed and keep a distance from it, because according to the information sent by Gupan and others in the rear, this kind of nuclear bomb should be controlled by the multi-legged civilization. Not only will it explode by collision, but it can also be remotely detonated. Once the distance between Lin Qun and this nuclear bomb is reduced to the dangerous area and the killing conditions are met, the multi-legged civilization will directly detonate it, and Lin Qun will be finished. Of course, the current speed is far from the maximum speed of Lin Qun's Mark 50. If he shows the maximum speed of the Mark 15 in O-suit, he can quickly get rid of this nuclear weapon in a short time. But Lin Qun doesn't want to do this. He doesn't want to get rid of the nuclear weapon now. He wants to kill with a knife and send this nuclear weapon sent by the multi-legged civilization directly to the Shengui civilization. The multi-legged civilization doesn't know his true background. The Red Shadow Man is not very clear either. The explosion acceleration is the final means to lead the nuclear weapon to the Red Shadow Man. How can it be used in advance? According to the news from Gupan, the multi-legged civilization was very cunning. When the launch was launched, the entire fleet had already retreated quickly, guarding against Lin Qun bringing nuclear bombs to find them. And they could not have thought that Lin Qun had no intention of looking for the multi-legged civilization. First, the distance was too far, and second, the nuclear bomb came from that side. Flying in the opposite direction might cause problems. So the Red Shadow Man became the best target. What kind of mysterious civilization is this? A nuclear bomb is coming at you. Can you still handle it? And the Red Shadow Man. The Red Shadow Man seemed to be surprised, but he reacted immediately. The red color that spread all over the sky began to retract instantly, just like a stimulated mimosa. It just wanted to intercept Lin Qun, but now it became the one running away. Obviously, it didn't dare to eat the nuclear bomb. No matter what kind of civilized life, who can eat a nuclear bomb before reaching a certain level? At this moment, the scarlet light bands that the Red Shadow Man had shot out before were quickly pulled back, and then its red light quickly shrank, and it fled to the other side of the sky at an incredible speed. Just as it came so arrogantly, it ran so fast now. So, a funny scene appeared. The Red Shadow Man ran in front. Lin Qun chased behind, and there was a nuclear warhead getting closer and closer behind. At this moment, the situation changed significantly. Originally, the Red Shadow Man was chasing Lin Qun, but now it became Lin Qun chasing the Red Shadow Man. One in front and one behind, chasing desperately. Everyone ran madly for their lives. The multi-legged civilization was a little dumbfounded. They did not expect that this nuclear weapon would have such a result. In the wilderness of Green Province, many scattered human survivors and alien civilizations were all looking at this scene in surprise. Such a scene is very rare, no matter where it is placed. It is simply outrageous. A nuclear bomb is chasing two masters. This is the best fight between gods. In response to this, the commander of the multi-foot civilization fleet sneered in the bridge. Haha, dog bites dog. This is exactly what we want to see. Be prepared at all times. Once you enter the effective killing distance and ensure that you can kill this human, you can directly remotely detonate the nuclear weapon. It would be best to blow up the life of the Shengui civilization to the sky so that they know whose territory this is. At this moment, the experts and members of the Luchan Federation Military Special Front Support Group were all very nervous. They are responsible for providing battlefield technical support to Mr. Lin. Everyone knows that Mr. Lin is powerful. One person can be equipped with a team to support him. This has never happened in the history of human wars in the Federation or even on Blue Star. But these people are from the Magic City, and they have witnessed the power of Lin Qun with their own eyes, so they have no doubts about this work. On the contrary, they are all looking forward to and excited to fight side by side with Mr. Lin. But these people never expected that the first battle of the technical support team would be so exaggerated. It was directly a nuclear bomb. Gupan did not dare to show his anxiety and nervousness to Lin Qun, but he urged him many times, saying, "Have you made a response plan? Have you estimated the equivalent of the nuclear bomb?" Yes, we can speculate that the equivalent of the nuclear bomb launched by the multi-legged civilization should not be large. Otherwise, given the distance between Mr. Lin and the nuclear bomb, it should have been detonated long ago. The person in charge was sweating coldly. He desperately accelerated the time calculation. At this time, on the battlefield, with Lin Qun coming like a mad dog with a nuclear bomb, biting the unfortunate Red Shadow Man tightly, new changes have occurred. The Red Shadow Man was very cunning. Its red color contained some servants, which were all released at this time. The servants had strange postures, and it was impossible to tell whether they were twisted and mutated from humans or other civilized creatures. At first glance, it looked like a red light, but when you get closer, it was real, like pieces of red paper. After leaving the red light area, it expanded rapidly in the air, expanded and grew larger, and grew a structure similar to wings, flapping hard. It looked like it was flying, but in fact it was more like floating, but the speed was incredibly fast. In addition, it was flying in the opposite direction of Lin Qun, and it almost touched Lin Qun's face in an instant. But these things looked weird, and they were very lethal to ordinary humans and alien civilizations, but to Lin Qun, they were completely meaningless. Lin Qun's speed did not stop for even a second. The flying sword of the Sword of Oath of Victory came out, and the sword light was swallowed up and swallowed. The two red shadow servants in front were instantly strangled by Lin Qun into pieces and flew away. The perception transmitted back from the flying sword showed that these things were not light, but had entities, and just as Lin Qun had judged before, these lives that had already died once would not gain any contribution points or experience if they were killed again. However, Lin Qun soon discovered that the target of these miscellaneous soldiers thrown out by the Red Shadow Man was not him, but the nuclear missile behind him. It wanted to detonate the nuclear weapon. At this time, Dupan had transmitted the latest analysis results of the support team, guessing that the maximum killing radius of this nuclear bomb should be between 3 and 4 kilometers, and the killing radius that could kill Lin Qun 100% was about 1 kilometer. The distance between Lin Qun and it has always been maintained between 1.2 and 1.5 kilometers. The multi-legged civilization was not sure that it could directly kill Lin Qun at this distance, so it did not remotely detonate it for a long time, and was still using the system of this missile to gradually accelerate. Dupan said, the support team analyzed the missile of the multi-legged civilization. The shape of this missile is very strange, not much different from our blue planet. It has a relatively bloated fuel unit, which is an important support for them to keep chasing you, but its size is limited after all, and it can't support for long. You just need to keep the current distance. When its fuel is exhausted and loses kinetic energy, it will naturally lose its function. The multi-legged civilization can only detonate it in advance outside the must-kill distance. The support team is modeling and analyzing the specific amount of fuel in its fuel unit. Once the analysis is successful, it will be able to accurately calculate the time when its fuel is exhausted and predict the time node when the multi-legged civilization will detonate it in advance. At that time, Mr. Lin, you can accelerate your armor to the limit and get rid of it in an instant. Dupan said calmly, Mr. Lin, although the performance of your battlesuit has been demonstrated in many battles, the multi-legged civilization is not clear. They don't know the speed limit of your battlesuit. You have been flying at 7 times the speed of sound. They should have judged that now is the limit speed of your battlesuit. This is the plan given by the support team. It is a very conventional way to deal with missile attacks in the air. Although Lin Qun had not reported the performance of the Mark 50 nanosuit in detail to the Luchen military, this did not prevent the military from knowing the properties of Lin Qun's nanosuit. They all knew that the maximum speed of Lin Qun's suit was definitely not just the current 7 times the speed of sound. He could also accelerate. And just as the military had speculated, the multi-legged civilization was not aware of this. Although the Prophet civilization had announced Lin Qun's coordinates, it had not announced Lin Qun's ability information in order to make other civilizations suffer at Lin Qun's feet. In the context of global chaos, even if Lin Qun had demonstrated the maximum speed of the Mark 50 nanosuit elsewhere, how could the multi-legged civilization know? Especially now, Lin Qun has been maintaining 6 times the speed of sound and 7 times the speed of sound. From the perspective of the multi-legged civilization life and even the Red Shadow people, this is Lin Qun's maximum speed. Otherwise, why didn't he accelerate faster, get rid of the nuclear weapons behind him, or force the multi-legged civilization to detonate the nuclear bomb immediately? Therefore, in the eyes of the commander of the multi-legged civilization and the Red Shadow people at this moment, Lin Qun's current speed is already the limit of Lin Qun's suit. The commander of the multi-legged civilization was unwilling to detonate at too far a distance. In his opinion, Lin Qun's maximum speed was not much different from their missiles. Now there was the variable of the Red Shadow Man. Perhaps their nuclear bombs would eventually catch up and smash Lin Qun to death in one breath. This judgment was actually reasonable. Lin Qun had only so many contribution points. His battlesuit equipment was obviously not something that human technology could achieve. It could only be exchanged for contribution points. More than 20,000 contribution points could be exchanged for a battlesuit of this performance. Reaching 7 times the speed of sound was already exaggerated. A higher speed was simply impossible. And this illusion and information gap was actually what Lin Qun wanted. The goal of the military and the support group was to help Lin Qun get rid of this nuclear bomb crisis, but Lin Qun had a deeper ambition. He wanted to explore the question of who to bomb with the nuclear bomb. He deliberately did not pull to the maximum speed, just to make the Red Shadow Man and the multi-legged civilization life misjudge, so that he would have room for further operation. But at this moment, the problem facing Lin Qun seemed to be that the Red Shadow Man wanted to detonate the nuclear weapon in advance. Those Scarlet servants were flying in the air, rushing towards the nuclear weapons behind them, like moths to the flame, wanting to detonate directly. Once the nuclear weapons exploded, even if Lin Qun had not reached the killing distance, he would be injured. At that time, the Red Shadow people outside the safe distance would kill back without hesitation and harvest Lin Qun's head. Everyone is a strong and master. Even if it is a nuclear weapon, it is difficult to kill it if it is not in the core explosion area. At this time, naturally everyone has their own calculations. Seeing the situation like this, they all want to use this nuclear weapon to severely injure the opponent and complete the kill. The biggest suspense at the moment is when this nuclear weapon will explode and who will be killed by it. The Red Shadow Man's attempt was almost successful. The life form of its servants was very strange and hard to defend against. It launched a suicide attack, completely disregarding its own life and death. This seemed difficult to stop. But at that moment, Lin Qun suddenly sang out loud. The ancient and strange ballads whose meanings were unknown sounded during the high-speed chase. A strange scene happened immediately. The servants of the twisting Red Shadow Man suddenly stopped moving at that moment, looked at each other, and their bodies began to expand and twist strangely, as if two consciousnesses were fighting in their bodies, trying to dominate everything about them, and control everything about them. And their actions all stopped at this moment, and the suicide attack ended directly. They were disturbed and affected by others, and even temporarily broke away from the control of the Red Shadow Man. This is when Lin Qun activated his ability, the range influence ability after the upgrade of the indescribable call. Lin Qun has not used this indescribable ability for a long time, and now it is just right to use it here. You are a polluted monster. Then I will continue to pollute you. See whose monster you will eventually become. The Red Shadow Man in front did not seem to expect that Lin Qun had this method and was shocked. Because this method was very similar to Th's, it was surprised at first, and then it became more fierce and determined to kill Lin Qun, because Lin Qun's method at this moment showed that he might represent another great existence, and this planet should be the great existence behind their Shengui civilization. As a life and master of Shengui civilization, it is very fanatical in worshipping its own god. It will win the victory of this civilization battlefield at all costs, to dedicate to their god. How can it allow the existence of other messengers of gods? Perhaps this is the true identity of this person. He received a blessing from a god, and thus gained powerful power. He can be so powerful with an indigenous body. He must be eradicated. The Red Shadow Man was running away, while his brain was filling in the gaps quickly, and he felt that he had uncovered the mystery and truth of this human. At this time, the distance between it and Lin Qun was gradually shortened. Even if the Red Shadow Man wanted to do something, it was too late. On the battlefield where every second counted, its failure in this round of attempts directly led to it almost missing the last chance to counterattack. The red light of the Red Shadow Man was getting closer and closer in Lin Qun's field of vision. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer. The Red Shadow Man was a strong man of Shengui civilization with 530,000 contribution points, but it was a creature after all, and its speed was obviously not as fast as Lin Qun wearing the Mark 50 nano battlesuit and the nuclear bomb behind him. The Red Shadow Man was in shock and anger, and became more and more nervous. The red ball representing it shrank rapidly. The red spread in the sky was almost shrunk into a red ball the size of a car at this moment, showing a strange dark red color. He desperately ran away, and he didn't have time to compete with Lin Qun for those servants. The shock of Lin Qun's real identity could only be temporarily hidden in his heart, but it was too late. It had no time to evade, nor to use more means. Lin Qun had already rushed forward from behind at high speed with a line of fire, and quickly crashed into it. Others were carrying a ball to hit people. Lin Qun was carrying a nuclear weapon to hit people today. At the critical moment, the Red Shadow Man said sternly, "If you hit me with it, you will also be in trouble. Let me go, give me some time, I have a way to detonate it without injury." The Red Shadow Man's voice was very strange. It is somewhat similar to the Prophet civilization. It is not transmitted through the air, but seems to sound directly in people's hearts. And that ball of red light does not seem to have any organs for speaking. Since it appeared in Hu City, it has been silent and silently chasing and killing Lin Qun. But now it spoke, obviously anxious. It is a life of the Shengui civilization. Its life form is very different from other civilizations, but it has not reached the level of an evolver, so it has not deviated from the normal life form. If a nuclear bomb is dropped at the core explosion point, it will be dead. It wants to pass on information about Lin Qun. If it wants to kill Lin Qun, it must survive first. To survive first, use any method that can be used. But how can Lin Qun believe it's nonsense? You want to kill me, I want to kill you, and there is still reason for cooperation. Besides, who said that I will also be in trouble? Therefore, Lin Qun said nothing, and did not respond to the Red Shadow Man's words at all. He directly hit people with the nuclear bomb and directly hit the Red Shadow Man. His speed decreased at this moment. The commander of the multi-legged civilization in the back sneered, "The distance is enough. He wants to drag the life of that mysterious civilization into the water. Then we will help him and detonate the nuclear bomb immediately." At this moment, the explosion range of the nuclear bomb they launched has covered Lin Qun and the Red Shadow Man. It is a good opportunity to kill two birds with one stone. How could the multi-legged civilization waste this opportunity? One nuclear bomb can kill two people, why not? Behind Lin Qun, the nuclear bomb began to detonate, and the energy level rose sharply. But it was at this moment that he, who had been slowing down, suddenly accelerated and instantly broke through to the incredible limit speed, and rushed towards the first cosmic speed, 8,000 meters per second, and quickly passed through the air. At that moment, the red light of the Red Shadow Man, that was shrinking rapidly, suddenly exploded, like a grand blood-colored firework blooming. This seems to be some kind of way for it to escape. Its scream rang in Lin Qun's heart. "You will be judged by my god." Lin Qun didn't care whether it could hear it or not, and shouted, "You are incompetent and furious." The next second, a grand mushroom cloud bloomed on the battlefield. Chapter 252. So angry. The nuclear weapon launched by the multi-legged civilization exploded in the sky. A terrifying mushroom cloud bloomed in the sky. First, there was a feast of light. Then, there was a loud rumbling sound, like continuous thunder, which spread rapidly in all directions within a few seconds. The entire night sky was illuminated and alarmed. In many corners of the battlefield, Tongzin and Huang Qizheng, who were running, and Xiaoqing and Chu Yaowei, who were on their way, all felt the explosion from their own perspectives. It did not land on the ground. It landed in the sky, in the bridge of the multi-legged civilization warship. The technicians of the multi-legged civilization looked at the information and data fed back from the front with ugly expressions, and excitedly said in their language, "He lied to us. He misled us. The maximum speed of his battlesuit is not what he has always shown. On the contrary, its performance is far beyond our imagination. Just now his speed instantly exceeded 10 times the speed of sound. His battlesuit is far beyond our imagination, and can even break through the first cosmic speed. If we had known earlier, we should not have launched nuclear weapons at all." The confident commander's face was also livid at this time. This is impossible. He only has 20,000 contribution points. How can he exchange for something of this level? Even if he is the son of civilization, the kingdom of God behind the scenes has no precedent of directly giving equipment. Damn. But it also understood that it was meaningless to say these now, and Lin Qun could not tell it the answers to these questions. The result now is, their attack, by accident, hit the Red Shadow Man, and let Lin Qun run away. No, it was not by accident that they hit the Red Shadow Man, but under the guidance of the son of human civilization, they hit the Red Shadow Man. Thinking of this, the commander of the multi-legged civilization became more and more annoyed, and almost jumped up and down. They used a nuclear weapon, and wasted a precious opportunity to use a weapon of mass destruction. As a result, they didn't blow up their own target, but helped others blow up their opponents. What kind of situation is this? At this time, in the bridge, other multi-legged civilizations looked at each other in bewilderment. After a long while, the multi-legged civilization life said very depressedly, "You say, did we exchange this weapon of mass destruction and use it instead?" Its words came from the heart, showing that it was very aggrieved in its heart. It said the fact that everyone was unwilling to say, which made the atmosphere in the air very awkward. As a result, the expression of the commander of the multi-legged civilization became more and more ugly. Facts are facts, and being said out loud is another feeling, and it is even more embarrassing. As the commander of a multi-legged civilization fleet, where can it put its old face after being beaten like this? After a while, it said grimly, okay, he has the ability to break through the first cosmic speed of the blue planet. Then we will directly ascend into space and fight him in space to see if he can come up. It suffered a great loss. A nuclear weapon is nothing. Which civilization with thermonuclear technology does not have a large nuclear reserve? What is really precious is the opportunity to use nuclear weapons on the global battlefield, especially for the multi-legged civilization. They do not have top-level strongmen like the Bakatins or the Prophet civilization. The overall life level is relatively average. They rely entirely on military force to show their force. For them, the opportunity to use such a weapon of mass destruction is extremely precious. The commander became more and more angry as he thought about it, and wanted to avenge his previous shame. Kill this human completely. In the sky, the irregular fleet group of the multi-legged civilization began to climb rapidly in altitude, and its troops began to separate into two parts and separate from each other. The warships with low Earth orbit combat capabilities rose upwards, and those without this capability retreated quickly. At the same time, Space 2 ground strikes were also being prepared. The cold eyes of the commander of the multi-legged civilization swept across the entire scene, and the entire bridge suddenly fell silent. It must use the blood of the son of this civilization to play with its shame. What's the use of a set of armor? What's the use of a single unit's strength? It's not like they haven't faced powerful individual lives before. In a level 3 battlefield, the power of an individual is always fragile in front of civilization. And at this moment, above the explosion of the multi-legged civilization's nuclear weapon, Lin Qun almost rose on the mushroom cloud. But his Mark 50 was fast enough, and he didn't need to break through the first cosmic speed. He climbed at a high speed of 6,000 meters per second, and almost instantly passed through the explosion range of the multi-legged civilization's nuclear bomb, leaving only the Red Shadow Man behind to bear it silently. The value on the Geiger counter of the Mark 50 rose rapidly, and then fell rapidly as Lin Qun pulled away from him. Lin Qun narrowed his eyes. He admired this magnificent scene from high in the sky. Below, the red light of the Red Shadow Man and the servant Sidon and the red light all disappeared. The explosion point of the nuclear weapon is located in the wilderness of the Green Province. There are no cities or human gathering points around. It will leave a long-term radiation trauma here, but the impact on human survival will not be particularly large. Lin Qun looked up. His first target was still the original multi-legged civilization. The multi-legged civilization was the biggest contributor of contribution points. Moreover, Lin Qun was still resentful of using a nuclear bomb to bomb him, and it was written in his little notebook. If he didn't take revenge now, when would he? But he soon noticed that the Red Shadow Man was not dead. In the overall ranking of the leaderboard, it still ranked first with a terrifying data of more than 500,000 contribution points. Lin Qun narrowed his eyes and thought for a moment. He remembered that the red light of the red shadow man exploded at the last moment. Perhaps it used some kind of escape method. But despite this, it should be dead or disabled now, right? Lin Qun's steps moved back immediately. He didn't fight with the red shadow man because they were all masters, so there was no need to waste time and energy. But now it's different. The red shadow man was hit by a nuclear bomb. Why do we need to fight? As long as we can find it, it will definitely die. This is the contribution points and experience points delivered to the door. Lin Qun immediately began to patrol, looking for the location of the red shadow man. And Lin Qun's guess was not wrong. The red shadow man was indeed dying. All of its servants melted in the high temperature and explosion. It used a means to save its life, which was a unique means of life in the Shengui civilization, so it was not directly killed by the explosion, but it was almost dead. The grand red light that was enough to cover the entire sky was now only a small spot, about the size of an adult's arm, and it was moving quickly like a snake on the ground of the nuclear explosion. It felt very aggrieved. It came all the way here, carrying the great will of the god of its own civilization. In its eyes, this was a sacred jihad. To eradicate the apostles of the alien gods, or even to kill the son of civilization, to get rewards and Easter eggs. In its eyes, it was not so important. In this regard, the Shengui civilization was very different from other alien civilizations. But, it chased for so long, and it would be fine if people ran away when they saw it. But why did it eat a nuclear weapon? After all, it was also a top-level strong man, and it was a dominant existence wherever it went. How could it die without even a formal fight with the son of human civilization? Thinking of this, it felt frustrated and wanted to cry, but had no tears. It was extremely ashamed of its own civilization and gods. It felt ashamed of its own civilization and the great existence that chose it, and gave it the gospel. Therefore, it tried hard to survive. After surviving, it would slowly complete its tasks and goals. It swore in its heart that it would kill this son of human civilization and offer him to its gods, so as to show its purity and ability, and receive the reward from gods. Perhaps, it could also be qualified to become a candidate for evolution, which was its dream. But unfortunately, its idea was soon shattered. It realized that it seemed to have been discovered. The human appeared above its head, and flew over to search for it. It suddenly became nervous. It felt the long-lost uneasiness and fear when it was a weak person. It ran fast enough. Before the nuclear bomb exploded, it cut off its limbs to survive, paying a huge price. It ran more than 2 kilometers in a flash, which saved it from death. After escaping, with the help of the nuclear explosion, it kept running as fast as it could. Now it has almost run 5 or 6 kilometers. How can he catch up? The red shadow man is also fierce. He is ready to counterattack immediately, using the advantages of his civilization, to kill the opponent directly, and then there is nothing else. When the red shadow man pounced, Lin Qun directly sacrificed the golden light spell. This golden light spell is most effective against the weirdness of this kind of magical civilization, and the golden light spell does not require too much practice. The more dark energy is injected, the more obvious and powerful the effect will be. It is most effective to use it against this half-crippled red shadow man. Lin Qun descended from the sky, pinched his hands together, and chanted something. Dark energy burst out, and he pushed his hands forward. A golden light instantly flowed out, directly covering the red shadow man who was about to jump up from the ground. The red shadow man screamed continuously, and the counterattack he had been preparing was shattered in an instant. He howled and wanted to retreat, but Lin Qun was madly inputting dark energy. 10 points of dark energy, 30 points of dark energy, 50 points of dark energy. The golden light spell in his hand became more and more blazing. A shocking and mighty aura emanated from Lin Qun's body. His body even began to emit golden light, and his hair and clothes moved without wind. In the dark night, he floated half a meter above the ground, majestic, like a furious Vajra, pinching his hands to suppress the evil spirits below. This is an ancient Oriental Taoist magic. No matter what kind of mysterious civilization you are, I will suppress you with all my strength. The golden light spell is a natural restraint for the red shadow man. At first, the dark energy Lin Qun input was not enough, and the red shadow man was able to struggle, rushing left and right, trying to fight back. But as Lin Qun invested more and more dark energy, its struggle became weaker and weaker, and it was suppressed by the golden light spell before it could fight back. In the boiling, its body began to melt, melting like ice and snow, and its final scream became extremely shrill. What kind of method is this? What kind of ability is this? It actually restrains me naturally. Damn it, if I hadn't been hit by a nuclear bomb, you couldn't kill me with this method. You couldn't kill me. The scream of the red shadow man rang in Lin Qun's heart. Its body is this light. However, at this moment, its scarlet light is also melting, rushing left and right, becoming less and less, and becoming thinner and thinner. But the golden light shrouding Lin Qun is getting more and more blazing. He can hear the extreme fear and panic in the red shadow man's words. Lin Qun came all the way from Hue City and killed many alien civilizations, but they were all small fish and did not have much experience. Just now, Lin Qun was still more than 50,000 experience points away from upgrading to level 31. Unexpectedly, this red shadow man helped him achieve his dream. 90,000 experience points were credited, and the experience bar was instantly full. Lin Qun directly clicked to upgrade. Level 31, achieved. Name, Lin Qun level 31, 39,550/315,000, strength 108.6 agility, 56.3 constitution, 78.5 stamina, 37.4 over 85.5 right square bracket, dark energy, 107.2 over 254.2 right square bracket. Lin Qun blinked. Level 31. This was his first round of upgrades above level 30. He found that all attributes had increased by 4 points, which was more than the increase when he upgraded to level 20. Under normal circumstances, from level 31 to level 40, each attribute can increase by at least 40 points. Sure enough, the higher the level, the more the attribute increases. However, the difficulty of upgrading has also increased greatly. The experience points for upgrading one level are already very exaggerated. But Lin Qun is not too worried. His current strength is getting stronger and stronger, and his ability to gain experience has also improved. The difficulty of upgrading is essentially not much different for him. Level 40 and level 50 are just a matter of time. Moreover, Lin Qun has many abilities and unlimited card drawing. The upgrade and increase of those attributes may be a lot for others, but for Lin Qun, it is really not so tempting. Upgrading a dragon elephant Prajnarat can increase 25 points of strength, not to mention cultivating immortals. The many ability bonuses of his unlimited card drawing talent are also the key reason why he can fight back and forth with these alien civilization masters who have a large number of contribution points, even though his level is not high and his contribution points are not many. Although the upgrade path seems to gain more experience by killing powerful masters at one time, in fact, if it is for the purpose of upgrading, from the perspective of cost performance, it is more efficient and less risky to slaughter ordinary contestants, such as the group of Bakatans that Lin Qun encountered before. Lin Qun killed more than 200 Bakatans, including a master of telekinesis, in a few minutes, providing him with nearly 20,000 experience points. The best way to upgrade is still massacre. The massacre of contestants from alien civilizations. Lin Qun lowered his eyes. The stronger he was, the clearer he felt about it. The essence of the civilized battlefield is to promote the mass death of low-level life. This upgrade system obviously does not encourage the strong to kill each other, but encourages the strong to slaughter the weak. But this is not the time to think about these things. He is in a hurry now, so how can he think about the essence of the global battlefield and the civilized battlefield? Lin Qun was taking off quickly. This position is actually in the radiation coverage area of nuclear weapons, but Lin Qun has Mark 50, so he doesn't have to worry about these. The news that Lin Qun killed the Red Shadow Man was immediately transmitted back to the Luchan command center, and his support team was so excited that they almost jumped up. No one expected that the Red Shadow Man, such a visible and difficult to deal with terrorist threat, was killed by Lin Qun in such a confused way. Maybe the Red Shadow Man himself could not have thought of it. Gu Pandu let out a soft yeah. The head of the Lin Qun support team said, as expected of Mr. Lin, from the Magic City to today's Green Province battlefield, he has never let us down. With the death of the Red Shadow Man, many people in this area noticed it. Chu Yaowei narrowed her eyes. On the list, the Red Shadow Man is dead. Lin Qun has a little more contribution points. He must have killed him. Xia King said, Mr. Lin is really amazing. He cooperated with the multi-legged civilization and killed it so easily. Looking at China, which human can have such combat power? In another direction, even though Tongxin had seen Lin Qun's combat power many times, he still couldn't help but be deeply shocked. The Red Shadow Man disappeared from the list, and it was after the nuclear bomb exploded. Did Mr. Lin kill it? This is a powerful person from the mysterious and strange civilization with more than 500,000 contribution points. He came here from Hu City with overwhelming momentum and chased us all the way. He died so absurdly? Huang Qisheng rubbed his chin. Good guy. If this was really killed by Lin Qun, if I were this Red Shadow Man, I would be so angry that I would crawl out even if I died. Tongxin couldn't help but smile bitterly at Huang Qisheng's remarks. The battlefield is hidden in the distance, inside the warship of the Prophet civilization. Xianghua was extremely angry and said, this idiot from the Shengui civilization, did it come all the way here to give this human experience and contribution points? The other Prophet civilization beings also looked at each other, but there was shock in their eyes. They observed the changes in the entire battlefield from the perspective of bystanders, and were deeply shocked. They knew that Lin Qun had calculated every step to kill the Red Shadow Man. Even they did not expect that he could kill the Red Shadow Man so smoothly and easily. Killing an enemy is not difficult, but killing an opponent who should be a strong enemy without any effort is not something that ordinary people can do. This human really should not be underestimated. The reaction and means are first class. Xianghua's glass jar moved forward. It also gritted its teeth in a rare way. This group of idiots. In the bridge of the multi-legged civilization that was taking off, the commander of the multi-legged civilization had confirmed that the Red Shadow Man did not die at the hands of their civilization, but should have been killed by Lin Qun. It became more and more angry and furious. It was even angrier than the Red Shadow Man. How could it not be angry? The nuclear weapons they dropped did not kill their target Lin Qun, but instead helped Lin Qun eliminate a great enemy. The most important thing was that Lin Qun took away all the contribution points and experience of the Red Shadow Man. After fighting for a long time, the enemy benefited instead. It had never felt so aggrieved in its life. It was furious, and its slender body was shaking with anger. Prepare energy beam weapons and space-based weapons, and kill this son of human civilization for me. The multi-legged civilization life around it was also very depressed and aggrieved. At this time, they dared not speak out, and could only prepare honestly. At this moment, Lin Qun is at this location. Congratulations, Mr. Lin, for successfully killing the Red Shadow Man. Gu Pan's tone was also full of excitement, but she knew what her responsibility was. She immediately changed the subject and said seriously, but you have to pay attention. The fleet of the multi-legged civilization has moved. Their fleet is divided into two. One has entered the space orbit and is moving towards your location. It seems that they want to attack you in space. The other is retreating. It should be a fleet that does not have the ability to navigate in space. In the third level civilization battlefield, a space fleet that can have the ability to fight in the orbit near the planet is already a very powerful level. A higher level civilization such as the Prophet civilization can only be active in its own star system at most. A civilization that can really fight across the starry sky and has a real interstellar fleet is impossible to appear in the third level civilization battlefield of Blue Star. Therefore, the fleet of the multi-legged civilization seems huge, but not all of them have the ability to fight in space. Only some of the warships have such capabilities. Therefore, they divert the troops. One part is launched, and the other part is descended. The intention of the multi-legged civilization is very obvious. The main fleet ascended into space to bombard Lin Qun in the space orbit. During the time when Lin Qun killed the Red Shadow people, they had already been launched and were ready in the space orbit. In this way, we can maintain a safe distance and also achieve a strike against Lin Qun. Lin Qun wants to take off to cause trouble for them. Even if his Mark 50 is fast, it still takes time at an absolute distance. This process is enough for the multi-legged civilization to inflict heavy damage on Lin Qun. Although the commander of the multi-legged civilization was angry, he did not lose his mind and did not want to close the distance with Lin Qun. Lin Qun's eyes flashed. How could he not understand the idea of the multi-legged civilization? He said, "Are they trying to force me to go up and fight them in space? Okay, I won't go. Gupan, give me the location of the multi-legged civilization's retreat fleet, and I will kill them to see if the main force of the multi-legged civilization is anxious, or I'm anxious. Then, where are my people?" That Laoli said. "Let them hunt with me and eat the remaining troops of the multi-legged civilization that are still in the universe. They want to lead me by the nose, which is impossible. We must let them know that their division of troops this time will make them pay an unimaginable painful price." Chapter 253, Clan Rules. With Lin Qun as the center, information is spreading rapidly. Within a range of tens of kilometers, many advancing troops suddenly turned. These are all Lin Qun support troops, led by Xiao Yi, and the counterattacks are scattered throughout the area. Their individual teams are not large in number. Some may only have 1 or 2 people in a car, and some are only a squad or a platoon of soldiers, marching in the wilderness under the dark night. Some teams are slow, with lights off, like ghosts walking at night, and some do not even have this concern, with enough strength to run rampant. For example, a car engine roars, driving on the dirt road in the wilderness. The lights are bright. The surrounding withered wilderness is illuminated. And those broken villages that have long been deserted and seem creepy and quiet in the dark night. This is King and Chu Yaowa's car. Although they are only 2 people, they are powerful, and ordinary alien civilizations are really not their opponents, so they don't care so much. Speed up and move sideways to Lin Qun's position. But at this moment, their direction of advance has changed again. Lin Qun's support group is redeploying troops and mobilizing troops according to Lin Qun's latest requirements. The scattered forces seem to be operating in a scattered manner, but in fact, at the macro level, they are like a big chess game, advancing at a high speed, rotating like a whirlpool, and each sword blade is pointing in the same direction. And the sword tip in this direction is Lin Qun, who is moving. On the front, Chu Yaowei and Xia King also encountered a small group of alien civilization troops, about 7 or 8 people, and it is unclear whether they are regular troops or scattered civilian armed forces of alien civilizations, but their reaction is very decisive. When they found that it was human from a distance, they turned around and ran away. At this moment, the news that the Red Shadow Man was killed has spread throughout the nearby area. The sons of human civilization have arrived, and multiple civilizations have taken action. The power of humans should not be underestimated. A large number of other alien civilizations have all fled and left the battlefield. The area where the Green Province is located was originally the actual control area of the multi-legged civilization. In this area, the multi-legged civilization is dominant. Other alien civilizations are either small-scale guerrilla forces or civilian armed forces. They are okay against ordinary survivors, but they have no combat power against regular forces and strong men. They don't even have the qualifications to pick up leaks. They must speed up and leave, otherwise, whoever they run into will be dead. Alien civilizations are also life, and even more so, intelligent life. Those who can come to participate in the battlefield of civilization have the same level of civilization and intelligence as humans. At most, there are 4-dimensional and psychological differences due to differences in civilization and culture. Therefore, when they really see that the situation is not good, the alien civilizations that think they have no ability to get involved will naturally run away, showing their magical powers, and they can't be found, even if they want to. This is also the reason why Lin Qun did not take the initiative to touch these alien civilizations, because he couldn't find them. There is no point in killing alien civilizations that are a group of several people. They are not NPCs. They are all intelligent creatures. They hide from you and run away. How many times can you succeed? China is so big, Lin Qun has to find people, even if he has the fighting power. Mark 50 is fast, and his fighting power can sweep away low-level aliens, but it doesn't mean he can harvest crazily. Civilization war is different from playing games. In the game, not only are the positions of monsters fixed, but they can even refresh on the spot after being killed. You can keep killing them here, but alien civilization life, they may run away before you come, if they see a clue. Running out aggressively to find people to kill will only waste time and energy. It can be seen from the combat methods of the contestant civilization armies that no matter when, clearing small-scale humans is the last option, because if humans want to run, they are also very troublesome. They first eat the main force and attack the important cities, where the population is concentrated, and there is no time to run. That is the key. War is not that simple. However, this gives other fleeing human survivors a chance. They pass through the cracks of the war and flee to their desired destination. At the same time, Lin Qun has passed through the sky like a flash of lightning. He is very fast. The humans moving in the entire Green Province area could not catch up with his speed, so he was the first to find the retreating fleet of the multi-legged civilization. Of course, he was also the first to be attacked from space. As soon as Lin Qun moved, the multi-legged civilization knew his movements and destination, and opened fire in the sky, with dense beams of energy piercing through space. It was like a heavy rain shooting down from directly above Lin Qun. But they were all left behind by Lin Qun, and the distance was enough, so the beams of energy could only follow behind Lin Qun and eat dust. With the help of the military, Lin Qun quickly found the location of another fleet of the multi-legged civilization retreating. The target is just ahead. The human survivors in the Green Province area have provided us with precious coordinates. Gupan sent the information and said quickly, the power of the multi-legged civilization in the Green Province area is divided into two parts, its military power and the central control area. Its central control area is the urban area of Green City, the capital of Green Province. It has been completely occupied by the multi-legged civilization, and no human beings survive. Its military power has two large fleets, which are responsible for fighting in the territory of Green Province. Now it is one of their fleets that is attacking you. The human situation in Green Province is very serious. The federal army in Green Province has long been defeated by the multi-legged civilization, and a large number of humans have been slaughtered, but the spark of human beings has not been extinguished. The power of human beings is still resisting. In the corner of Green Province, a small group of human resistance forces are still struggling. They don't want to escape. They think that the world has become a battlefield and there is nowhere to escape. Therefore, they stay in their homes and fight to the end with the multi-legged civilization here, but their power is too weak compared to a civilization, and they can only struggle like rats crossing the street. But the Green Province is large enough. Although the multi-legged civilization controls this area, occupies and destroys all major cities, it still cannot prevent a large number of humans from hiding in the shadows and corners of the Green Province and dealing with them. For the multi-legged civilization life in the Green Province, if they want to eliminate these human resistance forces scattered throughout the Green Province, and even the resistance army, they can only rely on time to kill them bit by bit. Even if they have enough firepower to kill all the humans in the Green Province in one breath, humans are hiding. Where is the chance? It can only take time to solve it. But the humans in the Green Province are also powerless to compete with the Green Province civilization. Although they hide in the dark, contact each other, and even set up a human resistance army, they have been suppressed and beaten. They can only hide from here and there. They have no power to resist the multi-legged civilization and watch their people become less and less in the long sweep and killing of the multi-legged civilization. They are also a little desperate, but they have never given up. They don't want to abandon their homes like this. There is even more anger and hatred in their hearts that they want to vent. They look forward to and hope that one day they can rise up and kill these alien civilizations. But, until today, they finally saw hope. When the broadcasts from the Lucheng Survivor Base, Jinling Survivor Base, and Daxing Federation Military Survivor Base were transmitted, and when their secret communication information was received by the human resistance forces in Green Province, they chose to respond and follow without hesitation. And when they realized that the key figure Ying, that is, Lin Qun, appeared here, they were extremely excited and wanted to do their best to help him, because they saw the opportunity and hope. The humans in their place were not capable of fighting against the multi-legged civilization. But with the power of other humans, maybe they could. The killing of the Red Shadow gave the people of the human resistance forces in Green Province the greatest confidence. This is a glorious record that can truly prove Lin Qun's combat effectiveness. In the hidden command post of the Green Province Human Resistance Center, its leader Wang Zhenghua stood tall, facing the crowd below, and shouted, "Facts have proved that our waiting is not in vain. The opportunity we have been waiting for has arrived. The multi-legged civilization once used 2 nuclear weapons to attack our 2 important cities and massacred millions of humans. Our relatives and friends all died tragically in their crazy and cruel massacres. But sadly, with our strength, we cannot compete with them. But now, the situation has changed. We have heard the voices of humans in other regions. The idea we have always believed in is not wrong. It is impossible for us humans to be the only ones resisting. This is our planet. Even if we have been defeated, our people will surely ignite sparks in the corners until the prairie fire starts again." The people below responded with thunderous cheers. "Kill the multi-legged civilization. Fight them. They destroyed my home and my city with nuclear bombs. I escaped only because I was on a business trip. But in my heart, I have long been a dead man. As long as I can kill the multi-legged civilization and make them pay with blood, why should I fear death? We are all living ghosts in Green Province. Now, it is time for us to offer ourselves, and for the millions of humans who died in Green Province. Ignite the fire of the prairie fire. The rise and fall of the world is the responsibility of every man. They destroyed my hometown and killed my relatives. I will make them pay with blood. Fight for our homeland. Fight for humanity." The scene was almost boiling. Many people's eyes were bloodshot, and their veins were bulging with excitement. Many of these people had lost their families and loved ones in the massacre of the multi-legged civilization. They didn't want to live anymore. They had only one purpose in life, which was to take revenge and make the multi-legged civilization pay the price. Now, the opportunity finally came. How could they not be excited? They had been waiting and struggling desperately for so long. They were not afraid of death at all. What they were afraid of was not having that opportunity. Wang Hua looked at the scene in front of him, and his eyes were also filled with tears. If it weren't for today, he wouldn't even dare to gather so many people here, because that would only becoming the target of the multi-legged civilization, losing manpower in vain. But now, they can. They can gather people and gather their strength. Wang Hua believes the moment they have been struggling and waiting for is coming. With shouts all over the Green Province area, one after another human resistance organizations and exiled federal remnants all began to respond to the call and gather troops. They have been fighting all the time, and it is impossible for them to retreat at this moment. They are the first group of people to stand up, and the scale is huge. A large number of human resistance fighters surged out from their hidden hiding places. Go to the battlefield. Respond to Lucheng's call. Respond to Lin Qun's call. They hid in many places, and there were not many people in each place, but when they all rushed out, it was still a torrent-like force that could not be underestimated. Originally, Lucheng was not prepared to let them join the war. After all, most of these resistance forces were just ordinary people, but they insisted on joining the war, and finally Li Zeng decided to allow them. Although Lucheng and Jinling City both sent people to support Lin Qun and Huang Qizheng. After all, the distance from here, the people sent out could not come much if they were to advance in small groups. If they really wanted to form a scale, they would need the strength of the locals. There are also survivors from other regions that the 3 survivor bases have called for. Their situations are different from those of the local resistance forces in Green Province, and the response is not very good at this time. Many people are still hoping and are not optimistic about this battle, let alone joining the war. In this case, if the military wants to fight, it must need the resistance forces of Green Province. Li Zeng's eyes flickered, looking at the electronic map, where Lin Qun crossed the land of Green Province in an arc and pounced on the retreating multi-legged civilization fleet in the universe. His heart surged, and he said, "This will be an extremely meaningful battle. This will be our first real counterattack, the first real anti-encirclement and killing of alien civilizations. Aren't there many survivor bases hesitant and still waiting?" I believe they don't want to join the war. They are afraid and terrified. They have seen too much death and failure and can't afford the price of both death and failure. Then we will use this battle to win a beautiful victory and let everyone see the call and power of mankind. This battle is not only the significance of this battle, but will also directly affect our next battle. We must win. Not only must we win, but we must also wipe out the multi-legged civilization. At the same time, Lin Qun was moving forward. In front. The fleet of the multi-legged civilization has appeared in front of him. The fleet of the multi-legged civilization was divided into two. One side rose into space, and the other side quickly retreated. But unfortunately, their speed is still not as fast as Mach 50. This battlesuit gives Lin Qun the most critical mobility and flexibility on this battlefield. Of course, this part of the fleet left behind by the multi-legged civilization is no joke. They just don't have the ability to sail into space. They are not miscellaneous soldiers. They are all regular troops of the multi-legged civilization, and they are not small in scale. There are two giant warships with a length of more than 400 meters, guarding a large number of irregular small and medium-sized warships, moving in the air, like a towering castle in the clouds. The technical strength and combat effectiveness of such an air force are enough to destroy the most ace air force of the Federation. It is a terrible war weapon, that the multi-legged civilization is invincible. And now, they have to face only one person. Outside the universe, the commander of the multi-legged civilization fleet looked solemn. How is the preparation of directional space-based weapons? We must precisely control the weight and strike range, and must not reach the limit of weapons of mass destruction specified in the civilized battlefield. You all know that we no longer have the authority to use weapons of mass destruction. Once we use them in excess, what will await our civilization? The people behind him responded loudly. He dared not be careless again. The commander's eyes were grim. It was a little surprised that the son of human civilization turned to attack their fleet in the universe, but they also had a response plan for this, which was this directional space-based weapon. If this son of human civilization really went to find their fleet in the universe, then it would use the fleet in the universe, sacrifice some of its own people, bite this human, and reduce his powerful mobility, so that this space-based weapon could achieve a 100% hit rate. If a space-based weapon goes down, even if he is a god, he will die. Space-based weapons, that is, kinetic weapons, are launched in space, accelerated to the extreme, and after landing, the power they can trigger is extremely terrifying. In fact, they are also weapons of mass destruction. However, as long as the height, weight, and entry angle of space-based weapons are precisely controlled, its killing radius can be controlled, so that it can only kill at a fixed point. Kill its target, while causing relatively less damage to the surroundings. This is the final plan of the commander of the multi-legged civilization. It believes that when this human attacks their fleet in the universe, he will also put himself in a desperate situation. Moreover, it has confidence in the fleet of its own civilization, and it also wants to see how this human can challenge a fleet alone. At this moment, the fleet in the universe of the multi-legged civilization has opened fire. A large number of turrets are rotating. Machine guns, missiles, and rocket launchers fired in unison, and the dazzling blows almost shone into a dazzling flash in front of Lin Qun. At the same time, above Lin Qun's head, in the sky, there were also blows from the multi-legged civilization, and beams of energy fell to the ground like light rain. The world was strangled, and Lin Qun in the center seemed to be here to die. But of course he was not. Facing the whistling blow, Lin Qun fought back with even more terrifying flames. Release the treasure, the sword of promised victory. On the way here, he had replenished the dark energy and stamina. Now that he had the tears of the goddess, he didn't need to activate his unparalleled skill at all. He directly had more than 250 dark energies. With the stamina, under normal conditions, he could blast out the sword of promised victory. At that moment, brilliant light burst out from the edge of his sword, rushing across the battlefield at the speed of light, instantly annihilating all the machine gun bullets, missiles, and rocket launchers in front of him in the flash. Everything along the way exploded in the collision, only this little flash of light, moving forward head-on, piercing through everything. In front, a multi-legged civilization irregular 400-meter giant ship tried desperately to change its course, but still failed. Its speed was already very fast, but still not as fast as this blow. The next second, the night sky was. A flash of light pierced through. The huge irregular warship of the multi-legged civilization was pierced dazzlingly, and then it disintegrated magnificently and brilliantly. The explosion shook the earth. There was a loud roar, and Lin Qun's figure had rushed to the front of the universe warship along this blow. He held up the Captain America shield in his hand, resisting the beam of energy from the sky. The heavy shield impact was resisted by Lin Qun's high strength attribute. In front, the fleet of the multi-legged civilization's universe fleet was already within reach. The 400-meter class irregular warship that was just destroyed was turning into a ball of fire and sinking to the earth, and a large number of multi-legged civilization lives were all terrified. What an amazing momentum is this? It rushed thousands of miles, not only against the attack of their entire fleet, but also destroyed a warship with one blow. What kind of combat power is this? Is this the son of man? The commander of another irregular 400-meter class battleship of the multi-legged civilization stepped forward, a look of horror and fear emerging on his face. But it was not an ordinary soldier, but a soldier of the multi-legged civilization. Without any hesitation, it gave the order coldly, "Don't panic. Can our entire fleet be destroyed by such a human? Who does he think he is? An evolver? If he dares to close the distance, he is looking for death. At such a distance, our precise strikes are enough to give him no chance to react. Change the formation immediately, lock him, open fire, and kill this son of humanity in our battle formation." The commander of the multi-legged civilization spaceship said every word in a sonorous voice, and his reaction was also very correct. Many people believe that facing a fleet, getting close can limit the opponent's attack and make the opponent lose sight of the other, but that is only effective for low-level civilizations. Although the multi-legged civilization has not yet reached the true cosmic level, this classic disadvantage of intra-universe combat can be avoided long ago. The computing power of their quantum computers is so terrifying that, even if Lin Qun flies close to their warships, they can attack by constantly adjusting their movements. Firing in motion, there is no blind spot, no close combat. On the contrary, at close range, Lin Qun will lose the advantage of large-scale distance avoidance. Facing attacks such as high-speed missiles, no matter how good his Mark 50 performance is, it will not work. But unfortunately, its reaction is fast enough and the judgment it makes is correct enough. But Lin Qun has no intention of firing on them from the beginning. Because at the moment he approached, behind the flash of the sword a promise of victory, a card has been thrown out. That was a card that had been drawn long ago, but had never been used. The silver card spun and dissipated in midair. In the light, the card surface showed the rules of the race. This is a consumable effect card. Activating this card and declaring a race can make the creatures of this race within a radius of 600 meters centered on the user lose the will to attack, and the duration is 32 seconds. Targets with a level that is twice the current level of the user are not affected by this effect. Lin Qun is now level 31, which is not low. In a fleet of the multi-legged civilization, there are very few lives that are twice his level. And the 600-meter range can cover 2/3 of the fleets of the multi-legged civilization that are almost scattered in the universe. Lin Qun said directly, "Activate the rules of the race. Declare the race target, the multi-legged civilization race. Directly let their fleets passively cease fire. How can you hit me? You can only be beaten. Now, it's my turn." Chapter 254. Where did he get a dragon? The rules of the clan. The card is activated. As Lin Qun declared the goal, the card skill effect was triggered in seconds. In an instant, the multi-legged civilization life within a radius of 600 meters with Lin Qun as the center directly lost the will to fight. The command level was full of fighting spirit and wanted to harvest the life of the son of human civilization, and the lower level soldiers received the order to maintain their weapons and be ready to fire at any time. But at this moment, those multi-legged civilization lives immediately fell into a brief confusion. Even the multi-legged civilization commander in the 400-meter class multi-legged civilization warship that had just issued the order suddenly fell into a certain stagnation at this moment. That was because its thoughts at this moment had undergone a huge change from the previous moment. The previous second, its mind was full of war factors, and it wanted to kill that human, but at this moment, it suddenly became anti-war and war-weary. The will to attack disappeared instantly. This anti-war and anti-war thought was like a rule deeply imprinted in the depths of its consciousness. Once it arose, it was like a flood that was unstoppable, immediately overwhelming all their thoughts and wills, and abolishing their original thoughts and ideas. The commander of the multi-legged civilization fleet immediately had a series of very philosophical thoughts. Why am I fighting? Why am I fighting? Should I not fight? What is the meaning of war? Can obtaining these contribution points, technologies, and abilities really make my civilization more advanced? What is advanced? What is the growth of civilization? It seemed to have become an anti-war scholar all of a sudden. All kinds of things that it would never think about, or even think of at ordinary times, rose in the depths of its mind and quickly occupied its rational heights. The most important thing was that the more it thought about these questions, the more it couldn't think of the answers, the more it felt that war was meaningless, and the more negative its will to fight became. However, its order a second ago had been quickly transmitted to the entire multi-legged civilization fleet along with computer information transmission. But at this moment, few people reacted. Most of the multi-legged civilization life forms, at this moment, were thinking the same as the commander, and were deeply immersed in philosophical thinking. They were completely at a loss, completely lost their will to attack, and even very opposed to war. The members of the multi-legged civilization fleet located at the back were outside the effect range of the clan rule card, and were not affected, but at this time, they were completely unaware of what was happening. The effect of the UGIO card occurred in an instant, and it happened unconsciously. There was no sound or light effect that directly affected their will. In the first second, even Lin Qun didn't know whether his card was effective. But at this time, he had no way out. Behind him, the Luchun Command Center and the Jinling Command Center had made comprehensive combat deployments, ready to take this opportunity to eat up the Green Province multi-legged civilization. The battle line centered solely on Lin Qun had a large number of fighters in motion. Lin Qun was unstoppable. Regardless of whether the clan rule was successful or not, he could not retreat, but could only move forward. Therefore, Lin Qun continued to speed up and rushed towards the fleet of the multi-legged civilization. He also quickly judged from the strange fact that the front array of the multi-legged civilization fleet did not fire, and judged that his card had indeed achieved the effect he wanted silently. Moreover, the effect of the rules of the clan was very amazing. The fleet of the multi-legged civilization formed a strangulation array, which was relatively dense. Therefore, at this moment, more than 2/3 of the members of the universe fleet were affected, and all lost their will to attack in an instant without delay. This proved that the rules of the clan took effect immediately after being activated. The main array of the universe fleet, which was the biggest threat to Lin Qun, would no longer fire at him. These multi-legged civilization lives are not strong individually, and there is a serious lack of individual strongmen. This has led to the fact that no multi-legged civilization life within the 600-meter range can withstand the influence of the rules of the clan at this moment, because their levels are all below level 62. Of course, even if the Bakatans and even the Prophet civilization are here, they will also be defeated. Who in the basic fleet can have all members at level 62? Level 62, what is that? In the Prophet civilization, it is also the upper middle level of the super warrior echelon, not to mention the fleet members of the multi-legged civilization. They can only be affected unconsciously. Even if there are a few unaffected individuals scattered at multiple points, they are unable to save the stiffness of 2/3 of the fleet. At this moment, the Lin Qun is rushing at high speed. They have lost the will to attack. What does that mean? It is self-evident. It is equivalent to holding weapons high in their hands, but not knowing how to swing them, waiting for others to kill them. The most important thing is that all this happened too quickly. No one knows what happened. No one except Lin Qun himself knows about this level of Lin Qun's means. Moreover, this kind of influence reaches the consciousness directly. The commander-in-chief of the multi-legged civilization fleet in space has no time to react or even realize what happened. But in the near distance, the 32 seconds that Lin Qun has can accomplish too many things. For example, setting off a massacre. Such a fleet of the multi-legged civilization can fire, which is an unimaginable terrorist threat, but if they can't fire, they are nothing, just huge targets lying in the sky. Lin Qun rushed into the fleet formation of the multi-legged civilization head-on. His speed was extremely fast. With the bonus of the Mark 15 nano armor, his propulsion speed in the air could exceed that of most aerospace equipment. He threw out the clan rule card in front, and Lin Qun behind him had turned into a flash and rushed into their array. Moreover, the warships in front of the multi-legged civilization had almost no reaction. No attack, no movement. None of the warships in front fired, at most evaded, and the people in a small warship were still shouting, actively talking to Lin Qun. Humans, we should not go to war. Fighting is meaningless. You should stop. We should have peaceful negotiations. The group of multi-legged civilization fleet members behind who were not affected by the clan rule were dumbfounded. I thought the order had been passed down. Why didn't the front fire? And what about the peace talks? According to the war plan and program just formulated by the supercomputer, they should fire in batches, usher in the human, and then strangle him in the battle array. At worst, they should be able to trap him. When the space-based weapons of their space fleet fall, the human will surely die. But the fleet in front did not fire. Even the 400-meter class multi-legged civilization warship that issued the order did not fire. The multi-legged civilization life in the fleet behind looked at each other, and they were all confused at this time. Their fleet has been fighting for a long time, but they have never seen such a scene. Many plans have been made. Their trusted teammates actually missed the opportunity to fight. Not only did they not open fire, but they watched the other side kill in. At this time, it was too late to react. Because Lin Qun was close at hand. This position is no longer their best attack position. On the contrary, it is Lin Qun's best attack position. But at this moment, Lin Qun did not use Mark 50 to launch an attack. Instead, he directly drew another card. The Mark 50 nano armor has excellent performance. Wearing it makes you a superhero comparable to a superhuman, but it consumes a lot of energy and is not popular against such a large battleship. At this time, another card is undoubtedly more effective. That is, the Blue Eyes White Dragon. Summon the Blue Eyes White Dragon directly. In fact, all this happened in an instant. Lin Qun threw out the first card, the clan's rules, to define the battlefield, and then rushed into the battle array of the multi-legged civilization like lightning. The multi-legged civilization life outside the influence of the clan's rules was just shocked and confused, and Lin Qun's second card had already been killed. The nano armor was taken back and disappeared in an instant. Then, accompanied by a flash, the Blue Eyes White Dragon completed the summoning in an instant. At that moment, an elegant, perfect, powerful, and huge giant monster appeared on the battlefield. Howl, the dragon roar tore the battlefield skyline. The Blue Eyes White Dragon was directly summoned by Lin Qun from the card. When it spread its wings, the shadow was enough to cover a battleship of the multi-legged civilization. All the lives in the warships of the multi-legged civilization were watching this scene in horror. This was the first time that Lin Qun had used this card after he had drawn it, but with the card as a medium. The moment the Blue Eyes White Dragon appeared, it was absolutely obedient to Lin Qun. This was Lin Qun's summoned creature. It would execute all the orders that Lin Qun gave it unconditionally and without compromise. This kind of direct card summoned creature is still different from the mythical creature that Lin Qun summoned with the silver horn. And this Blue Eyes White Dragon, not only is it huge in size, but it also has amazing attributes, with a strength of 300 and a full 250 points of physique. These attributes are all above Lin Qun. Moreover, when it was summoned, it directly stretched out its huge dragon wings, covering the sky and the sun, allowing Lin Qun to ride on it, while rushing forward at high speed, sweeping the space with a shocking wind. It was like an extremely huge and ferocious beast, crashing into the fleet of the multi-legged civilization. On the front, several small and medium-sized multi-legged civilization warships were instantly hit by its huge wings, and flew out, and collided with each other, forming huge fireballs one after another in an instant. Moreover, its dragon claws stretched out, and grabbed those flying multi-legged civilization fighters. With the blessing of its terrifying power and huge size, it directly tore them apart with its sharp dragon claws. On the front, it was under the control of Lin Qun, flapping its wings and swooping down on the largest multi-legged civilization irregular 400-meter class warship in the sky. At this moment, the bloody mouth of the Blue Eyes White Dragon opened, and a dazzling white ball of light brewed from it, then exploded, and then suddenly sprayed out, turning into a ray of light, hitting the multi-legged civilization irregular warship. This is the Blue Eyes White Dragon's signature attack method. Exploding Gale Bomb. In the Yu-Gi-Oh card system, this is actually an independent magic card, which needs to be activated with the monster card Blue Eyes White Dragon. But at this moment, the Blue Eyes White Dragon has materialized, which means that it is the original body, and can be released directly without the magic card, and send out a terrifying blow. This is actually something that Lin Qun did not expect. He was originally planning to drive this Blue Eyes White Dragon to hit the multi-legged civilization warship. He could activate the giant form to play and cooperate with the Blue Eyes White Dragon to destroy it, but he did not expect that the Blue Eyes White Dragon, which received his attack order, would fly directly over with the dragon's breath. It has a skill. He was very surprised. Moreover, the power of this attack was extremely terrifying. White light erupted from the bloody mouth of the Blue Eyes White Dragon, destroying the multi-legged civilization warship directly from the front. The irregular 400-meter class battleship of the multi-legged civilization was penetrated from the front. Flames burst out from the hull of the battleship section by section, followed by a blazing white light. In the dazzling flash, it exploded. The huge battleship, in just a few breaths, followed the footsteps of the battleship in front, shattered, scattering a huge amount of material, and fell from the sky at high speed. That scene was magnificent. But everyone who saw this scene was extremely shocked. The Green Province rebels knew that Lin Qun, the legendary master from the Magic City, was going to go to war with the multi-legged civilization fleet. Not only did they send ground troops, but they were also constantly monitoring the movements on the battlefield. They had been defeated in battles with the multi-legged civilization, and they knew the power of the multi-legged civilization, and they were afraid that Lin Qun would also be strangled by the multi-legged civilization fleet. Even the commander of the Green Province Resistance Army, although he thought this was an opportunity, and saw Lin Qun's amazing record of killing the Red Shadow Man, he actually still felt that a single confrontation was one thing, and a person against a fleet of alien civilization was another. But everything that happened before their eyes, they were deeply shocked, including the chief leader of the human resistance forces in Green Province, the resistance organizations in many places in Green Province that were monitoring the battlefield were shocked. Am I seeing this right? It's okay for him to fight an army alone. He. Did he turn into a dragon? 2 huge warships of the multi-legged civilization were destroyed just like that. My god, before that, our Green Province Federation Air Force was completely wiped out and only shot down 1 ship. What kind of combat power is this? What kind of combat power is this? No wonder the alien civilization wants to kill him in a public broadcast. No wonder. I just want to know, how did his dragon turn out? This Lin Qun, how many tricks does he have? Is this really a talent? At the same time, the Luchen Command Center was also very shocked. But they were all used to it. Mr. Lin has created miracles many times. What is this? On the battlefield, they have all seen Lin Qun summon cartoon creatures. Li Zeng said excitedly, the opportunity has come. This multi-legged civilization fleet is the first fleet of the 2 main fleets of the multi-legged civilization in the Green Province area. Mr. Lin has crippled half of its fleet here. Our plan to encircle and kill the multi-legged civilization will make key progress. The person in charge of Lin Qun's support group couldn't help but say, I said, Mr. Lin dared to kill, he must have his way. This method is beyond our imagination, and the multi-legged civilization can't think of it. They can only piss and pee. But it's strange why the multi-legged civilization fleet didn't attack just now. They missed the best time to attack. Lin Qun's clan rules use secrets. Even they don't know why the multi-legged civilization's fleet didn't attack. They thought that the commanders of the multi-legged civilization fleet were collectively crazy, actively seeking death. Let Lin Qun approach their fleet. The person in charge of this support group is right. At this moment, not only the human side is shocked, but the multi-legged civilization is dumbfounded. How did this human turn out such a giant creature? And so suddenly, at the scene, Lin Qun was already crazy. Riding on the blue-eyed white dragon, he entered the other party's fleet, as if he was in an empty space, rushing left and right, killing people indiscriminately. The influence of the clan's rules was still there. Most of the multi-legged civilization fleet did not open fire, and did not fight back when being killed indiscriminately. They only knew how to run. If they did not fight back, it would be difficult for the ones behind to find an angle to fight back. They could not cooperate at all. How could they fight? Even in the multi-legged civilization fleet that was affected by the clan's rules, there were still people who tirelessly shouted to Lin Qun, telling him that fighting and killing were not the solution to the problem, that his behavior was meaningless, and that he should stop immediately. Lin Qun laughed when he heard it. The effect of this clan's rules card was really amazing. It was incredible that such words could come from the mouths of multi-legged civilizations that participated in the civilization war and madly slaughtered humans. Under Lin Qun's pursuit, the multi-legged civilization fleet was defeated and could not even maintain its formation and retreated rapidly. After more than 10 seconds, as the 400-meter class irregular warship was sunk and destroyed by Lin Qun, a large number of the universe fleet and the air force of the multi-legged civilization were swept away. The commander of the fleet in space finally found a clue to the problem. The soldiers of their universe fleet close to Lin Qun seemed to have completely lost their will to resist. Not only did they not fire a single shot, but they only knew how to dodge when facing Lin Qun's attack, and they didn't even know how to fight back. They also became very strange and peace-loving. Therefore, when they faced the impact of the target of the son of human civilization, they saw that they were being killed indiscriminately, and they didn't even have the urge to fight back. They were all trying their best to evade and just run without firing a single shot. In a few tens of seconds, Lin Qun had already charged on a dragon and killed a line of fire in the air. Behind him, the warships and aircraft of the multi-legged civilization fell like raindrops. In less than half a minute, the sky was already a sea of fire. In space, in the bridge of the flagship of the first fleet of the multi-legged civilization, the commander-in-chief had a look of fear in his eyes. What means did this son of human civilization use to influence our soldiers? How could this son of civilization have so many means? Quick, find a way immediately to eliminate the influence of this human. Give an order to let the universe fleet retreat and keep a distance from this human. Now the situation is not about besieging him, but about making contributions to this human. In fact, the commander of the multi-legged civilization made a wrong judgment. Their fleet did not lose the will to resist, but the will to attack. Facing Lin Qun's attack and the threat of death, they knew how to dodge, but they could not think of attacking at all. They had no desire to attack Lin Qun from the bottom of their hearts, so how could they launch any counter-attack? So there was this strange scene on the battlefield. Lin Qun rode the blue-eyed white dragon and rushed left and right, and the sky and the ground were full of fire. The fleet of the multi-legged civilization was shattered by him and his dragon. There were explosions and flames everywhere, but they retreated step by step and did not dare to fire a shot. Only the multi-legged at the back, who was not affected by the clan's rule card, the civilized life, opened fire, but with two main battleships destroyed and in chaos, it was useless for them to do anything at this time. In space, the commander of the multi-legged civilization's space fleet could not accept this fact. Their plan completely collapsed. Their inner fleet completely lost its combat effectiveness and could not meet their expected standards. They could not trap Lin Qun. Even if they prepared space-based weapons in space, it would be useless, and they could not launch them at all, because without the harassment and trapping of the inner force, their space-based weapons could not hit at all. At this moment, in the sky of the Green Province battlefield, Lin Qun had killed like crazy. Contribution points +1. Contribution points +1. Contribution points rose, and the experience value rose rapidly. Lin Qun rode on the majestic blue-eyed white dragon, looking down on the world, roaring and killing at high speed. The fleet of the multi-legged civilization was shattered. The time of the clan's rule was over. They reacted, but it was too late. The huge fleet of the multi-legged civilization collapsed completely without firing a decent shot. The commander of the multi-legged civilization had to issue an emergency retreat order. Therefore, the remaining multi-legged civilization spacecraft, airships, and fighters could only flee in panic under the order of the commander-in-chief, desperately fleeing. The farther away from this human, the better. What they saw was a strange defeat, and they had countless fears in their hearts for the son of man who was advancing forward and sweeping the battlefield. The situation on the battlefield was over. All they could do at this moment was to run for their lives, desperately running for their lives. The farther away from that human, the better. When they came, they were full of confidence and thought they could take down Lin Qun, but now, there was only fear and panic. They didn't even know what happened. They were defeated one-sidedly, and could only flee in despair. Is there anything more terrifying than this? Especially in the eyes of those ordinary life warriors of the bottom-level multi-legged civilization. This human was already a terrifying existence like a devil. The part of the fleet of the multi-legged civilization that moved into space had no way to deal with Lin Qun at this time, and could only watch. They didn't find a way to eliminate the influence of Lin Qun, but they soon found that there was no need, because with the passage of time, the influence was automatically lifted, and many survivors of the universe fleet quickly reported the anomaly just now. But at this time, even if the influence was gone, it would be useless. The universe fleet of the multi-legged civilization had been killed, and had no combat effectiveness. At this time, there was only one way to go: retreat. Lin Qun was relentless, riding the blue-eyed white dragon to chase and kill, attacking in the air, and chasing the entire universe fleet of the multi-legged civilization alone. The scene was huge and shocking. Chapter 255. Humans everywhere. In space. The commander of the fleet of the multi-legged civilization, the commander of the first fleet of the multi-legged civilization in the Green Province, leaned forward, and the huge body above the slender legs was almost touching the display screen. At this moment, its expression was extremely wonderful from the perspective of the multi-legged civilization life. It was extremely rich. The picture presented in front of it was the battlefield below. That human alone rushed thousands of miles, turned to the Green Province battlefield, and rushed towards their fleet alone. No matter who looked at it, it should be a suicide attack. But the result was jaw-dropping. Their fleet and the universe collectively misfired, watching the forest group kill but not firing, and was eventually torn to pieces. The entire fleet and the universe no longer had the strength to fight, fled in panic, and retreated madly backwards, which was already a complete defeat. From their perspective in space, at this moment, the battlefield on that side was already a raging sea of fire, and their spaceships and fighters were struggling and fluttering in the sea of fire, desperately trying to escape. And that human that it regarded as a sure thing, was now riding on a giant creature with wings on its ribs, shaking and tumbling in the sea of fire, like a god of war. The latest analysis results came at this moment. That was the last message sent back by the second 400-meter class multi-legged civilization warship destroyed by the Lin Qun before it crashed. That was their final answer to the flagship's inquiry in space before the crash. The content was shocking. They said they didn't want to fight. Looking at this message, the commander of the multi-legged civilization fleet was dumbfounded. It didn't open fire. It thought of many possibilities, but it never thought it was this reason. What do you mean by not wanting to fight? They are all soldiers of the multi-legged civilization. They have participated in countless battles and killed countless alien civilizations. Even if they have anti-war sentiments, why did they explode at this juncture? This is not right. This is not right. This human must have used some means. Our previous speculation should be correct. This human must have used some means. Check it immediately. What is going on? I want to know how this human did it. The fleet commander spoke angrily. It was like an ant on a hot pot. It no longer had the calmness and composure it had when it just entered the battlefield and attacked Lin Qun. Because it knew very well that it was facing the biggest failure in this civilization war. This was its failure. The other multi-legged civilization lives in the bridge looked at each other. They were all a little terrified. Today's battle was not only a shame of defeat for them, but also a huge loss. They consumed a use of weapons of mass destruction. Not only did they not kill the opponent, but they helped the opponent kill the Red Shadow Man, a powerful man of the mysterious civilization. After that, their fleet suffered heavy losses. Half of the fleet in the universe was lost, which was equivalent to giving a bunch of contribution points to others for free. Such a loss is even more terrible than the opportunity to use weapons of mass destruction. Therefore, these people were a little trembling at this time. With such a failure, all of them will most likely face the trial of the military court of the multi-legged civilization. Of course, they soon lost the heart to think about these things, because the development of the situation was completely out of control. This battle is not the end. Lin Qun rode the blue-eyed white dragon to chase the multi-legged civilization's fleet for dozens of kilometers. In the Green Province, however, wars were ignited everywhere. Groups of humans who came out of nowhere emerged like mushrooms after rain. At first, there were not many, and they did not even attract the attention of the multi-legged civilization. Later, there were more and more, and even formed a vast human army. Human flags were flying all over the Green Province. There were various resistance organizations in the Green Province. There were also people from Jinling and Lucheng, especially in Lucheng. Before Li Zeng persuaded Daxing and Jinling to join the war, the people of the Demon City in Lucheng had already made a choice. Li Zeng had a plan in mind at that time and sent people. Therefore, Lucheng had already sent people here, and the number was not small. They were divided into small pieces and disappeared on the vast land of the Green Province. At this moment, they began to gather together and burst out with amazing power. The land of China is vast. The area of Green Province is even comparable to the area of a country on Earth before Lin Qun crossed over. It is not difficult to divide the troops into small pieces and put them in. They officially sent out troops a day ago and rushed thousands of miles. Now they are all raising their banners. The army of the Jinling survivor base set off a little later, but they are also on the way. Before the large forces gathered, the scattered troops of Lucheng and the large number of local rebel forces in Green Province attacked the strongholds deployed by the multi-legged civilization in various parts of Green Province. The key fortresses and strongholds in various regions of Green Province occupied by the multi-legged civilization suffered a severe blow. They were horrified to find that the wilderness, which was originally quiet and seemed to be empty, suddenly flashed with patches of fire. Countless humans came out from nowhere, and when they hurriedly opened fire, they found that the mountains and plains were full of human armies, attacking them frantically. Of course, what they didn't know was that there were not only federal soldiers here, but more survivors and even local resistance forces in Green Province. They are local tyrants, most familiar with the situation here, and have been fighting against the multi-legged civilization in Green Province. They know their deployment, where there are advanced life devices, how many troops there are, etc. They are very clear. They lead the Lucheng army with great momentum and remove the multi-legged civilization's outposts in the Green Province area one by one. There are more people, and they are the main force at this moment. Although the multi-legged civilization tried to control the entire Green Province area, and then kill all humans in their control area one by one to harvest contribution points, their manpower and time are very limited. It is difficult to achieve control of an entire area in more than a month of landing. The troops scattered outside the outposts are enough to suppress human resistance, but when the regular army of Lucheng joins and cooperates with the local resistance, it will form an unstoppable torrent. Of course, Li Zeng, who is in the command center of Lucheng, is very clear. The response they received was not as much as they imagined. The main response now is from the local resistance forces in Green Province and the remaining troops of the local federation in Green Province. It is only because their numbers are also not small that they can form such momentum and battle by cooperating with the army of Lucheng to intervene in the Green Province area in advance. However, in the surrounding areas of Green Province, as well as the large number of survivors in the surrounding areas of the three survivors and the middle areas, most of them remain silent. There is no intention to respond. Even for some survivors whose locations and contact information have been confirmed, Li Zeng sent people to contact them one by one, but now few of them give a clear answer that they are willing to participate in the war. The adjutant beside Li Zeng whispered, "They all have concerns. They are all very scared. I understand. I also understand that the Battle of Green Province will be our chance to dispel their fears and concerns. It doesn't matter if they don't help us. The number of survivors in Green Province is more than we thought. plus the survivors driven over by the red shadows from the coastal areas such as U City. It is enough. When the main force of Jinling arrives, it will be the time for us to completely take over Green Province. Li Zeng's eyes were heavy, and this setback seemed to be expected by him. He only said, make sure that the strategic goals of each step of our plan are achieved 100%. At the same time, we must also pay attention to the news that Wang Zhenghe just fed back. There are still many refugees in the Green Province Resistance Army. Their branches are very scattered like the Resistance Army. We must ensure their evacuation and safety. There are many human survivors in the Green Province area. In addition to a large number of resistance troops, there are also some refugees such as the elderly, weak, women and children who have little combat effectiveness, plus the survivors and refugees driven over by the red shadows. This is also a large number. It is very dangerous on the battlefield. Li Zeng specially sent a group of people to dispatch and arrange these refugees. But what they can do is very limited. The war situation in front is tense and manpower is scarce. All they can do is to guide as much as possible at the macro level. There are simply not enough people to protect the refugees. Forcibly sending manpower is digging their own graves. The front battlefield has been lost. Now everyone who shows up will die. It is not a spark that will set the prairie on fire, but humans who take the initiative to show up and send the multi-legged civilization to death. The night is deep. On the land of Green Province, there are continuous flames and loud noises. That is the flying flames of war. The whole Green Province is full of gunfire. It seems that there is no place where there is no war. The sky is illuminated by the flames, and it is crimson. At this time, in a corner of the battlefield, the troops of Captain Chu have almost fully converged. Before this, the troops of his entire newly formed regiment were completely dispersed. The smallest department had only 35 people. They sneaked in from the border of Green Province. At this moment, they have regrouped and formed a force. They are attacking the multi-legged civilization stronghold in a village around Green Province, the capital of Green Province. There are flames everywhere. Human corpses are piled up here. A strange-shaped spaceship of the multi-legged civilization was operating on the mountain of corpses, doing something to the corpses. There were more than 100 multi-legged civilization creatures gathered around. Their ground armaments were very different from humans. Due to their unique body shape, they did not have conventional vehicles or other vehicles. Their ground armaments were to cover their huge bodies with armor and carry a large number of weapons and equipment on the armor. A multi-legged civilization life could form a terrible firepower point and turret, sweeping and suppressing the surrounding areas. Their slender and long foot structure looked fragile, but after wearing armor, they had strong resistance to attacks, and even if one section was broken, they seemed to be able to readjust their balance by lowering their altitude and continue firing. But today, they were caught off guard. The troops brought by Captain Chu were several times larger than them. They emerged from all directions and directly surrounded and suppressed them. In less than 10 minutes, the multi-legged civilization camp was turned into a sea of fire. Under the coordinated dispatch of the human central command system, multiple troops opened fire at the same time. The scattered strongholds of these multi-legged civilization lives had no time to communicate with each other, and they were all wiped out. The humans were all furious, mercilessly slaughtering these alien civilizations crazily. Captain Chu rushed out of the team in the command vehicle and arrived at the foot of the corpse mountain. The corpses on the bottom layer here were already rotten and smelly, but these human corpses were all without exception. Their heads were cut open and the insides were already empty. The multi-legged civilization likes to suck human brains. The strange-shaped spaceship just now was picking delicious food from human corpses for them. Captain Chu took the torch handed from the back and lit the corpse mountain. The flames soared into the sky. It was like an eternal torch burning on the earth, reflecting the faces of the people around, all of which were flickering. Immediately, Captain Chu turned around, took a step, boarded the command vehicle, and reported to the command center, "I'm in place." The same report flew to the Lucheng command center like raindrops. Li Zeng had made other arrangements, and at this time he had completely turned his attention to this war itself. At this moment, he will personally command this battle. Li Zeng's voice was transmitted to the battlefield through the information transfer vehicle. Mr. Lin has pointed out the direction. This is the first battle of our counterattack. The troops of the two divisions of Jinling are moving towards Green Province. In the triangle area of Lucheng, Jinling and Green Province, more than 35 survivor organizations have contacted and responded to us, and they are all on the battlefield, or on the way to the battlefield. Their size exceeds 20,000 people, and will become our important living force. But there are still a large number of survivor organizations that have not responded to our call. We can understand that they are afraid and worried. So, this battle, our goal is very clear. Anti-tooth for an anti-tooth, blood for blood. If they want to surround and kill Mr. Lin, they are surrounding and killing our human civilization. If they want to surround and kill our human civilization, we will surround and kill them in turn. Turn these alien civilization lives into contribution points for human civilization. Also tell all our compatriots, alien civilizations are not invincible. As long as we fight together, we can wash them with blood. This is our planet. There seemed to be a raging fire burning in Li Zeng's eyes. In fact, they also thought about launching nuclear weapons, but human nuclear weapons were also blocked. According to the news sent back by Jinling, the nuclear arsenal in the Jinling area was opened, and it was empty. This was not only the case in Yidi, but also in the Daxing survivor base. Human nuclear reserves seemed to have disappeared overnight. There is only one answer to explain all this. That is, the people behind the scenes of the global battlefield also restricted the use of nuclear weapons, a weapon of mass destruction, by humans. Moreover, other participating civilizations have the right to use nuclear weapons at least once or twice according to the strength of their civilizations, but humans do not. At this moment, outside the capital of Green City, Green Province, the fire was almost connected, and the flames of war were everywhere. And in a farther position, deep in Green Province, Lin Qun was chasing the universe fleet of the multi-legged civilization and killing them. This unit has been completely killed by Lin Qun. Fleeing in panic, flying everywhere, no longer the strength and pride that they had before in the land of Green Province, being chased by Lin Qun and the blue-eyed white dragon like a stray dog. Lin Qun discovered that, although the Blue Eyes White Dragon's explosive wind bombs did not require additional cards to be activated, it seemed to require a certain cooling time, about 24 hours. For example, after it had fired a bomb that sank the 400-meter class battleship of the multi-legged civilization, Lin Qun could no longer fire it, and it had obviously exhausted its ability to fire. Of course, it was terrifying enough without firing explosive wind bombs. Especially when chasing these fleeing multi-legged civilization creatures. Its speed was extremely fast, flying through the air, its huge wings stretched out in the night sky, its perfect figure refracted light, and in its strength, there was a kind of beauty and elegance that made people shudder. Every move showed the pure beauty of a dazzling creature. It seemed like a perfect creature. But the multi-legged civilization creatures would never have dreamed that they would be chased and killed by a dragon. Contribution points were credited one after another. Lin Qun traveled across the Green Province and looked down on the battlefield. Wherever he went, the multi-legged civilization lifeline collapsed, and no one could stop him. Lin Qun's total contribution points skyrocketed. From the original more than 1,000, it directly broke through 3,000, heading towards 5,000 points. Unlike the cautiously advancing human ground forces on the ground, Lin Qun's biggest threat is gone. He can now walk sideways. As long as he doesn't run into the muzzle of the second fleet of the multi-legged civilization or its main city, there is no multi-legged civilization in the Green Province that can threaten him. He is truly unscrupulous, chasing and killing. Even if the ground forces of the multi-legged civilization see it, they dare not say a word, for fear of being discovered by Lin Qun and turning around and running. At the same time, Green City. This is the capital of Green Province. As a provincial capital city located in the south of the Huaxia region, it was also a very prosperous place before the global battlefield was opened. The city is densely populated, and high-rise buildings are everywhere. It will not sleep well when night falls. But at this moment, this place has long been devastated. The high-rise buildings collapsed, the city was dark, and a huge space crack stretched across the city. The multi-legged civilization built the proposed structure here, splicing the architectural style of alien stars in the urban area, and ferociously showing the weird beauty that humans cannot understand. The commander-in-chief of the multi-legged civilization's civilization battlefield this time is located here. More than half of the first fleet was lost and was killed by the son of human civilization. The remaining part is still waiting for instructions in space. The second fleet was blocked by the human counterattack force on the way back to the rescue. Their number is too large, and the 3 large survivor bases in the southeastern part of the Huaxia region have all participated in the war. An intelligence officer of the multi-legged civilization is trembling with fear to report the situation ahead to his commander-in-chief. The situation is not optimistic. On the map, displayed on the central screen of the multi-legged civilization, originally, it was a green interface of their control area, but now it is full of red dots representing human armed activities. This is impossible. So many humans, where did they come from? We have clearly killed so many. Are they locusts? And the 3 survivor bases, are they crazy? Do they want to help the son of human civilization fight against all advanced civilizations? The commander-in-chief of the multi-legged civilization was furious, but also very shocked. It couldn't understand. They have clearly taken control of the Green Province and slaughtered millions of humans, but how come so many people suddenly appeared? Commander, they are almost everywhere. They are almost everywhere. Their target is us, Commander-in-Chief. These humans are crazy. Are they a bunch of natives trying to wipe out the entire multi-legged civilization? In the command center, some multi-legged civilization creatures have already shown fear, because at this moment, the entire area under their control is already full of war, and there is no army outside that has not been attacked by humans. Those humans seem to be everywhere. There are wars everywhere. Attacks are everywhere. A multi-legged civilization creature trembled and said, "They are everywhere. There are humans everywhere. This is a human planet. Panic has begun to spread." This round of human counterattack was sudden and swift, catching them off guard. In addition, the breakthrough of the son of civilization made these multi-legged civilization creatures who thought that humans were not worth despising begin to re-evaluate the opponents in front of them, and then fear arose. Even thinking that this is a human planet, they are naturally everywhere, and now, they all come out to resist. And more than an hour ago, the Green Province area was still quiet and completely under their control. They even wanted to surround and kill the son of human civilization, thinking that they could easily get the reward for killing the son of civilization. This sentence angered the commander-in-chief, and his voice was angry. How is this possible? This is wishful thinking. If the natives kill us, we will become a joke on the entire civilization battlefield. This group of humans cannot have such combat power. At this time, the commander of the first fleet of the multi-legged civilization in Space Center communication. It came to apologize and expressed a terrifying and horrifying message. "Your Excellency the Commander-in-Chief, I know that my failure has caused a big mistake, but this group of humans is far from being as weak and simple as imagined. The son of human civilization is suspected to have some kind of mental influence, which has made some people in our universe fleet lose their will to fight. This is not me shirking responsibility. We have analyzed this failure and there is data to prove it. It is uploading data at a high speed. Looking at the conclusion drawn from the data, the commander-in-chief of the multi-legged civilization suddenly fell silent, with a trace of fear in his eyes. He finally realized it. The situation has begun to reverse. A current situation that he did not want to admit, but had to admit, was facing the entire multi-legged civilization Green Province Legion. They were changing from hunters to prey, and their former prey, at the moment, when they were unaware, became hunters. They thought that it was just a lonely son of human civilization who came, and they could strangle him at will. But they were wrong. Human civilization, hidden behind this seemingly lonely son of civilization, is a hungry and angry wolf, ready to attack at any time and tear flesh and blood. Chapter 256 Who is hunting whom? Green Province Wilderness. The fire is spreading. Huang is hangers walking through the corpses of multi-legged civilization life. This is a group of multi-legged civilization life that is transporting human survivors. They had long been like frightened birds and were chased by Huang's Heng and Tongzin from behind and were directly wiped out. Tongzin released the survivors. Huang's Heng stood on the roof of the car and looked into the distance. The sky was slightly bright. At the end of the field of vision, a silver dragon was flying above the clouds, casting an incredible and terrifying shadow on the earth. Oh my god, I still can't believe it. That guy really made a dragon? Did this guy cheat? How did he do it? Even though half a night had passed, watching Lin Qun riding a dragon and flying in the sky in a show of force, he still had a doubt whether he was drunk. Huang's Heng drank while talking. His hair was messy, his eyes were bright, but he didn't look very good. The survivors he rescued were afraid of him and didn't dare to get too close to him. Tongzin comforted the terrified survivors. She learned from these survivors that the reason why the multi-legged civilization life did not kill them was to transport them back to the city for the high-level people of the multi-legged civilization to enjoy. This enjoyment, of course, is to enjoy the brains of living people, which are much fresher than the dead, and are the favorite of those multi-legged civilization life. Tongzin gritted her teeth and said, these multi-legged civilization life are simply unworthy of the thoughts possessed by intelligent life. This behavior is worse than pigs and dogs. Maybe, it's not that they are not civilized enough, but that we have never had their vision. When the types and numbers of intelligent life reach a certain level, intelligent life is no different from the pigs, dogs, and livestock in our eyes. Whether they have thoughts or not is meaningless. Huang's Heng's words on the roof made Tongzin look at him with new eyes. But this seemed to be just a flash of inspiration. He quickly turned his head and began to scare a little girl who was looking at him timidly below, so the little girl ran away in panic. Tongzin pointed out the road to them and said, go in the opposite direction of Green City. It's safe over there. Everyone was a little confused. After a while, someone said, go in the opposite direction of Green City? But this place is dominated by these long-legged monsters. Please take us with you. Tongzin glanced at the dragon rider Lin Qun, who was getting farther and farther away in the distance, shook his head, and said, no, you may not know. Green Province is no longer the world of multi-legged civilization. Our people, humans, are all over Green Province. Wherever you go, you will be safe. There will be humans to welcome you. The 18 roads of human beings gathered to attack Green City, the capital of Green Province, but Tongzin and his team's mission was not to go to Green City, but to continue to assist Lin Qun in the battle. They and several other groups of gifted masters were all moving forward side by side with Lin Qun at a large distance. It seemed that Lin Qun was a man and a dragon walking alone in the sky. In fact, on the ground, there were always people following his steps. Following him, even if you didn't ride a dragon and soar in the sky like him, you would have a feeling of looking down on everything, heroic and unrestrained, as if you were invincible on the battlefield. Therefore, they couldn't care about these people. The survivors had no choice but to leave in fear and hesitation. Many people also saw the flying dragon in the distance, pointing and talking in fear. They couldn't see the humans on it from their position, and instinctively thought that it was another alien civilization. Then, Tongzin and Huang's Heng boarded the car and continued to chase Lin Qun. At this moment, in the sky, the unary fleet of the first fleet of the multi-legged civilization in the Green Province area had almost been killed by Lin Qun. He rode a flying dragon to chase and kill all over the sky, almost across half of the Green Province. Extremely arrogant. The humans, multi-legged civilization life, and some sneaky life or spies from other civilizations along the way were all terrified. Shocked. Originally, it was the rumor released by the Prophet civilization that the multi-legged civilization and the Red Shadow people attacked from the front and back to encircle and kill Lin Qun, but now it was almost the other way around. Not only did the Red Shadow people die on the spot, but the situation also changed. It became Lin Qun who directly destroyed the fleet of the multi-legged civilization and chased the multi-legged civilization. Needless to say, the multi-legged civilization is now in a state of chaos. In one night, not only did it lose half of its fleet, but it was also defeated by the human counterattack. After discovering that Lin Qun suspected that he had used some extremely strange means to affect their warriors, the commander-in-chief was terrified. The commander-in-chief of the multi-legged civilization felt regretful. Maybe we made a wrong choice. We guessed that the Prophet civilization might have bad intentions, but we didn't expect that the son of this civilization is so powerful, and his means are so rich that it is frightening. Is this really not cheating? He obviously has less than 30,000 contribution points. In the corner, a multi-legged civilization life nervously reminded, Your Excellency the Commander-in-Chief, his total contribution points have exceeded 30,000. Kill us. The Green City command headquarters of the multi-legged civilization was dead silent. The Bakatan spies here quickly sent back information and reached the homeland of the Bakatan civilization. Akka, the chairman of the Bakatan parliament who had fought with Lin Qun in the air, sat in his dimly lit office, watching the images and information coming from the front. His face was illuminated by the flickering light, and he looked like he was smiling. After a long time, he said faintly, he has become stronger. He must be the son of civilization. No wonder. No wonder. He broke the civilization blockade and made the Prophet civilization suffer a setback. There was hatred and unwillingness in its tone when it evaluated Lin Qun at this time, but at the deepest level, there was also a trace of deep helplessness. As the highest level of the Bakatan people, it also completely recognized Lin Qun's combat power. This human has unparalleled combat power. The spacecraft of the Prophet civilization has been hiding and has not left. They, including Xiangguo, have witnessed almost the entire process of Lin Qun's battle. Xiangguo's eyes were cold. It had not recovered yet, and their fleet was not here. According to the prediction, this was not the time for it to take action. Facing the amazing combat power shown by Lin Qun, other Prophet civilization lives were more or less frightened. This is incredible. With such combat power, is he really not a son of human civilization? He is too arrogant. We announced his coordinates to lure many civilizations to kill him, but the result is like this. He chased others and killed them in a very high profile manner. Who is hunting whom? How did he do it? Is it possible that he is from a higher civilization? No, it's impossible. If it is true, he will never escape the behind the scenes of the civilized battlefield. But anyway, this human is still alive and well, which proves that he has never cheated. At this time, Xiangguo in the glass jar finally spoke and said coldly, he is just a native. He is not our opponent. Not to mention that the evolvers have not made a move yet. Even our fleet is powerless to contend with him. Not to mention us. Even the fleet of the multi-legged civilization is not his opponent. Didn't you see that he has been chasing the defeated armies? He didn't dare to compete with the second fleet of the multi-legged civilization and its fleet in space. He is also flesh and blood. It is impossible to contend with a military force of the fleet level of a civilization before becoming an evolver. The reason why he was able to win just now was because he used means, and that kind of means, once used, will be guarded against, and there will be no possibility of success again. Don't be scared by his appearance. Our civilization is far superior to the human natives. No matter what means he uses, he will eventually die. Xiangguo's words calmed down the scene. Other Prophet civilization lives stopped talking. They already understood. Their panic was meaningless. No matter how powerful this human is, he is also a native. Not to mention that their fleet can kill it. Even if the evolvers take action, this human will definitely die. Moreover, the ending is already doomed. The Prophet civilization's spacecraft has been hiding and has not appeared. It just coldly watched everything Lin Qun did. At the same time, the silicon-based civilization from Northern Europe has also landed on the land of China. Their huge spacecraft is disc-shaped, as big as a city, flying all the way from the Nordic region. They approached the Huaxia region, conquered cities and plundered land along the way, and slaughtered countless humans and other alien civilizations. Their firepower is extremely strong, and their huge warships have shield systems. They can withstand the firepower of other civilizations and descend directly on them, bombarding the ground with overwhelming artillery fire. In just a few dozen minutes, they can destroy a medium-sized human survivor base. Most of the armies of alien civilizations are not their opponents. They even find it difficult to break through the outer energy shield system of this silicon-based civilization. The strength of this silicon-based civilization is even above the level of the Bakatans in the multi-legged civilization. Therefore, even with the Bakatans, they are still very powerful. When the Tan people and the multi-legged civilization, which were of similar strength, saw it coming, they could only tuck their tails between their legs and behave themselves, running as far as they could. So, as it advanced, all the alien civilizations and humans in the front direction fled in panic, clearing a path for them. This made their advancement faster and faster. They had already penetrated deep into the hinterland of the Chinese region, slanting downward, and their target was the direction of Daxing and Lucheng. However, they were also very cautious, and did not approach the control area of the Shengui civilization in China. Obviously, they were not prepared to engage in a firefight with the Shengui civilization. The detectors of the silicon-based civilization had already been deployed there, so Lin Qun and the battle of the multi-legged civilization had long been transmitted back to the command center of the silicon-based civilization. Their command center was located in the center of a huge disc-shaped spaceship. It was a very tall structure. Humans standing here were like ants, but it was just right for the silicon-based civilization life that was as tall as Transformers. Their commander was a single individual. It stepped forward, and the position of its arm projected the image of Lin Qun riding a flying dragon and soaring in the sky on the battlefield in front. The Scarlet electronic eyes flashed. This is an interesting human. The Prophet civilization sold his coordinates. It turned out that they had no good intentions. I have begun to look forward to the confrontation with him. Silicon-based biological civilization, Iron Cavalry civilization, is advancing. In another direction, in the sea between the African region and the Asian region, a warship burning like a volcano is advancing on the sea level. It looks a bit strange, different from the cold and integrated warships of other civilizations. Its surface is like a rock structure, uneven, and its shape is like a combination of a pyramid and a volcano. As it advances, magma-like substances flow on it, dripping into the seawater under its feet, and large amounts of steam rise. The air is scorched and distorted on the way forward of this fleet. This is the fleet of the top civilization from the African region, the Black Sheep civilization. They have already set out from the African region, and the top strongman of the Black Sheep civilization led the expedition. A tall humanoid creature with horns on its head was in the most luxurious warship in the center of the fleet. However, this luxury was different from what humans understood. Its complicated and strange patterns, the lava flowing on the ground, and the twisted servants crawling in between were all chilling. It had just finished watching the battle situation from the Green Province, and it sneered contemptuously. Is it the multi-legged civilization hunting humans, or humans hunting them? It is a weak and pathetic civilization of civilizations that can't even beat a group of natives. On one side, one of its advisors whispered, Lord Kinky, the strength of this son of human civilization far exceeds that of any son of civilization we have slaughtered before. The Prophet civilization may have known this a long time ago, so it deliberately released his location coordinates in order to use the power of our civilization to fight the human natives to death. And then they will make a final move to stage a drama of the mantis catching the cicada and the oriole behind. As for humans, this is their home planet after all. As far as I know, before we came, there were nearly 8 billion indigenous people on this planet. This is a force that cannot be underestimated. Even if we get entangled, we may get into trouble. Its voice paused here. Its implication is very clear, and there is no need to say it out loud. That would be disrespectful to this great and powerful man of their civilization. The top powerhouse of the Black Sheep civilization named Kinky just smiled coldly. It doesn't matter. The Prophet civilization still likes to calculate, but so what? Their evolvers want to reap the benefits, and so do we. They want us to follow the son of that civilization, but we won't. We will go directly to fight humans. Don't they want to counterattack us contestants? Well then, I'll let them know how vulnerable they are compared to truly powerful civilizations. Kinky's words were extremely domineering. Its eyes flashed with cold light, and it stood up directly from its position. With a wave of its hand, a holographic projection of the image of the Chinese regional battlefield appeared in front of it. On it, the route of their fleet was clearly marked, and if they followed this route, their direction would change with the changes in the position of the forest group. In fact, they had already made a round of adjustments just now, because the forest group moved from Hue City to Green Province. But at this moment, Kinky stretched out his hand and drew a new route with his own hands. The starting point is still the current position of their Black Sheep civilization fleet, but the end point has changed, which is the inland hinterland of the Chinese region, the ancient city of Daxing. Then, King Qi turned around and said grimly, "I will eradicate his civilization first, and solve them one by one, and see what trouble they can cause us." At that time, the Prophet civilization can only watch us harvest contribution points, and if we occupy this position, we can attack or defend, and the initiative of the Chinese regional battlefield will be in our hands. Its voice was shocking, and all the other counselors lowered their heads, to show their obedience and submission to it. "Sir, this will be a perfect plan. We will destroy his civilization first, and this human will be truly alone. By then, it will not be easy to kill him, right? The Prophet's civilization will no longer have a chance." This time, it was the Prophet's civilization that let the wolf in. If we can really occupy the position of Daxing, our foundation in the Chinese region will be stabilized. This time in the War of Civilizations, we can finally become the final winner. Their fleet began to turn from then on, no longer chasing Lin Qun, but heading straight for Daxing. In multiple directions, various top civilizations are advancing, and a war seems inevitable. At this moment, on the front line in the Green Province, the war situation has changed again. Lin Qun was killing happily, but was attacked by the first fleet of the multi-legged civilization. The part of the first fleet of the multi-legged civilization in the universe has been almost killed by Lin Qun, and this batch is the one that went into space before. They have returned to the ground from space, opened up their formation, and fought with Lin Qun. And this time, it was Lin Qun who ran away. In fact, the Prophet civilization's judgment on this point is correct. One-on-one, Lin Qun is not afraid. Even if it is one person against a battleship, Lin Qun is not afraid, but facing a fleet, unless he uses a trick, Lin Qun still doesn't have the fighting power. The universe fleet that killed the multi-legged civilization before used the rules of the clan. Now Lin Qun has a similar card in his hand, but this time the multi-legged civilization is obviously prepared. They opened fire from a very long distance and bombarded Lin Qun indiscriminately, and the shells flew like they were free. No matter how powerful Lin Qun is, he can't withstand such a bombardment. The giant transformation in the Iron Man suit can certainly withstand a few rounds of attacks, but then what? They have plenty of firepower, and they keep firing. They can beat people to pieces. Lin Qun really has to run. A head-on confrontation is enough once, and now Lin Qun has turned to guerrilla tactics. And soon, the reason why the first fleet dared to come back was revealed. Du Pan sent a message from the Lucheng Command Center, saying, "Mr. Lin, the multi-legged civilization fleet that is chasing you now should be here to make amends. We have detected abnormal fluctuations in the space channel of the Green City multi-legged civilization, and the multi-legged civilization's second fleet also suddenly began to accelerate. They seem to be preparing to evacuate." Besieged on all sides, the commander-in-chief of the multi-legged civilization in Green City made a difficult choice. Retreat to the homeland. End the multi-legged civilization's conquest of the global battlefield this time. At this moment, their threat is not just a forest group. They can still deal with a forest group, but now, within the Green Province, there are wars everywhere, and there are humans everywhere. The human war torrent has formed. If they take a wrong step, they will be passive step by step. There is no chance. The multi-legged civilization has lost the initiative in this round of confrontation. At present, there are too many active human troops in the Green Province area, and they can't tell how many humans are outside. They are shocked and can't believe it. But this seems to be a bloody in real time. Humans from several regions gathered together and formed an extremely terrifying force. They failed in the first round of confrontation with Lin Qun and did not notice the big moves of humans in secret. In the end, when the flames of war broke out, they were powerless to turn the tide. The strength of the multi-legged civilization is very strong, otherwise, it would be impossible to swallow a Green Province. Although the Federal Army in the Green Province is not as large as Jinling and Modu, it is also a considerable force. However, now is different from that time. Wherever the sword of Lin Qun points, the sword of human civilization points. If the multi-legged civilization wants to surround and kill Lin Qun, humans will in turn surround and kill the multi-legged civilization. Humans in many regions were mobilized and called upon. forming the current monstrous trend. At first, the multi-legged civilization thought that they were going to strangle only a child of human civilization, an individual. No matter how strong he was, could he threaten their civilization? But now the facts are obviously wrong. Behind Lin Qun is human civilization. If they attack Lin Qun, they will inevitably suffer retaliation and attack from human civilization. In this case, compared with watching humans counter-encircle and devour them, this is the best choice. The commander-in-chief of the multi-legged civilization was worried about Lin Qun, so he sent the remnant of the first fleet to chase Lin Qun. Of course, including the commander-in-chief of the multi-legged civilization, all the contestants of the multi-legged civilization were very aggrieved. Who is beating whom? Who is surrounding whom? How did it become that they had to flee in panic and return to their homeland? They were all ashamed. It would be fine if they were defeated by other contestant civilizations, but now, they were defeated by the indigenous civilization they despise the most. This is simply a great shame. And many commanders of the multi-legged civilization are also puzzled. Is this human civilization crazy? They are just an indigenous civilization. Do they want to fight against our contestant civilization? Shouldn't indigenous civilization just sit and wait to die? The only consequence of their actions is that all of them will go to hell with this human. Defeated by indigenous civilization, the entire civilization retreated. I'm afraid we will become a joke. How can this be called retreating after being defeated by indigenous civilization? We are in a strategic retreat. This civilization battlefield is about to enter the next stage. For us, we should not stay. Now is a tactical retreat. Unfortunately, they can only talk about it. No matter what unimaginable consequences humans' current behavior may cause in the future, they are now helpless and unable to face the siege and strangulation of human civilization. They can only continue to speed up their retreat in frustration and anger. Above Green City, the space channel of the multi-legged civilization opened up. The multi-legged civilization fought and beat itself out. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 257, An Unprecedented Victory. The retreat of the multi-legged civilization was not smooth. The space channel above Green City was opened, and a large number of multi-legged civilization lives in Green City began to flee, but the human forces outside Green City surrounded, but did not attack. On the contrary, their other large forces in the Green Province area began to move, blocking and besieging the second fleet of the multi-legged civilization that had not yet reached the Green City retreat point. This was an unprecedented battle. The land of Green Province was full of human teams, and the resistance forces in the Green Province were completely boiling. They saw the hope of revenge, and no longer had any reservations, and joined the battle in full. Moreover, such a grand occasion also inspired the survivors in the surrounding areas to arm themselves. Although humans suffered heavy losses in the previous war, as judged by the alien civilization, the entire Blue Star human race originally had 8 billion people. Even if they had been slaughtered piece by piece, there were still many survivors who were broken up and hidden in the mountains and villages. And now, they are showing the power of humanity. The rebels in Green Province swarmed out, responding to the call. In a short period of time, a prairie fire was formed on the land of Green Province. There were humans everywhere, and gunshots everywhere. They gathered in the movement, turning the pieces into a whole, forming a larger torrent. Then, with the addition of the living forces of the Jinling survivor base, they had the ability to encircle and suppress the second fleet of the multi-legged civilization. So, a shocking scene unfolded on the land of Green Province. The huge second fleet of the multi-legged civilization was traveling in the air, with artillery fire all over the sky, and it poured firepower densely around. If you zoom out, you can see that the air force from Jinling is biting it tightly, and not only that, in the direction of its advance, and on the two wings, large groups of human mechanized troops are moving and pouring firepower on it. The artillery fire of both sides interweaves, forming a heroic picture in the air, but behind this picture, there are crises everywhere, and every dazzling flash is a terrifying blow. This is the siege that can only be felt from a macro perspective. Countless human troops, large or small, accompanied the fleet of the multi-legged civilization and fired at it crazily, like human ships hunting terrible deep-sea monsters. But at this time, the second fleet of the multi-legged civilization was still fighting back. The commander-in-chief of their second fleet was full of anger. He couldn't believe the scene in front of him and was extremely annoyed. His slender and huge body trembled with anger. He said, "How could we be defeated by the human natives? These humans are just defeated generals under our hands. Now they dare to turn around and kill us? Good, open fire. A full-scale counterattack. I want to see if they have the ability to eat us." The second fleet of the multi-legged civilization began to turn, and its warships poured out firepower crazily, bombarding each other with the humans on the ground who strangled them. On the battlefield, artillery fire was flying in the sky, flying between the lines on both sides, like a piece of colorful light contrast. But those lights were not gorgeous and harmless neon, but a series of terrifying blows carrying the threat of death. Huge balls of fire rose from the ground. The human encirclement and suppression forces were also sitting ducks on the ground. Facing the airstrikes of the second fleet, they were naturally at a disadvantage. But they didn't seem to be afraid. The Green Province rebels had been waiting for this day. No one hated the multi-foot civilization more than them. The sound of gunfire all over the mountains and plains was mixed with their angry howls. Therefore, even though they saw a large number of casualties, they still did not retreat. They continued to block the path of the multi-foot civilization's second fleet, forcing them deeper into the encirclement and strangling them layer by layer. They finally saw a possible chance to win, and they must not let it go. In the back, the troops of Jinling and Lucheng rushed thousands of miles. They were the main force of the army. Not to mention the military orders, they were the elites among the elites, who had participated in many battles. They marched forward with all their might and pressed the Green Province rebels step by step. Crazy. All these humans are crazy. There are too many of them. Where did these humans come from? All over the mountains. All over the mountains. Humans are everywhere. Humans are everywhere. A trace of fear also surged in the fleet of the multi-legged civilization. The crazy attack of these humans regardless of casualties made them feel a kind of horror. They felt the determination of these humans. Either they all died in battle, or they killed all of their multi-legged civilization. Although the fleet of the multi-legged civilization has an innate advantage, it is still impossible to escape unscathed under such an impact. At the same time, a more dazzling blow came from a position dozens of kilometers outside the Green Province area. It was as if thunder was passing through the clouds. As it moved forward, the sky where it passed was illuminated in patches. The terrible beam energy ray passed through the air at high speed, accurately hit the target, and hit the warships of the multi-legged civilization. After being hit, its warships burst under this powerful high-power beam energy cannon, turning into one after another blazing fireballs in the sky. Roaring and wailing, it fell to the ground. The surrounding human forces quickly pressed forward, continued to exert pressure, and bombarded the multi-legged civilization fleet in all directions. It's a beam energy weapon. High power beam energy weapon. This is already the output power of interstellar ship cannons. None of our warships can withstand the attack of this weapon. Where did humans get this level of weapon? The multi-legged civilization fleet was terrified. At this moment, located 15 kilometers outside the Green Province, the triple turbo laser cannon, provided by Lin Qun, is firing. The muzzle is scorching, and flashes of light roar out of the muzzle one after another, sweeping across the skyline. That is a heavyweight killer shipped from Lucheng. After the training and testing over the past period of time, the Lucheng military has taken the mastery and application of this turbo laser cannon to a higher level. At present, it can accurately strike targets 35 kilometers away. As a ship gun used in the universe, this is certainly not the upper limit. And another major breakthrough is, Lucheng found a new energy supply system for it through multi-person exchange and splicing, which provides more energy and is smaller in size. This allows the naval gun that has become a ground artillery in Lucheng to finally move. It is escorted by a newly formed armored battalion in Lucheng, who personally brought it to the edge of the battlefield and attacked it from a super long distance. Its advantages can finally be brought into play, accompanied by a roar. The terrible beam energy ray roared out from its triple-mounted gun muzzle, making a trembling, shrill whistle in the air, and disappeared in the distant sky in the blink of an eye. And its power as a beam energy naval gun is also demonstrated here. It will give the second fleet of the multi-legged civilization a devastating blow. Perhaps it is a cannon hitting a mosquito for a single soldier, which is of little significance, but it is very effective against the fleet of the multi-legged civilization. The roaring beam energy ray is like an angry machete, tearing the second fleet of the multi-legged civilization from it, causing them unimaginable heavy losses. The expression of the commander-in-chief of the second fleet of the multi-legged civilization became extremely ugly. The bold words it had just spoken in anger now became a slap in its own face, but what frightened it even more was that their fleet was being reduced. The most direct problem facing it now was no longer whether it could teach these humans who dared to challenge them a bloody lesson, but if they continued to forcefully fight like this, they would eventually be annihilated by humans. It was only then that it realized that they had completely made a mistake. The victory over humans at the beginning of the landing and the high position they had always been in the battle against humans made them have a blind self-confidence. And now, humans are using their iron fist to tell them that humans are not powerless to fight back. When they gather together, they even have the ability to threaten their fleet. This is a fact that they don't want to admit, but have to admit. Even if humans are indigenous civilizations and have disadvantages in their status and position on the battlefield of civilization, they also have advantages. This planet is their home field. If they can hold their ground, they can gather the power of a tsunami in a short period of time and defeat opponents who have certain technical advantages over them with several times the number of people and firepower advantages. For example, their multi-legged civilization. Retreat. Order the entire fleet to break out immediately. The commander-in-chief of the second fleet of the multi-legged civilization issued a very humiliating order with difficulty. They had no choice. The second fleet of the multi-legged civilization had to leave behind a large number of companions and break out, but under the siege and interception of human forces, they still could not retreat to Green City and had to change their course and pass by Green City 15 kilometers away. Under the stranglehold of humans, the multi-legged civilization fleet that once looked down on and swept across the entire Green Province area was like a giant elephant bitten by a pack of wolves, wailing and struggling, but inevitably heading towards death. The siege of humans has just begun. This is the counterattack of humans. Many survivors in the Green Province area were in tears. In the past month or so, they have faced the army of the multi-legged civilization more than once. When its fleet passed through the sky, the roar of the engine was like thunder, and they could only hide and pray that they would not be discovered. If others were discovered, they could only watch and dared not show their heads, because whoever goes out will be killed. The multi-legged civilization seemed to be an invincible and powerful existence. In the Green Province area, it killed nearly 10 million people. But now, if we can eat up their fleet, then this will be our unprecedented victory. An unprecedented victory. Green Province Resistance Command Center. Wang Zhenghe was excited, watching the second fleet of the multi-legged civilization on the battlefield retreating step by step under the power of humans and suffering heavy losses. He, who had always been calm, was trembling all over at this moment. They were all locals in Green Province. They witnessed the destruction of humans here with their own eyes. Seeing the federal army being defeated by the multi-legged civilization without warning, watching their compatriots, family, and friends being slaughtered like pigs and dogs by the multi-legged civilization. It's a pity that we can't kill them all here. 2 nuclear bombs. They dropped 2 nuclear bombs in Green Province, killing countless humans. Behind, other supporters of the Green Province resistance were also excited. But what they didn't know was that the federal military command in Luncheon, Jinling and even Daxing was also very nervous and excited. Li Zeng has personally participated in the battlefield dispatch. The large-scale legion movement is so powerful that he cannot be careless at all. The multi-legged civilization is not weak. If they seize the opportunity, the situation may be reversed in a few minutes, from victory to defeat. But he knows what it means if he wins this battle. This is different from the Battle of the Magic City and the Battle of Jinling. That was defense and resistance, but this battle is an active attack with the power of mankind. If we can win the battle, we can let everyone know that there is hope for mankind. They can defeat the alien civilization life. In fact, at this moment, various news has been flying like raindrops. Commander, we have received a response from the survivors in the Liangjiashan area. They expressed their willingness to join the war. Commander, the Shillatan survivor base finally responded to us. Commander, there is news here. Just rejected us. In the Luching, Jinling Tadaxing area, a large number of silent survivor bases, especially the survivor bases adjacent to the Green Province area, responded to them. Before this, after the 3 large federal survivor bases broadcast, they sent mobilization information to the survivors and remnants of the federal army in various places with certain strength and weapons, hoping that they could stand up and join the camp of the 3 major survivor bases to set off a vigorous counterattack. At that time, many survivor bases responded excitedly, but there are still many who have remained silent or refused very simply. After all, this is very dangerous. The strength and terror of the alien civilization have left a very deep impression on these survivors. Even if they know that they can hide for a while, they are not willing to stand up. If they can live a little longer, why should they pay their lives for something impossible? But they have also been watching the situation of the Green Province War. Now, the general trend of the outcome of the Green Province War has become clear. Humanity will win, and the multi-legged civilization life entrenched in the Green Province will retreat, allowing these people to see opportunities and hope, and even see some possibilities. As long as there is a chance and hope, who is really willing to hide? Who doesn't want to go back to the way they were before? Who doesn't want to avenge their family and friends who were massacred by alien civilizations? And now, the opportunity has come. This is not an opportunity without evidence, but an exciting fact. They all saw it. They all saw the upcoming victory of Green Province. Listening to these news, watching the responses from different survivor bases, big or small, Li Zeng understood. His goal has been achieved. The most important goal of the Green Province War is not to defeat the multi-legged civilization, but to truly call on the terrible prairie fire. This time, the Green Province War is not only a victory, but also the beginning of countless victories. On the other side of the battlefield, Lin Qun has also been entangled with the remnants of the first fleet of the multi-legged civilization. The performance and combat power of this fleet are even higher than the Unity fleet destroyed by Lin Qun before. Otherwise it would not have the ability to ascend into space. Lin Qun and them avoided the location of the second fleet and have been fighting in another direction of Green Province. Both sides have the intention of delaying each other. This chase lasted from night to half a day. The second fleet and the human encirclement army were about to decide the winner, and the fight here was still very stalemate. Lin Qun was no match for them in a head-on confrontation. He adopted the guerrilla tactics of his ancestors. The Blue Eyes White Dragon was too big a target, so he took it away and used the Mark 50 to fly up to the sky. He flew a distance and found a good place, such as a mountain. He would lower his altitude and get under it, or sneak up from below and throw a curry stick and run, or simply transform into the Beast Titan. The Beast Titan cooperated with the transformation of the Revenge Demon. With the advantage of the mountain, Lin Qun moved around, grabbed huge stones, and threw them into the sky. With the help of Hellfire, he was a human-shaped incendiary catapult. When the Beast Titan transformed at the second level, the huge stones he threw could even reach nearly 3 times the speed of sound, as fast as missiles. They could be thrown to a height of several kilometers at a time. Coupled with the terrifying characteristics of Hellfire, if they hit the warships of the multi-legged civilization, they would be in big trouble. But of course, Lin Qun still couldn't withstand the dense missiles and beam weapons. Be it the Beast Titan or the Mark 50, they can withstand missiles. A bunch of missiles and attacks. No one can stop them. They will be destroyed. As the mountain group, where Lin Qun was hiding, was razed to the ground, Lin Qun was embarrassed to find that he was standing on flat ground. But he reacted very quickly and immediately got out from the neck of the Beast Titan, switched to the Mark 50, and ran away quickly. After a day of chasing and killing, half of the fleet of the multi-legged civilization did not do anything to Lin Qun, but they themselves paid a certain amount of painful losses. Then, they suddenly changed direction, stopped chasing, and left quickly, heading towards the direction of Green City. Lin Qun did not chase. He just stood up, suspended in the sky, watching their fleet leave from afar. Gupan's voice rang in his ears. Mr. Lin, your mission has been completed. There is no need to chase them. They should return to Green City to retreat. The second fleet of the multi-legged civilization has almost been defeated by our siege. More than half of their forces in Green City have retreated. The above means that such a victory is enough and there is no need to chase them anymore. The human troops besieging Green City did not attack Green City in the end. In fact, although there are many humans, they are not so many. The human troops besieging Green City were indeed many at the beginning, but later, a large number of them were withdrawn to encircle and suppress the second fleet of the multi-legged civilization. Those who stayed around Green City were just pretending to set up a false formation to deter the multi-legged civilization. But the multi-legged civilization obviously had no intention of fighting again. They suffered huge losses and only hoped to stop the losses in time. Withdrawing from the Blue Star battlefield as soon as possible was their final and last choice. The moon set, and the sun rose. The multi-legged civilization gathered its troops, and along with the first fleet, it also entered the space crack. The space crack covering the sky above Green City also shrank rapidly like a healed wound, and finally disappeared, as if it had never appeared. The multi-legged civilization life, which was like a nightmare to the survivors of Green Province, retreated after being defeated, leaving the second fleet surrounded and swallowed by humans, and experienced an unprecedented defeat. This was an unprecedented victory. At this moment, on the ground of Green Province, the alien civilization no longer had an overwhelming advantage, but humans. Humans have become the masters of this land again. A new day is also approaching dusk. When Lin Qun arrived at the battlefield where humans surrounded and killed the second fleet, there were no multi-legged civilization aircraft still in the sky here. This battle lasted for more than 10 kilometers, with more than 70,000 humans participating in the war, of which only more than 20,000 were regular troops of the Human Federation, and the rest were almost all sparks of survivors gathered from all directions. Perhaps, before the outbreak of the global battlefield, they were all ordinary people without weapons. But now, everyone has talents and abilities. They have struggled all the way, and survived to this day, holding weapons, and each of them has long been a qualified warrior. They are no worse than the truly well-trained Federation warriors. What they lack is the opportunity to gather together, and the opportunity to burst out their own strength. Lin Qun stood in the sky, and saw this scene under his feet. The flames stretched for several kilometers. They were all the wreckage of the fallen warships of the multi-legged civilization. And the human army was advancing on the edge of these flames. There were either whistling military vehicles or convoys of survivors. Nearby countless humans jumped off the chariots and surrounded the last multi-legged civilization life. That was the last person on the flagship of the second fleet of the multi-legged civilization. Their flagship was torn apart by the ultra-long-range turbolaser cannon and fell into the sky, but there were still many multi-legged civilization lives alive inside, walking out of it and still fantasizing about being able to leave. But what awaited them was the siege of countless humans. Compared with their bodies, humans seem so small, but now, they are the small ones. Because hundreds and thousands of humans gathered in front of them, even ants would become extremely huge at this moment. Most of them were members of the Green Province Human Resistance Army. Their hatred for the multi-legged civilization was deep in their bones. Now that they finally had the chance to kill them, they were all crazy, their eyes were bloodshot, and they wished they could pull the life out of these multi-legged civilizations. This would be a bloody revenge. More people were on the edge with tears in their eyes, unable to control themselves. They never dreamed that they could repel the multi-legged civilization, retake the Green Province, and take revenge. The broadcasts from the 3 human survivor bases were flying. We are human beings. We declare to all our fellow human beings and alien civilizations that we have defeated the Alakanimu civilization in the Green Province and achieved an unprecedented victory. This is our human planet. This is our human home, and no one can openly hunt our individuals here. Whoever bullies my individuals is bullying my civilization. Those who hunt Mr. Lin will face the wrath of the entire human civilization. The Alakanimu civilization is just the beginning. Chapter 258. Draw a card. Melt card. This is a broadcast from the 3 major survivor bases of mankind. Although it cannot radiate the whole world, it is enough to cause a shock in a small area. Moreover, in this broadcast, the announcement is about the great victory of mankind. In the past 24 hours, the Green Province has been full of war and humans are everywhere, while the alien civilizations in this area are terrified and all retreat. This has not happened for a long time. In many areas around, in the shadows and corners, when the broadcast sounded, many people even thought they heard it wrong, and couldn't believe what happened. Did I hear it wrong? This can't be a message from some other alien civilization disguised as our survivor base. They really did it. They really succeeded. Alien civilization is not invincible. Maybe we should do the right thing. The news is spreading like wildfire. Everyone has their own way of verifying it. From surprise to suspicion to disbelief, and then to the rekindling of the fire in their hearts. This broadcast will play a very far-reaching role. However, at this moment, the battle in the Green Province area is not completely over. After all, Green Province is too big. Although most of the multi-legged civilization personnel have been concentrated in Green City and have withdrawn, there are still traces of their activities in various locations in Green Province, and some scattered multi-legged civilization troops are still exchanging fire with humans. They have no way to retreat at this time. This is a battle to the death. Either they kill all humans, or humans kill them all. And the outcome is obviously doomed. Their large forces have withdrawn, and now humans have reoccupied Green Province. It is only a matter of time before these remaining multi-legged civilization stragglers are eliminated. This is the planet of humans, the home of humans, and there are humans everywhere. Humans are good at hiding, and are good at hiding here, but when it comes to multi-legged civilization, there are not so many advantages. However, many multi-legged civilization lives are still in disbelief at this moment. They are deeply shocked by the reversal of the situation, the defeat and retreat of their own civilization, and they never thought that one day they would be killed by the humans they wantonly slaughtered. They used to search and slaughter humans everywhere in Green Province, but now it is the other way around, and they have become dogs without a home. However, at this point, it still takes some time. It is difficult for humans to completely kill the remnants of the multi-legged civilization in the entire Green Province area. The time and energy required are even greater. Wang Zhenghua, the largest leader of the local resistance army in Green Province, volunteered to lead the Green Province resistance army to kill the remnants of the multi-legged civilization. They have been hiding in Green Province for a long time. No one knows where to hide in Green Province better than them, and no one hates the multi-legged civilization life more than these local resistance army in Green Province. Wang Zhenghua said, "Now, the situation is reversed. It is time for us to take revenge. There is no need to be lenient, and never be merciful. Even if they beg for mercy from you, you must kill them in a cruel way. This is a war of civilizations. No one is innocent, especially these alien civilizations. They cruelly kill our companions and suck human brains. Now, it is time for them to pay their debts." Wang Zhenghua is not from an orthodox background, but he speaks very magnetically and thoughtfully. The mobilization effect is very effective. The Green Province Resistance Army moved suddenly. Under his leadership, they began to sweep the remnants of the multi-legged civilization. We'll leave it to them. They are too excited and have waited too long for this day. This is what Li Zeng said to the commander of Jinling. At this time, Li Zeng had already connected with Lin Qun. Li Zeng took a deep breath and said, "Green Province has won. This is not only the power of mankind, but also a new round of changes in the global situation. As I said before, the stage of the war on the Blue Star civilization battlefield is changing, and many small and medium-sized contestant civilizations have begun to withdraw. Therefore, the alien civilization life is not dense enough. Next, it will be the battlefield, where the top contestant civilizations compete, which will also be our biggest threat. However, our strength is still not enough, and we still need to unite more forces that can be united. This is our homeland, and we naturally have an advantage here, provided that we can twist all our strength together and burst it out, instead of fighting each other and panicking and cowardly." Lin Qun scratched his head and smiled. "It seems that I won a big victory by fighting randomly. You and I both know that this is not a random fight. Li Zeng also smiled hungry, but his tone turned serious the next second, saying, "But you and I know better, that this is not the end." Lin Qun replied, "I understand. I know. The multi-legged civilization is just a small fish compared to the top civilization we are going to face next. The level of the Bacatans is about the same as that of the Bacatans. In terms of peak combat power, they are even inferior to the Bacatans. Now, we are no longer facing opponents of the level of the multi-legged civilization and the Bacatans. They just want to make a fortune and leave. Now, whoever wants to win the war is the enemy we can't escape." Li Zeng finally reminded, "Mr. Lin, the Prophet civilization is likely to follow you secretly. You have to be careful. But you don't have to worry too much. The Prophet civilization's broadcast target is you, but the real target should be other top civilizations that can compete with them. We humans are not so proud to be seen by them. The same is true for those top civilizations that come because of the broadcast. You are their target, but not the ultimate target. Their real target is still each other. Whoever can defeat each other can win the battle of civilizations. They don't lack contribution points, so for these top civilizations, this is more important to them than you, than us humans, and than contribution points. I understand." At this time, Lin Qun was flying along the sky, passing over the vast land and sky. Finally, Lin Qun stopped in the Green City. This place is devastated. After the retreat of the multi-legged civilization, the human army did not enter here. The 3 survivors are reorganizing the survivors who participated in the war on the spot, striving to turn them into combat power in the shortest time. According to Gu Pan's excited words, this great victory brought unimaginable appeal. A large number of survivors responded in several surrounding areas. The 3 major federal survivor bases formed a trend of 1 call and 100 responses. This great victory is unprecedented in significance. Lin Qun just smiled slightly. He knew that he did not live up to Li Zeng's trust in him. Similarly, Li Zeng also kept his promise to Lin Qun in the Magic City. The judgment of the multi-legged civilization was actually correct. To attack Lin Qun, no matter how powerful Lin Qun is, he is just one person, but the multi-legged civilization controls the entire Green Province. Even if they fail to encircle and kill, what can Lin Qun do to them? But unfortunately, Lin Qun can't do it alone, but human civilization can. Lin Qun strikes hard, and human civilization also strikes hard. This was a bloody lesson. Not only did the multi-legged civilization suffer huge losses, but it also made other alien civilizations that were not strong enough, but were eager to take advantage of the opportunity to kill the son of civilization fearful and afraid to approach. But those top civilizations never stopped. Shortly after the outcome of the war between humans and the multi-legged civilization was determined, the Prophet civilization broadcast for the 3rd time, locating Lin Qun's position with great accuracy. The technical department of Luchun believed that the Prophet civilization must have some device following Lin Qun to ensure real-time positioning and public disclosure, but unfortunately, even if they knew this, they could not find it with human technology. Lin Qun searched with Mark 50, but could not find it. But it didn't matter. If you want to follow, just follow. It's not that he can't get rid of the Prophet civilization, but it's not necessary. The Prophet civilization has a bigger goal, and he is just one of them. They must eventually have a result. There is no point in hiding. What's the use of hiding? Blue Star is so small that it will be found sooner or later. It is better to use the broadcast of the Prophet civilization to help themselves achieve their goals. In this battle of Green Province, if there is no broadcast of the Prophet's civilization, Lin Qun will not have the opportunity to harvest so many contribution points, and there will be no great victory for mankind. Of course, the Prophet's civilization may not care about the potential help to mankind. In their eyes, humans are not to be feared. The threat is only opponents at the same level as them. If there is anything in humans that they regard as a threat, it may be the Superman transformation card in Lin Qun's hand. This is also the reason why they want to kill Lin Qun. Kill Lin Qun, or force Lin Qun to reveal his trump card. But the more so, the less likely Lin Qun will use the Superman transformation card easily. After thinking this through, Lin Qun naturally calmed down. What can he do? However, there is still some fear. As the top civilization in the third level civilization battlefield of Blue Star, the Prophet civilization is not a joke in terms of combat power. If it really takes action, no one can bear it. The shocking shot at Zen's Lake is still fresh in Lin Qun's memory. He saw the horrific destruction that others did not see. No one knows the horror of top civilizations better than him. They have extremely powerful people landing. Weapons of mass destruction may be a powerful ultimate means for other civilizations, but for the Prophet's civilization, it is just a way of attack. Therefore, Lin Qun did not join the human army, but appeared in the deserted ruins of Green City. In this way, he separated from the human army. Although Lin Qun knew that the Prophet civilization had a bigger goal and would not really do anything at this time, he still had to be cautious. In fact, the command headquarters of the three major survivor bases in Luncheon, Jinling, and Daxing were also very calm. They were not overwhelmed by the great victory. Although they were reorganizing the survivors, they quickly broke up again after the battle and disappeared in the land of Green Province. Only the Green Province Resistance Army, led by Wang Zhenghua, broke up into small pieces, dispersed and attacked, and killed the remnants of the multi-legged civilization. The Chinese are very experienced in guerrilla warfare. Although this blue planet is different from the Earth, where Lin Qun came from, this seems to have been engraved into the bones of the Chinese. Of course, he later learned that, although this world eventually became a global federation, the Chinese land seemed to have also experienced a period of struggle. At this moment, this former provincial capital city has long been devastated, grey and dim, and under the blood-red glow of the setting sun, it presents a desolate sense of ruin. In the center, a high tower built by a multi-legged civilization rises like a DNA spiral and goes straight into the sky. At the top is a platform-like structure, which is very huge, like an open umbrella. But in fact, this is a hollow structure. Inside is one of the command centers of the former multi-legged civilization, when it occupied Green City. It's just that all the useful things here have been evacuated, leaving no data and information, and it is a mess. The multi-legged civilization ran very fast, which is inseparable from their preparations to evacuate early. However, this is a relatively closed space, which is more suitable for Lin Qun. Even if the Prophet civilization was watching him, it was impossible for him to run into such a closed space. With such a close distance and a small and empty space, no matter how well they hid, and how small their equipment was, Lin Qun could find them. They were at most outside. Lin Qun was ready to use a structure here, to avoid the Prophet civilization's gaze, and do his own things. So at this time, Lin Qun came here. He also found a cardboard box. He put Kun in it, and threw some strange insects he found along the way into it, and closed the box lid, leaving only the air holes, so that the little loach Kun could fight the insects. After all the painstaking efforts, Lin Qun naturally hoped that this guy would eat some living things. The little loach was very embarrassed. As a Chinese mythological creature, he had never seen these strange insects, especially some alien insects, that obviously looked strange. Instead, he was frightened and looked at Lin Qun timidly, sending emotional sounds, and wanting to run. This little look is pitiful and cute everywhere. After the second sleep in the last round, the size of the little loach became bigger again, from 5 or 6 centimeters to 7 or 8 centimeters. Although the length did not increase much, it seemed to be fatter overall. Of course, it was not really fat, but it grew up. This thing was not a loach, but a Kun. It could not be in the form of a loach. It was just because it was small before. It looked like a small loach in the hand. Now it is gradually growing, and finally shows a little bit of the appearance of a Kun. But despite this, it is still a little mini. It does not look like a terrifying mythical creature Kun that swallows mountains and rivers. It looks like a fat mini pufferfish, which is very funny and cute. Lin Qun remembered the story of the early bird catches the worm. He made up his mind and closed the lid directly, saying, "I don't care, either you are eaten by these bugs, or you eat these bugs." Having said that, he actually checked those bugs and they were not aggressive. Lin Qun expected this little loach to grow into a giant Kun soon. If it could eat an entire fleet of multi-legged civilization in one bite, wouldn't he be invincible in the universe? Thinking of this, Lin Qun suddenly felt that his idea was dangerous. It felt like, I'm not good enough as a boss, so I will squeeze the little ones and let them take off and fly with me. This made Lin Qun a little ashamed, but he had no intention of repenting. He should lie down when he should, but this little loach must grow up quickly. There was a chirping sound coming from the box, and no one knew who was calling. Lin Qun calmed down, moved his eyes, and looked at his personal panel. More than a day ago, before he faced the fleet of multi-legged civilization, his total contribution points were only more than 1,000 points. But now, his contribution points have directly become 4,500 points. One day and one night, the results are brilliant. A large part of it is still the credit of the Blue Eyes White Dragon. The Blue Eyes White Dragon is definitely a good mount. With it, Lin Qun achieved the pursuit of the fleet of the multi-legged civilization universe in the air, which is also the main source of this batch of contribution points. Lin Qun was very excited. The stronger he is, the faster his contribution points accumulate. At this moment, his total contribution points are approaching 35,000, steadily surpassing Huang Qizheng, and now ranks first in the entire Green Province. In the global human rankings, Lin Qun has also taken another step forward and directly reached the 11th place. He is about to touch the threshold of the top 10. At that time, he will be able to obtain the settlement reward of the global human ranking. However, Lin Qun's number of contribution points is considered to be a lot among the global human beings, but in the global alien civilization rankings, he still cannot be ranked, and cannot even enter the top 100. It can be seen how many humans those alien civilizations have killed. As far as Lin Qun knows, he has gained a lot of contribution points, and the human troops who attacked from all sides have also gained a large number of contribution points. Tens of thousands of multi-legged civilization contestants were killed. This time, their contribution points did not flow to other contestant civilizations, but were all harvested by humans. This seems to be a kind of compensation. Blood for blood. This is the answer of human civilization. The only pity is that humans are not contestant civilizations, and there is no way to directly circulate contribution points within human civilization. These contribution points are scattered in everyone's hands and cannot be concentrated. If you want to use them in a coordinated manner, you can only let everyone exchange something, materialize it, and then see how to piece it together. However, Li Zeng was very generous. He waved his hand and conveyed through Gupan. Commander Li Zeng said that he will send you 100 bottles of intermediate energy recovery potions, 300 bottles of low-level energy recovery potions, and 500 bottles of low-level dark energy recovery potions, and the 3 special energy devices in the contribution point mall you mentioned before. The special energy devices of course for Mark 15 Inno suits. This is also one of the things that Lin Qun mentioned to Li Zeng before that he needed, and those recovery potions are the support that the military can give to Lin Qun. The total value of these things is close to 2,000 contribution points, which is not a small number for the federal military. As far as Lin Qun knows, the militarist demand for contribution points is also very large. It has always been in a state of deficit. Not only does it have to exchange for conventional ammunition, but the military has also had a team that specializes in studying the contribution point mall. It has been exchanging various black technology products that human civilization does not have, and key technical parts that cannot be produced temporarily from the contribution point mall in the form of splitting multiple people to exchange parts and then assembling them. It is very generous to be able to take out so many contribution points to support Lin Qun, and these things can indirectly restore the energy and dark energy for Lin Qun. Just releasing the Sword of Promised Victory is enough for Lin Qun to release more than a dozen times. The previous war was hasty, and the military has not been able to supply Lin Qun in the future. Li Zeng is seizing this opportunity and quickly bringing a large number of supplies to Lin Qun. And these supplies, provided by the military, are actually equivalent to directly saving contribution points for Lin Qun. A large amount of recovery potions can allow Lin Qun to maintain a high intensity state and fight with all his strength. From a certain perspective, it can be said that it directly improves Lin Qun's combat power. With this batch of support, Lin Qun now has more than 4,500 contribution points left. Some of them are saved to upgrade the card pool. Some of them are used to draw cards. Lin Qun made some plans. He plans to keep 3,500 contribution points to upgrade the card pool. 1000 contribution points are used to draw cards from the 3rd level card pool twice. Both sides must be caught. Of course, before drawing cards, Lin Qun still has one thing to do. That is to upgrade. In the center of Green City, on the high tower of the multi-legged civilization, the sunset in the sky is shifting. The light is getting dimmer and dimmer. The city is terrifyingly quiet, but here it is not disturbed by anyone, and Lin Qun can do his own thing with peace of mind. With so many contribution points, Lin Qun has killed many multi-legged civilization lives this round, and gained a lot of experience. Although the multi-legged civilization life does not have many masters with high experience points, their average experience point level is also around 80, which is higher than that of the Bastions. This round of massacre directly brought Lin Qun more than 200,000 experience points. There was a plus sign behind his personal panel level. He can upgrade directly. Level 31. Upgrade to level 32. Lin Qun immediately chose to add points to upgrade. Name, Lin Qun level 32. 130/350,000. Strength 112.6 agility. 75.3 constitution. 82.5 stamina. 87/89.5 right square bracket, dark energy. 250/258.2 right square bracket, all attributes increased by 4 points. It seems that only a few days have passed since Lin Qun's last upgrade. It seems that more and more experience is required, but the difficulty of upgrading has hardly changed. Because during this period of time, Lin Qun's strength has been improving. Lin Qun couldn't help but sigh. Is this the world of the strong? The speed of killing people is faster, and the experience required for upgrading is equivalent to no increase. In fact, this time, Lin Qun didn't feel anything real when slaughtering the multi-legged civilization. Because he destroyed the warships of the multi-legged civilization, and he almost didn't face and kill the multi-legged civilization directly. With the destruction of warships, contribution points were directly earned in large amounts, just like playing an electronic air combat game. 32 levels. Level 40. Is it far away? Lin Qun's eyes flashed. At this time, he also drew out the ultimate good luck without stopping. I don't know what happened to the fairy recently. She gave face and responded to every request. Lin Qun deeply realized that the probability mentioned on this card was all fake. It depends on whether the fairy is happy to give good luck or bad luck. Lin Qun also drew the card immediately. According to the plan, consume 1000 contribution points and draw the card twice. And this time, the first card drawn surprised Lin Qun. It was a card he had never seen before. Silver light flickered, and the first card quietly appeared in front of Lin Qun. Looking at the content above, Lin Qun blinked his eyes, a little confused. Name, melting. Type, effect card level, B level. Description, this card can melt any card of B level and below, and transform the selected card to be melted into an arbitrary card. This arbitrary card is a blank card. After use, it is regarded as a new card drawing opportunity that matches its level before transformation. Special note, this arbitrary card can also be used in combination with an existing set of cards. After use, the arbitrary card will be transformed into a card obtained from an existing set of cards, but the card level of the set cannot exceed the level of the original card of the melted card. This is a recast? No, that's not right. Its focus is not on the recast function, but on the mechanism of converting to a set of cards. Lin Qun reacted all at once. Chapter 259 Dark High Priest Seal card, and the second air level card. 2023-12-29 Author, Liangjia's Yu-Gi-Oh! Chapter 259 Dark High Priest Seal card, and the second air level card. This smelting card is very similar to the recasting function of the Iron Chain in the Three Kingdoms killing. For example, you can recast the card and draw a new card, but it is different. It can transform any card into a new card, which is equivalent to an extra card drawing opportunity. This can directly transform useless cards and may turn waste into treasure. But this is not the key. The focus is on its second part of the ability. Any card it smelts can generate any card in a set of cards. Moreover, it can even specify a set of cards that you already have and generate a card that you don't have at present. This is the most important ability. The meaning of the set of cards is not a joke. It is many times more useful than a single new card. Of course, now is not the time to study this card. The card drawing continues. As the first card drawing ended, it appeared in Lin Qun's palm. The second card also slowly emerged. Is this a card from the world of Yu-Gi-Oh? Name: the left foot of the sealed one. Type: monster summoning card. Summoning card grade: B class. Description: this summoning card is part of the body of the sealed one, Dark Mage Exodia. This part of the body can be summoned by using it. Its attributes are Constitution 3, Strength 2, Agility 0, Special. Summoning this left foot of the sealed one monster card can create a certain fear deterrence, allowing the opponent to instinctively sense an incredible great existence. But please be careful not to fight. Once you fight, when the opponent finds that this is only the sealed part of the Dark Mage's body, he will immediately realize that it is just a strong appearance. Special note 1. This card is one of the cards in the set that unlocks the sealed Dark Mage Exodia. Gather the sealed Exodia, the right foot of the sealed one, the left foot of the sealed one, the right wrist of the sealed one, and the left wrist of the sealed one to summon the monster Dark Mage Exodia. Special note 2. This card and the left foot of the summoned sealed person will not be destroyed by forces below S level. Once this card is destroyed, the deck will be completely invalid. With the emergence of this second card, the 2 card draws that Lin Qun had invested in were declared over. A molten card. There is also a sealed Dark Wizard series card set. Lin Qun was also very surprised about this second card. Judging from the attributes of this card alone, it does not seem to be worthy of being ranked B level, but it has an extremely special peculiarity. First of all, this card will not be destroyed by forces below S level. Once it is destroyed, the deck will be invalid. This seems to explain from another perspective that this sealed Dark Wizard, once the set of cards is synthesized, it will be an S-level strength card. This makes sense. Although the attributes of this card itself are not very good, this is part of the body of the Dark Wizard, and it is still sealed. How can it be so easy to be destroyed? And because of this, if this card is destroyed, the Dark Mage will lose one leg and will become a legless mage. What else can he summon? The card set will be scrapped. Then, there are the attributes of this card itself. There is nothing to say about the physical strength. In the setting of Yu-Gi-Oh, this card itself has very weak attributes. After all, it is sealed. As for agility, although Lin Qun wants to complain, he has to admit that this is also reasonable. After all, it is sealed. Can you still move after being sealed? If you can't move, your agility will naturally be 0. Where it can appear depends on the position of the summoner when using this card. Where Lin Qun uses this card, it will appear there. As for after it appears, it will stand there as a punishment. However, according to Lin Qun's memory, this card should not have any additional effects in the Yu-Gi-Oh world itself. This sealed mage series only has the head part. Then, when all the sealed parts are gathered together, and then the Dark Mage is summoned, the effect is to directly win the game. But the sealed left foot that Lin Qun drew here obviously has an effect. This is also a new change that this card has undergone according to the actual situation. And this effect is obviously an ability similar to the deterrent effect. It seems to be an effect that the Dark Mage is born with. After all, this is a top level existence. Even if only a part of the body is sealed, it is still exaggerated and enough to deter others. Of course, the description of the card is also very clear. Once attacked, it will be exposed immediately. There is no way. The attributes of this sealed left foot itself are too poor. It belongs to the kind of person who has only momentum, but no combat power. Pretending to be a show-off, Lin Qun is also very satisfied with this. If this is used well, it can also play an unexpected role at certain times. Moreover, the monster summoning card of this Yu-Gi-Oh series is different from the Shining Tredron. Those summoned are all obedient. This means that, if Lin Qun can collect this set of cards and summon the Dark High Priest, a monster card that is at least S level, it will absolutely obey the command, and be an extremely powerful helper. In the original work of Yu-Gi-Oh, once the seal of this Dark High Priest is lifted and summoned, the game can be ended instantly and victory declared. I wonder what the effect will be if he is summoned in the reality of this global battlefield. Lin Qun was somewhat looking forward to it. At this moment, Lin Qun put away the left foot of the sealed one, and then took out the silver smelting card. Lin Qun narrowed his eyes. In his mind, the existing card sets in his hand emerged one by one, and he began to screen them. Giant card set, Super Mario card set, Dragon Ball card set, Bronze Mask card set. There is also the Goddess's Tear card set, and the Dark High Priest card set, that he just obtained. Lin Qun counted, and found that he had quite a few card sets in his hand. These card sets are basically not completed yet. So, which card should be smelted, and then converted into which series of card sets? The first thing Lin Qun ruled out was the Dragon Ball card set. There was no other reason. Although he already had 3 Dragon Balls, he could only cast 4 after melting them. He didn't know when he could collect the rest. Moreover, the Dragon Ball card itself did not improve Lin Qun. Dragon Balls were just a pile of broken stones before he collected all 7 Dragon Balls. They were useless, even if they were thrown at people. It was obviously not a wise move to convert an existing seal level card into a Dragon Ball card. He didn't know when he could summon a dragon from afar, and it was useless for nearby. Then, what Lin Qun wanted most was undoubtedly the rumbling. The Titan card set. Lin Qun now had the Armored Titan card, the Beast Titan card, the Colossal Titan card, and the Jaw Titan, which was almost useless to Lin Qun. He still needed the Warhammer Titan, the Attack Titan, the Female Titan, and the Cart Titan card to synthesize the Founding Titan and summon the rumbling. Apart from anything else, Lin Qun believed that if he could really make the rumbling, then most of the civilizations on Blue Star would not necessarily be his opponents. Only civilizations like the Divine Trickster might be able to resist. Perhaps a superhuman or an evolved being that Lin Qun has only heard of but never seen can resist. If the rumbling can be launched, humans can at least reclaim 70% of the area of Blue Planet. Wipe out 70% of the alien civilizations. Attack on Titan is an anti-war anime, but this war is not a war between humans, but a confrontation between humans and alien civilizations. For those alien civilizations, their expedition to Blue Planet is invincible, and they are fighting for the interests of their own civilization. But for the humans of Blue Planet, this is a battle for the survival of the race. There is nothing wrong with launching the rumbling. However, the cards exchanged for this set of cards seem to face the same problem as before. Even if he recast the card and produced a card of the Giant series, he still lacked 3 cards and could not quickly form combat power. In addition, the level of the Giant set is relatively high, starting from C level, and the Super Giant card is a B level card. Lin Qun has quite a few B level and C level cards in his hand, but there is really nothing that he can't use, so he can smelt them. Forcing smelting is a 1-for-1 exchange, and the benefits are not maximized. Regarding the card drawing of the Giant set, Lin Qun actually has other plans in mind. Before upgrading the 4th level card pool, he was going to collect this set of cards. Because of his current 3rd level card pool, if he doesn't use the Fairy's Gaze card, the cards he draws in the 3rd level card pool are C level and D level cards, which is exactly the level of most Giant cards. By drawing cards, it can be gathered. The same is true for the Dark High Priest, and there is only one Dark High Priest. Even if one is smelted, there are still 3 cards missing. None of these sets of cards can maximize the benefits of this smelting card. Moreover, 4 high level cards, 1 high level card is also needed for smelting. Lin Qun looked at his pile of high level cards and was reluctant to give them up. Finally, Lin Qun's attention fell on the Goddess's Tears set and the Mario set. There was only 1 card left for both sets to be synthesized. Moreover, both will be very powerful after synthesis. Needless to say, the Goddess's Tears require a lot of equipment to synthesize in the league, but now that it appears as a card, it is indeed much simpler. Only 1 card is needed to synthesize the Mana or Archangel Staff. Moreover, Lin Qun's Goddess's Tears have already been fully stacked, and the set can be evolved into the Mana Cut, or the Embrace of the Seraph, as soon as it comes out. As for Mario, this is the earliest set of cards that Lin Qun has obtained. Now, there is only one Mario speed skill card left, and you can get all of Mario's abilities and get cartoon power. All of Mario's abilities are actually nothing in Lin Qun's opinion. As the protagonist of the Mario series of games, most of Mario's special abilities are obtained by picking up skills and other abilities. These cards in this set of cards have almost been obtained. What really concerned Lin Qun and made him feel excited was cartoon power. This is a term that seems ordinary at first glance, but Lin Qun has owned Cartoon Crocodile and has seen the power of cartoon power. Dimensional strike. Not only can it be used to reduce the dimension of others, but it can also be used to reduce one's own dimension to strike others. It has the same terrifying effect. Lin Qun pondered for a moment and finally chose to collect the Mario set of cards. He wants to get cartoon power. Both the Mario set and the Goddess's tier set of cards can be synthesized into finished products in one go, so it depends on which one is more powerful and more useful. Magic Cut and Seraph's Embrace must be very powerful, and Lin Qun also needs them, but they are all conventional abilities. Most of Lin Qun's current abilities are conventional abilities, but the enemies he faces are weird and unpredictable, so Lin Qun chooses cartoon power. This ability is powerful in itself, and it is different from conventional means, and it must have unexpected and amazing effects. This choice is extremely cost effective. It can maximize the effect of this smelting card and directly improve Lin Qun's combat power. This is something that the smelting Dark Mage, Dragon Ball and Giant cards cannot achieve. Moreover, it has been a long time since Lin Qun drew the Mario card. In fact, he has always been looking forward to and curious about it. How is this cartoon power? Now he finally has the opportunity. Putting aside other factors, Lin Qun also wants to try this cartoon power. On the other hand, the cards that need to be smelted to synthesize cartoon power do not need to be too high. Mario skill set cards are all from the first level card pool. The general level of cards is F and E, and Lin Qun happens to have an F level waste card. It is the black charcoal card that was drawn a long time ago. This thing is really useless. After Lin Qun drew it, it has been in the bottom of the box and has not been used, but it seems to be useful here. Once decided, do it. Lin Qun immediately drew the black charcoal card, used smelting, and selected the Mario series card. It is worth mentioning that during this period, a strange sound came from the box where the little loach was. Lin Qun was relieved to think that perhaps this can finally remembered its instinct and showed its power. However, his attention was quickly drawn back, because with the use of the smelting card, a magical scene followed. The smelting card and the black charcoal material card were attached, and both cards glowed with a faint light, and then merged into one, turning into a silver empty white card with no content. Then, the surface of this card began to glow. In the light, the white card gradually emerged. It was nothing else but the last card in the Mario set. The smelting card was used successfully. Name: Mario. Mario. Speed skill card. Type: skill card. Inherent. Description: use this skill card to obtain the speed ability of Mario, the character in a Super Mario, and greatly increase the forward and running speed, and gain an additional plus 15 points of agility. Special note: this card is from the Mario deck. Collect the Mario Jump skill card, Mario Strength skill card, Mario Speed skill card, and Mario Carelessness card. To synthesize the Super Mario character card, obtain all of Mario's abilities, and unlock the skill cartoon power. As expected, Mario series cards, that is, the strength of F level. This 15-point agility bonus is by no means a small amount in the first level card pool, and even for Lin Qun now, it is a considerable bonus after all. This agility attribute has always been Lin Qun's shortcoming. But at this moment, Lin Qun's attention is not on this skill card. The Mario set of cards is collected, and the synthesis is automatically completed. Everything is the same as when synthesizing the Fairy's Gaze card. This card is automatically generated. The light came on, and a new card appeared in front of Lin Qun. And this card just appeared, and before it showed all its contents, it flashed a little golden light. The golden light, introverted, revealed a kind of vast spirit and extraordinary momentum. Looking at this scene, Lin Qun's heart moved. Gold card. This is an A level card. The card power is indeed A level. Just as Lin Qun squatted here and silently drew cards. Southwest of Green Province, a huge insect nest is advancing on the ruined land. In front of it, a large number of alien civilizations were strangled, and there was no trace of human activities around. Below it, a black insect tide was surging on the ground. In the sky, flying war insects formed a wall that covered the sky and the sun. This is an extremely horrifying picture. Wherever the insect tide passes, the ground is like a locust crossing, and no life can escape. And the scale of war insects around this insect nest here is far beyond the scale of the previous battle with humans in Zen's Lake. This is the mother nest of the swarm. This time, the swarm civilization landed on the Blue Star battlefield, the core of the war. They have been fighting in the southwest of Huaxi. At the beginning, they strangled humans in this area. Later, humans were almost divided by multiple alien civilizations. Their goal turned to other alien civilizations. Fighting on this land, the unique advantages of the swarm made them almost invincible. Then, they encountered a strong enemy. For this reason, several insect nests, including the mother nest of the insect swarm, have launched a fierce battle with the other side in this area. The battle has been going on all the way, and the winner has not yet been completely determined. But at this time, the deepest part of the mother nest, the central position connected by countless pipeline-like biological lines. The mother insect of the swarm is hibernating in itself, and those biological line pipelines are slightly shaking with its breathing. It is receiving information from insects in the distance, and using the insect swarm network to transmit its own information at the fastest speed, to achieve information exchange with other insect nests. At this moment, the other insect nests are not far from the mother nest, and are in a state where they can take care of each other. Their way of information exchange seems primitive, but it is actually very fast and efficient. It is a strange biological neural network matrix. The transmission speed is no less than radio waves, but it is more precise and hidden, and ordinary life has almost no possibility of deciphering and intercepting. At this moment, the core insects of multiple insect nests are sharing and communicating with the mother insect. The information from the Green Province War shocked them greatly. Humanity won a great victory in Green Province. The multi-legged civilization was defeated. They evacuated tens of thousands of people, tens of thousands died, and only half of the two fleets remained. This group of humans is the same one that sank one of our insect nests in Zen's Lake in Huaxia region. The Son of Civilization broadcast by the Prophet Civilization was the target we recorded at that time. Should we take action? They made us pay a heavy price. Now may be a great time. Queen, under your order, I have begun to advance towards the Green Province area. The information exchange paused slightly with the last message. They realized that their argument was meaningless, because the Queen had made a decision. At this time, the Queen, who had only been disclosing objective information, finally sent clear opinions and information. Perhaps, we should give up these enemies in front of us. The times are different now. The enemies in front of us can no longer hold us back. They have almost been defeated by us. Humans destroyed one of our insect nests in Zen's Lake, and now, they have just finished the Green Province War, and are at their most empty and weak. If we can eat up their main forces in Green Province at this time, then the survivor base behind them and all the areas to the southeast will become our territory, and millions of humans will become our contribution points. As for the Prophet Civilization, since they have made a public broadcast, they have no intention of taking action for the time being. They want to borrow the power of others, but that's okay. We are not here for the victory of the Blue Star battlefield. If we can quickly eat up this large number of contribution points, we can immediately retreat and leave here. The mother insect's message was cold and vicious. It wanted to avenge the Battle of Zen's Lake. Before, because the distance was too far, they were deeply involved in the battlefield with another civilization at that time, and there was no way to fight long distances. In addition, the Prophet Civilization was obviously going to take action at that time, so they could only have no reaction. But now, humans have approached their sphere of influence. The Prophet Civilization also took a posture of sitting on the mountain and watching the tigers fight. It's their chance to take action. Some insects expressed their concerns. This son of suspected human civilization may have the means to summon high-level beings, and the Shengui civilization also regards him as a thorn in the eye. Here are the rules of the civilization battlefield. He can summon it once, and it is impossible for him to summon it a second time. It can't be a threat to us. As for the Shengui civilization, when they come, we have completed the harvest and retreated unscathed. As for whether there is a high-ranking person behind him, as long as we retreat to our homeland, who can find us in the endless starry sky? The opportunity cannot be missed. This is our chance. Human civilization, a mere native, dares to destroy our hive. They will pay the price for it. And this price will be paid with the blood of tens of millions of humans. Victory will belong to the swarm. The Queen's final answer was the final word. In the swarm system, it has absolute say. Even if other hives oppose, its orders are issued, and other worms can only obey unconditionally. The order spreads at almost the speed of light in the swarm information neural network. The swarm forcibly leaves the battlefield in front of it at a certain price. As the mother nest moves, huge hives rise up, and the war system composed of countless swarms moves. A large number of swarms take back their hives. They change direction and begin to advance towards the Green Province area now occupied by humans. The Green Province war has just ended. They want to reap the benefits. Take down the main human forces in the Green Province area. Chapter 260 I punched a dimensional hole. Name, Mario's cartoon power. Type, skill card. Inherent. Description, use this card to gain Mario's cartoon power. Activate this skill, and you will have the ability to break the fourth wall, and can trigger the cartoon form, gaining all of Mario's abilities. Duration: 5 minutes. Cooldown: 12 hours. Special notes: maybe, you can use this ability with the cartoon world, and you will become the king of cartoons in the real world. The golden card slowly emerged. Skill cards do not have card grades, but judging from its flashing golden light, this cartoon power card is also an A-grade quality card. And its content, like the cartoon crocodile, is a bit crude, but Lin Qun, who has owned the cartoon crocodile card, knows very well that this cartoon power itself is a complete description of it. The special notes at the end surprised Lin Qun a little. Cartoon World, that is a field card in Yu-Gi-Oh! It is a key card in the cartoon series card set, and Cartoon Crocodile is a basic monster card in Cartoon World. Lin Qun had imagined the Cartoon World card before, and now looking at this special note, he was really excited. If he could really draw out the Cartoon World in the future, open the Cartoon World in the real world, and then use the cartoon power, then wouldn't he be a god of war under the cover of the Cartoon World? All other opponents will be killed by his dimensionality reduction strike rule. However, this cartoon power does not last long. 5 minutes. To obtain all of Mario's abilities, it is also, after activating the cartoon power and triggering the cartoon form, which Lin Qun can fully understand. As an exaggerated cartoon game character, many of Mario's methods and abilities cannot be used by normal things in the three-dimensional world. Only in the cartoon state can it be possible to fully master and exert its abilities. Holding the cartoon power, Lin Qun was suddenly excited. It was like the sense of accomplishment of successfully collecting cards when eating instant noodles when he was a child. He immediately used this card and transformed it into his own new skill. Of course, as a skill, its description is also very simple, not too much, similar to the card, but Lin Qun noticed that this skill can also be upgraded. It is now level 1, and it needs 2000 contribution points to upgrade to level 2. Lin Qun guessed that this skill upgrade might be an improvement in the duration and intensity of the cartoon power. At the moment, he was eager to try it out. He was now in a place where no one was around, and it was relatively closed. Even if the Prophet civilization secretly spied on him, it could not spy here. It was just right for testing and trying out his skills. Who hasn't dreamed that he has some cartoon abilities? And Lin Qun's next plan is to prepare to upgrade the level 4 card pool and collect the giant card set before upgrading the level 4 card pool. Now in the level 3 card pool, he draws ordinary cards, which are C level cards. With the Fairy's Gaze bonus, it is a B level card, which corresponds to the level of the giant card. At this level of the card pool, it is most likely to collect the giant card set. Lin Qun will not miss this opportunity. Once the giant card set is collected, he can obtain the earth rumbling ability, which is enough to form a devastating blow to the ordinary army of the alien civilization. Next, Lin Qun prepared to draw cards several times without using the Pharaoh's gaze to quickly collect the giant card set. Then he would accumulate contribution points and upgrade the level 4 card pool. Lin Qun was eager to upgrade the level 4 card pool and collect the card set because he saw the power of the cartoon. Now his combat power is actually strong enough, but it is in a state of neither up nor down. He is more than enough to deal with the ordinary combat power of alien civilizations, but he is obviously insufficient to face the top combat power of alien civilizations. Therefore, in this way, C-level cards and B-level cards are not so useful to Lin Qun, because C-level cards and B-level cards are mainly used to deal with opponents with less than 500 or 600 attributes. Now, as the top combat power of mankind, Lin Qun will face his strong man at the same level as Xiang or even the Evolver. What he needs is a higher level card. Let there be a means to fight against the strong man of Xiang without using superhuman power, so as to save his superhuman power and keep it to deal with the more powerful evolvers of alien civilizations. Superhuman power is Lin Qun's most important trump card, but now it is known that alien civilizations not only have strong people of the level of Xiang and Kinki with more than 900 points of all attributes, but also have unimaginably powerful evolvers. In this way, Lin Qun cannot use superhuman power to deal with strong people of the level of Xiang with the Prophet civilization and Kinki of the Black Sheep civilization. If superhuman power is used, what can he use to deal with the evolvers? Isn't it because of this that Xiang has made moves many times before? What it fears is Lin Qun's superhuman power. As long as it is used, Lin Qun and humans will not be a threat to them. If humans cannot withstand the combat power of Xiang and evolvers, it will be a dead end. The cutting edge battlefield has been lost. How to fight later? Perhaps some people will say that using superhuman power can take the initiative to find evolvers, but the strength of evolvers must be extremely powerful. If you really want to hide, it is impossible to find them. In the end, he will exhaust his superhuman power, and then the other party will come out to harvest them in turn. In this way, the battle is over directly. With all these things, what Lin Qun wants now, and what he urgently needs, is a means to fight Xiang on equal terms, or even defeat it, without using superhuman power. Xiang and the others want to force Lin Qun to use his trump card and show superhuman power, so that their evolvers can attack without restraint, and the threat of humans will disappear. Lin Qun can't follow their ideas. What he wants is to defeat a strong man of Xiang's level without using superhuman power, force their evolvers to attack, and then use superhuman power to try to counter. Although the full attributes of superhuman power have not reached 999, with the experience of this period of time, Lin Qun already knows that the attributes reaching 999 are imaginary numbers. Superhuman power is definitely stronger than Xiang. With the other means of Lin Qun, it may not be impossible to fight against the evolvers. This card of his is his trump card, and it is also feared by others. It must not be easily revealed, and the effect must be played at the most critical moment. Moreover, Superman has 3 chances to transform. Lin Qun only has the last one left. However, he has accumulated experience from the previous 2 times. Moreover, he has grown greatly during this period. He believes that this time, he can exert 100% of Superman's combat power. Steelman, Lin Qun said, smiling slightly. As for the other trump card, the Shining Trident, this thing really does not distinguish between enemies and friends on a large battlefield. He dare not use it indiscriminately, especially since he was able to find it back by himself last time. Lin Qun was also scared. Of course, there is another point. He has a feeling, maybe the next time he uses the Shining Trident, that existence may not be able to come. It may be intercepted by the backstage of the global battlefield on the way. The first time was an accident, and the second time, the backstage of the global battlefield could not let that existence come smoothly. Lin Qun's idea was supported by the actions of several top civilizations. They knew that he could summon the evil god, and they didn't know what his relationship with the evil god was, but they still came to kill him aggressively, proving that they were not afraid of the shining Trehedron at all. This is very strange. But if we follow Lin Qun's speculation above, it is not surprising. They are sure that Lin Qun will not be able to summon that existence, even if he uses it again. Of course, even if he can, Lin Qun does not want to summon it again. This thing can easily kill 1000 enemies and lose 1002. Now that the legions are fighting, the positions of humans and alien civilizations will not be too far away. Even if it can be used, it will harm others and oneself. Lin Qun was thinking and had already made a plan for the next step. However, before that, Lin Qun did not forget the little loach that he had locked in a cage to participate in free fighting. The time is almost up, and he is going to check on the little guy first. Lin Qun was a little expectant and a little worried. With a nervous mood, he opened the box he had prepared like a blind box. Then, the scene in front of him made him dumbfounded. The scene in the box was different from what he had imagined. The little loach did not swallow the live worms, nor was it bullied by the messy worms inside. On the contrary, the little guy stood, firm like a mountain king, lying on a caterpillar happily, letting the caterpillar serve as a cushion for him. The remaining worms gathered around him. Although they were all very charming little things, and from a human perspective, these things were quite ugly, but at this moment, they all showed their human side, crowding around the little loach. Their posture, expression, and movements were simply worshipping the Mountain King. That's right, it was the Mountain King. It was exactly the same as the Mountain Kings who occupied the mountains and became kings in Journey to the West that Lin Qun read when he was a child. The appearance and expression of the little loach were simply. Lin Qun was dumbfounded. He didn't expect that this Kun not only didn't swallow any of them, but turned them all into his little brothers. You are a mythical creature. Why are you messing around with a bunch of bugs? Lin Qun actually wanted to complain. How did you treat food like brothers? But at this time, he was also angry and amused, and he stretched out his hand and grabbed the little loach. In fact, Lin Qun didn't really want the little loach to eat these bugs. After all, they themselves were nothing. Lin Qun just wanted to educate the baby from an early age, cultivate its instinct to eat whatever it sees, and eliminate picky eating. It didn't matter that he grabbed it, but the other little loaches inside were all in a rage. In their eyes, the little loach was the king and the god, but such an existence was caught by a big hand. They were all terrified, as if facing a dimensionality reduction attack. The little brains crashed instantly, and the monkeys fled frantically, and no one came up to protect the emperor. The little loach said pitifully that it wanted to go back, and seemed to enjoy the feeling of being the king of the mountain. Lin Qun was helpless about this, but he still pulled the little loach out. After thinking about it, he started to feed it. Since it won't eat alive, then let's eat something else. Lin Qun had fed it all the ham sausage. He searched in the Kyankan bag, and finally found some bread. It was not expired yet, so he took it out and fed it. This little loach didn't eat anything else, but was very interested in what humans eat. It could eat ham sausage, and it would eat bread. It showed an amazing appetite. The long piece of toast, which was more than 3 times its size, was swallowed by its bloody mouth and inhaled violently. Lin Qun didn't even see how it ate it clearly, but it had already eaten the food. This Kun is a cartoon character. However, this little Kun is also a forgetful character. After eating the delicious food here, he immediately forgot that the Mountain King was destroyed by Lin Qun before. He was very satisfied, and even came to rub against Lin Qun, and said that he was going to sleep. Lin Qun felt that it was cute, but also helpless. This is not a solution. Next time, try feeding it some iron sheets, stones, etc. In theory, these things can be digested. Moreover, although Lin Qun's material reserves are terrifying among the survivors, they are not a bottomless pit after all. If he continues to eat like this, sooner or later he will eat them all up. Of course, that's all for later. At this time, the little loach was full of food and drink, and began to stagger again. Seeing this, Lin Qun took out the silver horn, put it in it, and let it rest. Holding the miniature horn in his hand, Lin Qun sighed, with a feeling like an old father, and said, I don't know, when you can grow into a big kun that swallows the stars and eats the moon, you eat a little kid from the alien civilization, fleet in one bite. Of course, Lin Qun was just saying. Soon, he turned his attention back to the cartoon force in front of him. There is no doubt that this is his new ace card. Under level 1, although its use time is only 5 minutes, just like the revenge demon when it transforms to level 1, but the cooling time is only half of that of the revenge demon, and it can be used again in 12 hours. Now is the opportunity to use it. Of course, Lin Qun was more careful when testing this ability. He was worried about being spied on by the Prophet civilization. Although his current location was also very hidden, and the Prophet civilization should not be able to see him, testing card strength was different from drawing cards. If he failed to control it, it would be bad. If the Prophet civilization noticed it, it would be better to change places. The Prophet civilization thought they understood Lin Qun's strength, but they could never dream that the bonus that Lin Qun's contribution points could bring him was far more terrifying than they imagined. The Prophet civilization deliberately hid, and with the technical capabilities of Lin Qun and the Federation, they really couldn't find it. But this was not bad for Lin Qun at present. On the contrary, the Prophet civilization kept broadcasting its location, which contributed to the opportunity for humans to defeat the multi-legged civilization this time, and also allowed Lin Qun to meet the multi-legged civilization that came to his door. From a certain perspective, it helped Lin Qun and humans. So, for now, Lin Qun had no intention of getting rid of the Prophet civilization's spying. If you want to broadcast, then broadcast. It just saves me from hunting alien civilizations one by one to get contribution points, and let them find them themselves. Come one by one. They are all contribution points. The Prophet civilization's following was a mixed blessing for the time being. It even seemed that the benefits were greater than the disadvantages. Lin Qun was happy to see it happen. He had no intention of breaking the status quo for the time being. If he really didn't want the Prophet civilization to spy on him, he had a way. Anyway, they couldn't spy on anything substantial. At most, they would disclose his location. So what? If you disclose my location, the alien civilization will kill me. Even if you don't disclose it, the alien civilization will come to kill me. At this time, Lin Qun stood up calmly and behaved as usual, as if he was inspecting the remaining building of the multi-legged civilization, wandering around in it, moving forward, from the upper level all the way down. And just as Lin Qun expected, a small unmanned reconnaissance aircraft of the Prophet civilization, which was in a completely invisible state and only the size of a palm, was now outside this multi-legged civilization building that reached the sky, transmitting Lin Qun's images to the Prophet civilization aircraft that was also hidden and dormant outside the Green Province. This unmanned reconnaissance aircraft was small in size, but it didn't dare to get too close. After Lin Qun entered the multi-legged civilization tower, it had been outside. As long as they keep a sufficient distance, even Lin Qun will not be able to find him with its electronic and optical dual stealth systems. However, the Prophet civilization can only know that Lin Qun has entered the building of the multi-legged civilization. What Lin Qun did just now is unknown to the Prophet civilization. According to the thermal imaging, Lin Qun has begun to move. He started to move downward from the top floor of the multi-legged civilization's tower building. It seems that he is looking for the remaining data and information of the multi-legged civilization. Should we send the drone deeper? Outside the Green Province, in the Prophet civilization's aircraft, the technician turned his head and looked at Xianghua behind him. In front, in the picture displayed by the water ripples, the light dot representing Lin Qun began to move. In response, Xianghua simply said, there is no need. If he discovers our reconnaissance plane, once they study and decipher it, we will no longer be able to track him in this way. Since he wants to find it, let him find it. The multi-legged civilization is a veteran contestant civilization. Although it is not as good as us, even if they retreat, they cannot leave anything behind. This human native is wasting time, and is doomed to be futile. Stupid. Lin Qun's disguised movement successfully deceived the Prophet civilization, making them think that he was looking for treasure in the tower of the multi-legged civilization. In this way, they did not need to follow up and explore. Even the Prophet civilization life on the aircraft, including Xiangguo, felt disdain and contempt. Even if this human is very powerful, so what? Isn't he inexperienced? How could the multi-legged civilization leave anything useful? This is not a war between primitive people, stupid and ignorant. This is a pure waste of time. What they don't know is, Lin Qun is not looking for anything at all. Before coming here, he had scanned it with Mark 50. He knew that there was nothing here. The multi-legged civilization had left the building. Although they seemed to have evacuated in a hurry, they were obviously very experienced. Everything about him was a disguise. In the middle of the multi-legged civilization tower, he found a place similar to a training ground with information shielding hardware. Based on the information from Mark 50, Lin Qun inferred that this place should also be able to interfere with the Prophet civilization's spying, so he used Cartoon Force directly at this location. The feeling of using Cartoon Force was very strange. Lin Qun felt like he had suddenly melted into water. Although it seemed that there was no change, he suddenly felt that he became soft. Then, Lin Qun tentatively punched the air. So, Lin Qun's own jaw almost dropped. This punch to the air was fine, and his hand turned into a cartoon arm. Although he was mentally prepared, it was impossible not to be shocked when he really saw this change. But Lin Qun soon calmed down and started to try. Sure enough, with the activation of the Cartoon Force, changes had already occurred. He moved his body casually, and the three-dimensional disguise was immediately torn apart. He turned directly into a two-dimensional cartoon man. He took out Kirby's mirror and looked at himself. Kirby's mirror also turned into a cartoon state, which was very appropriate. This was the first non-paper attribute of the Cartoon Force that Lin Qun discovered, which is that some objects can be assimilated into cartoon objects. Lin Qun tested it and found that regular clothes seemed to change with the cartoonization of Lin Qun, but things like Mark 50 could not be cartoonized. Lin Qun guessed that the reason why Kirby's mirror could be cartoonized was because this thing itself came from the cartoon fantasy world and was a real product manifested from the cartoon world. However, since the Mark 50 nano suit came from the movie, it could not be cartoonized. At this moment, an animated version of Lin Qun was reflected in Kirby's mirror. Don't say it. How can you become so handsome and white so much in a second dimension? Lin Qun suddenly had an idea. Can I turn into a second dimension wife? Even after going through so much, the ancient second dimension attributes have never retreated from Lin Qun's heart. Of course, this idea was fleeting. What he wanted to test more was the practicality of this ability. Lin Qun was eager to try and ran a lap first. He found that in the Cartoon Force state, he could actually reach subsonic speed. He ran very fast in this small room, and even completely ignored his relatively low agility attribute. Lin Qun was excited. Sure enough, in the cartoon state, the attribute of the three-dimensional world is no longer an important basic ability basis. My speed and flexibility completely exceed the standard I can have. This is the speed of Mario cartoon characters. Lin Qun ran in circles at subsonic speed, more than 20 times a second, and a non-existent cartoon smoke rose up behind him in a very cartoon-like way. The picture was very inconsistent. Then, Lin Qun suddenly jumped up, swung his fist, and punched the ground. Lin Qun wanted to try out the attack method. He was studying it for the first time, and he didn't know how to attack with Cartoon Force, so he used the simplest and most primitive method, fist. However, after this punch, the expected scene of smashing a big hole did not appear. The three-dimensional ground was not even damaged. On the contrary, Lin Qun was surprised to find that he actually smashed a black hole on the ground. Useless? No. Damn, I punched a dimensional hole? Lin Qun was dumbfounded. He just wanted to dig a hole. How did he end up digging a dimensional hole? Chapter 261. This time it's really Super Mario. Looking at the dark dimensional hole on the ground, Lin Qun was a little dumbfounded. I just wanted to punch a hole to see the power. What the hell is a dimensional hole? The result of his punch seemed to be different from what he imagined. This dimensional hole. It was similar to the one in the cartoons that Lin Qun watched when he was a child. The edges were extremely regular and smooth. Although it was a hole, the style was obviously wrong. It was an anime cartoon style visible to the naked eye. The ancient two-dimensional soul in Lin Qun's heart awakened and exploded instantly, and he said to himself, "Is this the door to another world?" A bunch of messy pictures immediately appeared in front of his eyes. For example, passing through the dimensional hole can travel through the other world, so he seems to be able to escape from this terrible blue star battlefield. Thinking of this, Lin Qun immediately appeared in front of a bunch of two-dimensional wives. Wouldn't this be able to hug real people? I don't know what it feels like to make a child in the two-dimensional world, or will a Donald Duck be pulled out of the dimensional hole? Lin Qun tentatively stretched out his hand and probed forward, wanting to try. But soon, he realized that it seemed that he was overthinking. Lin Qun found that this dimensional hole looked exaggerated, but it was actually a skill similar to the wall passing technique. It could go directly from upstairs to downstairs, and it would not destroy the walls and ground of the original three-dimensional world. There was no crossing that he had just imagined, and there was no picture of Donald Duck being pulled out of the dimensional hole. He just went through this hole and came out from the other side. In other words, Lin Qun's punch just now did not cause any damage to the interior of the multi-legged civilization tower building. It just opened a dimensional hole that could be used to go back and forth at will. And through this hole, you can go to the other side of the object, another floor, or even the inside of the object. The dimensional hole is meaningless in the already connected space, but it can exist as a random door. This made Lin Qun very interesting, and he tried it many times. He still did not find a way to punch normally, but instead figured out a lot of ways to open this dimensional hole. It seems that it can be opened on anything. Even if it is only a small dimensional hole the size of a palm, Lin Qun can drill through it directly. His cartoon-like body can be squeezed and twisted when passing through the dimensional hole, presenting a very cute appearance, and then quickly return to its original state after the crossing. This is very effective for crossing floors and instantly passing through obstacles. It can also hide inside objects instantly. Lin Qun can take items out of it. If the inside of the object he drilled into is not big enough, Lin Qun will even squeeze it out from the inside. Of course, there is another situation. Lin Qun drilled into a square box that is about 1/3 of his height. The square box did not open. He became square. This is the real square. Just like a cartoon character, his shape changed with the box and became a square. It looks very funny. If there were other people from the Magic City here, seeing the legendary Lin Qun in their minds in this state, it is estimated that Lin Qun's tall and majestic image would collapse instantly, and he would become synonymous with funny in a second. And Lin Qun came out to study for a long time before he found his arms and legs again. This made him realize another ability he possessed. In the cartoon state, he would not be as fixed as a normal three-dimensional creature. He could change his body like a cartoon character, and even change into some extremely exaggerated states that would surely kill creatures in the real three-dimensional world, and recover quickly. He also possessed the characteristics of a cartoon crocodile. This made Lin Qun excited. This was an ability that ignored physical attributes, which meant that, in the cartoon state, it would be very difficult to kill Lin Qun by conventional means. Lin Qun's survivability would be greatly improved. Lin Qun discovered during his attempts that he could punch out this dimensional hole. He wiped it with his hand, and it was directly eliminated like a stain. Everything returned to its original state, and there was no sign of anything. Even if Lin Qun did nothing, and waited for 7 or 8 seconds, the dimensional hole would disappear by itself. The duration of its existence seemed to be directly related to the diameter of the dimensional hole punched by Lin Qun. The size of the dimensional hole was related to the strength of Lin Qun's punch. The greater the strength, the larger the diameter of the dimensional hole he punched. This way, when used for crossing and hiding, the opponent can't even find any traces of running away. Lin Qun rubbed his chin and pondered, and soon came to his senses, realizing that he was again the 6th Voldemort's psychological trouble. He studied for a long time, but it seems that he still hasn't figured out how to attack with this cartoon force. Regarding this dimensional hole, Lin Qun has come up with a very brutal attack method, such as opening a hole in the body of a living organism and directly taking out the opponent's internal organs to achieve the kill. Of course, Lin Qun has not tried to use it on a living organism yet. There are no living creatures near the tower of this multi-legged civilization, and he can't use the blue eyes white dragon and others for experiments. It's even more meaningless to use himself. Because now he is a cartoon character, the dimensional hole can't be opened on him. And with the research, Lin Qun found that the ability of the cartoon character seems to have another set of independent application logic. Of course, Lin Qun hasn't figured it out yet. He just felt that he was a little strange. The body was still the same body. Although he had turned into a cartoon, he did not feel flat, nor did he feel like a paper man. The use and movement of his body were almost the same as before, except that he felt that his body was soft, like a balloon or cotton. He could not even feel the dark energy that was originally flowing. Some of his original skills related to dark energy seemed to be unusable, such as the sword control technique. However, the headshot girl skill was still usable. He had just tried to blast a small object. But Lin Qun could not sense the blood in his body through the headshot girl skill at this moment. At this moment, his cartoon body was obviously composed of something else. Therefore, the abilities that were inevitably connected to the real three-dimensional world were directly invalidated, or rather, they were not invalidated, but they could still be used, but they could not be used, because of Lin Qun's current cartoon form and lack of medium. At this time, Lin Qun suddenly noticed that his dark energy attributes had changed. On the personal panel, name, Lin Qun level 32, 39,550/315,000, strength 108.6 agility, 71.3 constitution, 78.5 stamina, 83.5 over 85.5 right square bracket, cartoon energy, dark energy, 88 over 254.2 right square bracket. Lin Qun blinked. Dark energy turned into cartoon energy, and he remembered that, before he used this skill, his dark energy was almost fully restored. So how come it was only more than 80 left now? Lin Qun quickly realized. These dark energies or cartoon energies should be used to open dimensional holes. Just now, Lin Qun was thinking, where did the energy for opening holes everywhere come from? Even a two-dimensional cartoon paper man should have the energy conservation under its own dimensional system. Now, the answer is here. When the cartoon force is turned on, Lin Qun's dark energy is all converted into cartoon energy. It's just that, because Lin Qun has no perception of this cartoon energy, he doesn't even know that there is any quantified cartoon energy in his body, so he didn't notice it at all. Thinking of this, Lin Qun tried to use his ability, and found that it was true. When he punched a dimensional hole with his fist, he would consume cartoon energy, dark energy, which was about 7 to 15 points, depending on the size. Moreover, Lin Qun found that his body mutated and restored to its original state, which seemed to consume this cartoon energy. This cartoon energy was obviously the materialization reaction of the energy in Lin Qun's current cartoon force skill state. Lin Qun blinked. From a third-party perspective, he looked very two-dimensional now, and every move he made revealed a lively cartoon style. Of course, the premise was that Lin Qun didn't move. When he tested his ability, he was in a very crazy state. He jumped around in place and ran around the room. 5 minutes was limited, and Lin Qun didn't want to waste it. He tried various abilities and made full use of the time. I dare not say anything else. Lin Qun tested it. This time, except for Mario's iconic Rassasier and clothes, his ability in the cartoon form of Cartoon Force was almost exactly the same as that of the legendary figure in the gaming industry. For example, his Mario jump is only at level 2, but when he tested it in cartoon form, he could easily achieve triple or even quintuple jumps in the air without any leverage, and could jump directly in the air. Even when Lin Qun was suspended in the air, he flapped his arms twice, and he could actually stay suspended in the air for 2 seconds against the laws of physics, as if his 2 arm flaps really played the role of wings, just like a cartoon character. However, this also seemed to consume cartoon energy. Can you jump in the air? Isn't this the same as flying? But Lin Qun still wanted to study how to swing his fist. Fists don't work, but he seems to be able to strangle the target to death with his hands. Unfortunately, there are no enemies here, so Lin Qun can't try it. But Lin Qun feels that fists can't only be used to open dimensional holes. maybe his method is wrong. Because during the test, Lin Qun found that his fists can actually grow bigger, the kind of growth in the true sense. Just like the cartoons I watched before, a normal sized fist suddenly became several times the size, almost as big as a basketball. The strength attribute of his personal panel actually doubled, which surprised Lin Qun. But unfortunately, this basketball-sized fist only knocked out a dimensional hole. However, this made Lin Qun more aware. It's not that the cartoon form of Cartoon Force can't punch, but that he didn't figure out how to punch. The fist became the size of a basketball, and the strength attribute doubled. This obviously corresponds to Mario's strength ability, which is obviously used for attacking, rather than opening a dimensional hole. It failed to attack, and still opened a dimensional hole. Obviously, Lin Qun's way of opening it was wrong. For Lin Qun, the cartoon form activated by this Cartoon Force skill seemed to be another world, completely different from his previous body and perception, and full of a lot of unknowns. I'm afraid it still needs to be explored in multiple scenes and different situations. Lin Qun is now relying on his own tests to figure it out, which is obviously a bit whimsical. It's like Lin Qun jumped from a chess game to a fighting game. The former only needs to click the mouse to play, while the latter has multiple buttons and even combo skills. In fact, they are not responsible in essence, but because their operation and game modes are completely different, Lin Qun can't get started in a short time, and it is difficult to figure out the correct way to get started without explanation. Although Lin Qun didn't study how to use his cartoon body to kill alien civilization life, this actually does not affect his combat effectiveness in the cartoon form, because he can use other things. Some skills and abilities are of course unusable, but some are still available, such as the headshot female skill. In the cartoon form, Lin Qun's single movement speed is faster. With the blessing of the dimension hole, the route and method of advancement are also more weird and unpredictable, and it becomes very easy to approach the opponent. Combined with the distance of 600 meters, as long as the physique is not enough, it is easier to headshot. In addition, Lin Qun found that, although some abilities and items such as sword control, bronze mask and Mark 50 seem to be unusable in the Cartoon Force state, the Revenge Demon transformation seems to be available. And this is terrifying enough. Hellfire itself is very difficult to solve. What about Cartoon Hellfire? What about Cartoon Giant Hellfire? Super Giant Hellfire? Lin Qun's blood boiled just thinking about it. At the same time, although the sword control technique of the Sword of Promised Victory could not be used, the sword itself could still be used, and the curry stick could also be released. The same is true for other firearms. It's just that the three-dimensional things are in the hands of the two-dimensional Lin Qun, which seems a bit inconsistent. However, such cooperation will undoubtedly allow Lin Qun to take advantage of the cartoon power skill, and further exert the lethality of his abilities. Even if Lin Qun has not yet mastered the correct way to open the cartoon power, this ability alone is enough for Lin Qun. This A-level card deserves its name. At this time, Lin Qun suddenly felt dizzy. As a cartoon character, he actually sat down on the ground with a plop. He lowered his head and saw that his cartoon body was shrinking rapidly, as if he was starving. He looked and saw that he had just tested it randomly, and the cartoon energy fell below 10. The 5 minutes have not yet arrived. Obviously, if the cartoon energy, dark energy, runs out, he will probably be forced to end his transformation state because of lack of energy. Energy conservation. If he wants to use the Cartoon Force skill, he will naturally need to consume energy. Lin Qun's heart moved. Anyway, the 5 minutes are almost up. He has tested it for the time being. The remaining ability is not something that can be studied in the remaining tens of seconds. He simply lets the energy return to zero and let the Cartoon Force skill end early. He himself did not feel much, as if it was just a blink of an eye, and his body returned to normal. Everything also returned to normal. Of course, if this is on the battlefield, Lin Qun can completely rely on recovery potions to quickly replenish it, and it will not easily end the Cartoon Force skill early, because the cartoon energy returns to zero. The 5-minute Cartoon Force skill ended, but Lin Qun was still a little unsatisfied and excited. Facts have proved that his choice of this casting card is correct. This Cartoon Force skill is not only powerful in itself, but also very unique. Who would have thought of using it on the battlefield? Which civilization would not be dumbfounded? Exclamation mark. Of course, those powerful alien civilizations don't know that they have this ability. It's best not to use it against the small fish, because the cartoon power is not useful at all. Wait until the critical moment, and then use the cartoon power to teach them a lesson unexpectedly. This is the kingy way. This card will undoubtedly become another super trump card of Lin Qun. The most important thing is that from the current situation, I haven't studied it clearly. When I understand all its abilities and applications in the future, what will happen? Lin Qun thought about the basketball-sized fist he transformed. It obviously corresponds to Mario's strength skills. Moreover, in the cartoon power state, these skills seem to have no level restrictions. For example, jumping. Lin Qun's Mario jumping skill is obviously only 2 levels, and the maximum in the air is 2 consecutive jumps without support. But in the cartoon form of cartoon power, he can achieve lightning 5 consecutive jumps. There are also some other strange abilities. This may be the answer to obtaining all the abilities of Mario. Fortunately, Lin Qun does not seem to have Mario's iconic big nose. But, if that's the case, can he transform into a fist as big as a building? Increase the power attribute by 100 times? Even break through the boundaries of the evolver? Collapse a star with one punch? This is impossible for normal humans and 3-dimensional creatures, but it is possible for animated characters. For example, a person over 1 meter tall has a fist as big as a planet. How can this not happen? Lin Qun fell into deep thought. And Lin Qun's actions here at this moment are very strange in the eyes of the Prophet civilization. Lin Qun had previously hidden in the building of the multi-legged civilization. The Prophet civilization's detection did not dare to get too close, so it has been monitoring outside, using thermal imaging equipment to monitor Lin Qun's movements. Lin Qun did not intend to hide deliberately. In addition to not exposing his abilities, he did not care so much about whether his position was captured by the Prophet civilization. Therefore, the Prophet civilization also kept staring at Lin Qun. The Prophet civilization's thermal imaging can see that Lin Qun is in the building, but it cannot see what he is doing. In the cartoon state, Lin Qun can also be presented in the detection screen of the Prophet civilization. But from the perspective of the thermal imaging screen, these attempts of Lin Qun just now seem a little strange. The Prophet civilization's life is a little dumbfounded. Why is this human so unserious, jumping up and down in the building of the multi-legged civilization? Maybe he is using this method to vent and express the joy of victory? Should we further investigate and report to Lord Xiang? I don't think there is any need to alarm the enemy. Humans are different from us. From our perspective, their behavior is strange. It is enough, as long as he does not show any threat to our civilization. As for these strange actions, what kind of threat can there be? There is no need to alarm Lord Xiang. Outside the Green Province, in the Prophet civilization's aircraft, several Prophet civilization lives whispered, analyzing and concluding Lin Qun's series of strange behaviors. They will continue to monitor. However, Xiang cannot be here to watch in real time. First, there is no need, and second, its current state needs to be restored. Even if Xiang was very concerned about Lin Qun's movements, it is impossible to keep watching here. Otherwise, it will delay its recovery time and its combat power cannot be restored for a moment. For the Prophet civilization, it is the loss of an important strongman. At the same time, in the Green Province, Lin Qun has taken a short break. At this time, his personal communication terminal flashed. A voice came. "I'm here, Lin Qun, where are you?" A cheerful voice, a little tipsy, was heard. It was Huang Qizheng. Lin Qun felt that this sentence was somewhat familiar. It seemed that Huang Qizheng shouted the same lines when he first appeared in the Battle of Huport. He smiled slightly and stood up. The cartoon transformation state was lifted, and he returned to normal in an instant. After returning to normal in a second, Lin Qun felt that he seemed to be unable to walk. "I'm upstairs," Lin Qun responded. Huang Qizheng had no intention of coming up, and shouted to Lin Qun to come down. There was a hint of excitement in his tone. "Lin Qun, come down quickly, and see what good things I brought. If you miss this village, you will never have this shop again." Lin Qun got used to his state in a short while. Hearing this, his expression was a little strange. thinking that this guy would not come to drink with him again. When he went downstairs, Lin Qun's state had completely returned to normal. When he saw Huang Qizheng, he realized that he was wrong. Huang Qizheng attacked with Lin Qun all the way, so he did not join the large forces of several survivor bases of the Federation. According to the above plan, he and Tongzin will still cooperate with Lin Qun. Therefore, he and Tongzin followed behind, killing those who slipped through the net. They were originally going to reunite with Lin Qun. Now that they finally arrived here, the time was just right. Huang Qizheng was very strong, and he did not face the fleet of the multi-legged civilization head-on. He was not injured, and he was unstoppable along the way. He gained a lot of contribution points, and his face was flushed. Lin Qun was surprised to see Huang Qizheng. This guy was actually dragging a cow. He was carrying 2 boxes of beer on one shoulder. God knows where he found these things. In the back, the luxury car they drove out of Hu City was still there, but it was scarred, and both doors were gone. Tongzin leaned against the damaged luxury car. She had a hot body and a sense of stunning beauty in a doomsday car. She was also smiling at this time, and waving to Lin Qun from a distance. Huang Qizheng laughed loudly, not showing any master style, looking at the canteen cook who seemed to be eating secretly, and said, "Come on, eat beef and drink beer, come on." Lin Qun looked at this scene and shook his head and laughed. Chapter 262, a long-awaited reunion. Seeing Lin Qun coming over, Huang Qizheng became more and more excited. "Come on, let's have a barbecue." "Lin Qun, we won a big victory, shouldn't we celebrate? This cow hasn't been dead for a long time. I saw it killed by a stray bullet from the multi-legged civilization. It's very fresh and just right for drinking." Sure enough, there was a horrible burn wound on the side of the cow. It should be caused by some kind of particle beam weapon, which means that there are no shrapnel in the wound, and the part hit by the particle beam is directly roasted beef. It is indeed fresh. Lin Qun didn't see that this guy was happy because of the big victory. He thought Huang Qizheng couldn't wait to eat meat. In fact, before this, Lin Qun really didn't think about eating to celebrate. The battle was over, and he won. His first reaction was to find a place to digest and improve as soon as possible. The rhythm of the battle was uncontrollable. He seemed to have gotten used to this mode. He had been trying to become stronger and survive, and rarely had other thoughts. Hearing Huang Qizheng's words, he found it a little funny, but instinctively wanted to refuse. He thought about eating something, and then continuing to kill alien civilizations. Anyway, his demand for food intake has been greatly reduced. But before Lin Qun could say no, he looked around and suddenly reacted. Where are the alien civilizations in the current Green Province? After this battle, it should be a wake-up call for many alien civilizations. Who dares to approach me without some strength? Approach humans? Huang Qizheng showed a very sharp sensitivity at this time. He threw the cow to the ground, making a thud, then stretched out his hand, patted Lin Qun on the shoulder, and said, "What are you thinking about? You are tense. This is a big victory, but the tough guy hasn't made a move yet. We have to seize the time to celebrate." Lin Qun came back to his senses. He remembered that when the magic city was blocked, he had enjoyed life in the survivor base of the 6th prison in the magic city. Later, he came out. The pace of war was getting faster and faster, and it was getting more and more deadly. Humans and he were so weak that he almost dared not breathe or pause. He almost forgot what a pause looked like. Maybe he should loosen up his tight string appropriately. Maybe just for an hour or two. Relaxed state. Isn't this another kind of preparation for war? Lin Qun smiled and shook his head and responded, "Okay, Huang Qizheng, let's celebrate." What's Huang Qizheng? Call me Leo Huang. My brothers used to call me Zhao Huang. Now I'm old. Just call me Leo Huang. Huang Qizheng smiled. Very happy. Lin Qun was stunned, with a strange expression. How does this sound like a nickname for a big yellow dog? Tongzin behind him looked at this scene, and smiled with her lips pursed. She knew. Huang Qizheng had been waiting for this wine, since the Battle of Zen's Lake. Huang Qizheng had sat down swiftly at this time, pulled out the boning knife from his waist, and started to clean up the cow. His movements were very skillful. Lin Qun also wanted to help, but he was embarrassed to find that he seemed to be completely unable to get involved. Killing alien civilizations was easy for him, but when it came to dealing with livestock, he seemed to be really bad. Lin Qun was driven away and watched from one side. Huang Qisheng's technique was very exquisite. He remembered the information about Huang Qisheng he had read before. That should not be all about this person. Sitting on one side, Lin Qun was not idle either, but found paper and pen and started writing and drawing. He wrote the first level of the dragon elephant Prajna Kung on it. He was going to hand it over to the human side. Lin Qun had had similar ideas before. The cards of the secret manual of the skills were different from other cards. It was not the only one to be used. As long as Lin Qun could outline the pictures and texts of the secret manuals in his head, he could give them to others to use and learn. I just don't know if others can use contribution points to fast forward like Lin Qun. Lin Qun guessed that it was unlikely because his dragon elephant Prajna art was directly loaded and judged as an ability, and if others learned it through her handwritten secret book, it would be another path. In this case, even if ordinary people want to reach the first level of dragon elephant Prajna art, it will take a long time. This is also the reason why Lin Qun did not directly draw the sword control technique at this moment, because the sword control technique belongs to the method of cultivators, and it requires more qualifications. Not everyone can use it, and it is far less efficient than the dragon elephant Prajna art. Because there is no contribution point to quickly upgrade the bonus, the progress of the sword control technique as a cultivation technique is slower than the dragon elephant Prajna art, and the audience is also very small. There will be very few people who can use it to improve their strength in a short period of time, so it is useless. If every human can master the dragon elephant Prajna art, even if there is only one level, looking at the tens of thousands of human armies, all increase their strength by 25 points, it will be a terrifying leap in the Legion War. Therefore, Lin Qun first drew the dragon elephant Prajna art at this moment. Before, Lin Qun had never had the time and opportunity, but now that he finally had it, he drew out a layer first. The words engraved in his mind from the Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra were quickly copied out, but the pictures and movements were difficult, especially the circulation of the meridians, etc. Practicing step by yourself and drawing them are two different things. There can't be any mistakes or omissions, otherwise, it's not all Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra, but all of them are possessed. Although Dragon Elephant Prajna Sutra itself is not an evil practice, and possessing a demon has no negative effects, it is time consuming and laborious after all. Lin Qun painted for a long time. Huang Qisheng was a little curious. He glanced at it and was shocked. Lin Qun, are you painting some martial arts secrets? Of course. Lin Qun smiled and said, you can try. Tongzhen also showed a curious look. Mr. Lin, you are not the kind of person from the ancient martial arts family in the novel or legend, right? Huang Qisheng drank a bottle of wine directly to calm down, and said, the big lizard you made, is it a fighting spirit turning into a dragon? Everyone has only one talent. But the number of methods displayed by Lin Qun is shocking, and some are obviously completely different abilities. Many people have all kinds of guesses, but Lin Qun has a special identity and strong strength. If he doesn't say it himself, no one can force him to say it. Even usually, few people dare to ask, such as Li Zeng and others. They can ask, but they have long realized that Lin Qun is unwilling to say it, so they can't take the initiative to say it. Huang Qisheng and Tongzhen don't have so many concerns. Lin Qun just laughed at this. Ancient martial arts family. Fighting spirit into dragon. Maybe, Leo Huang. There really is a flying shark coin in this world. Huang Qisheng's face twitched. That ID was the result of him drinking too much. According to his own description, he was drunk at the time and happened to encounter an invasion of alien civilization. He thought he was dead, so he picked an ID at random, but he didn't expect that his talent was so powerful. Lin Qun was dumbfounded when he heard it. This talent has a rating, and he doesn't even know whether his ability is powerful or not. How much does he have to drink? Tongzhen explained on the side. At that time, Huang Qisheng didn't have the current strength. It wasn't that he drank too much that time, but that he didn't wake up. Lin Qun roughly understood it. In fact, with the advent of the global battlefield, the improvement of human level, physique and other attributes has increased the increase in human beings in all aspects. For example, People who could only drink one bottle before, their physique level has improved, and now they may not get drunk after 2 or 3 bottles. Huang Qisheng obviously benefited from this. Otherwise, with his drinking frequency and amount of drinking, it would be good if he didn't faint. How could he stay in a semi-conscious state like now? According to Tongzin, this guy drank like this before the end of the world. Lin Qun took a look. In just over half an hour, Huang Qisheng almost finished half a box. When he came, his face was normal and his eyes were clear, but now his face was red and his eyes were emitting a strange light. Lin Qun was very curious. The talents bestowed on the global battlefield are distributed according to each person's situation. In theory, the more outstanding, capable, experienced and strong people are more likely to obtain advanced talents, while ordinary people generally have weak talents. Lin Qun should also have a weak talent, but because he is a traverser, he has obtained the ability to draw cards infinitely. But where does Huang Qisheng, a drunkard, get such a powerful talent? However, before Lin Qun asked this question, the light of car lights lit up in the distance, piercing through the darkness, penetrating in. Below the multi-legged civilization tower, at the end of the intricate street like an alien structure, a car was slowly approaching. It was Xiaoqing and Chu Yaowei. They also followed Lin Qun's footsteps and came here. Lin Qun was quite surprised. Chu Yaowei jumped out of the car, shook hands with Lin Qun, tossed her hair, and said, "We are also one of your support teams." She took a half step back and looked Lin Qun up and down, as if she was observing whether Lin Qun was missing any arms or legs after not seeing him for so many days. After a while, she seemed to have gotten a satisfactory answer. A faint smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, but it disappeared in a flash and turned into a poker face again. Huang Qisheng, who was standing next to her, threw her a bottle of wine and said, "Hey, cool sister, do you know how to make beef?" This made Chu Yaowei a little confused. She had only seen Huang Qisheng from a distance before, and the two were not familiar with each other. Strictly speaking, they could not even be considered acquaintances. The name of cool sister is fine. What the hell is beef? Tongzin laughed secretly. Huang Qisheng had never read other people's information and didn't know Chu Yaowei at all. Although Tongzin met Chu Yaowei for the first time, she knew that Chu Yaowei was a well-known strong man in Lucheng. Although she was laughing secretly, she immediately prepared to smooth things over to prevent Huang Qisheng from leaving a bad impression on Chu Yaowei. But what surprised Tongzin was, Chu Yaowei just stood there in silence for a while in response to Huang Qisheng's strange words, then rolled up her sleeves, revealing her fair and well-proportioned arms, and said, "You will treat me to beef and beer?" Of course. Huang Qisheng took out a can of beer generously. "Okay, I'll help you." Chu Yaowei immediately stepped forward. The two of them seemed to have reached some kind of tacit understanding in a few words, and the most surprising thing was that Chu Yaowei could really handle it and could really help Huang Qisheng. Huang Qisheng was very happy. The others were a little dumbfounded. Lin Qun had known Chu Yaowei for such a long time, but he didn't know that she had such a skill. Tongzin was hesitant to speak, and all the words she wanted to smooth things over were held back. After a while, she just smiled and shrugged, saying, "They seem to have a strange way of communicating." Lin Qun looked at Xiaoqing. They nodded to each other, smiled at each other. Nothing was said. They were not familiar with each other, but seeing Xiaoqing standing in front of him again, Lin Qun was happy for her from the bottom of his heart. She stood up again with her own strength, and stood here again. As she walked, her mechanized body was exposed, and she no longer deliberately covered it up, and was open and generous. Tongzin politely did not ask any questions. Huang Qisheng, however, gave a thumbs up. "You are also a cool sister, an amazing person." Xiaoqing smiled sweetly. "Thank you." Her body was no longer human. She could not eat, let alone drink. She just sat in the corner, watching silently, occasionally speaking, with a smile on her face. But Chu Yaowei and Xiaoqing were not the first pair of visitors. Soon, more and more people appeared here. Liuiui and Xiaoyi came together. Behind them, there was the trio of Ni Wensheng, Li Xing and Li Ji. Li Ji was so excited when he saw Lin Qun that he immediately gave Lin Qun a bear hug and said, "Brother, I'm so glad you're okay. You He hid in Lin Qun's ear and whispered, although Aoli is very kind, brother, we should not fight desperately if we can. Staying alive is the most important thing. If we can't do it, we can just run away. Lin Qun replied quietly with a serious face, don't worry, I won't forget my original intention. Whoever fights desperately is a fool. I only fight with confidence. After asking, Lin Qun learned that they had all improved a lot recently. Now, even Li Xing has reached level 9. Li Ji, whose ability is more suitable for combat, is now level 15. Among the ordinary survivors, he is considered a top expert. It's amazing. Ni Wensheng is even more exaggerated. His height has reached 3 meters. In the past, he drove Li Ji and Li Xing, but now it's the other way around. He can't sit in the driver's seat, so he can only let Li Xing drive. Xiao Yi said, Mr. Lin, long time no see. There are still many of your support troops. In fact, they are all the old people who followed you to fight against the Zen's Lake Zerg swarm. Your team is still following you. They are right beside you. At that time, in the battle against the Zen's Lake Zerg swarm, the team led by Lin Qun was the elite among the talented people in the Magic City. Now that the team is fighting, it is still this group of people to cooperate. It is most suitable to break up the whole into parts and cooperate with Lin Qun. Otherwise, large-scale legion movements will not be able to keep up with Lin Qun, but will become a burden to Lin Qun. Lin Qun learned that Xiao Yi has been promoted continuously and is now the general person in charge of the scattered troops cooperating with Lin Qun. Xiao Yi's words are even more ambiguous. They are right beside you, humans are right beside you, and you are not fighting alone. Lin Qun nodded, handed the first level of the Dragon Elephant Prajna Kung to Xiao Yi, and briefly introduced it. Xiao Yi's eyes widened. This thing is so powerful. It can increase strength by 25 points. This, Mr. Lin. He instinctively wanted to ask about the origin of this thing, but he raised his head and looked at Lin Qun, but paused. He knew that he shouldn't ask, and there was no need to ask. He just took a half step back and bowed deeply. Xiao Yi knew very well that Lin Qun could take out such a good thing, or he could choose not to take it out. Even if he didn't take it out, they would never know that Lin Qun had such a thing. But now, his choice is to take it out and enhance the power of mankind. Lin Qun held Xiao Yi and said, Old Xiao, we are old acquaintances. There is no need to do this. And Command Li Zeng said it well, and did it well. I have seen my civilization, and I will naturally let my civilization see my strength. Complementing each other is good for everyone. This is Lin Qun's true thought. The Prophet civilization broadcast globally, inciting multiple civilizations to encircle and suppress Lin Qun. The power of human civilization can actually watch the fire from the other side of the river, watching Lin Qun be the enemy of the world, or being strangled, or finally surviving, and doing nothing is the most conservative approach. But human civilization did not do so. The 3 major survivor bases of Jinling, Luqing, and Daxing chose to fight. Next, Lin Qun had to face it, to fight with the power of civilization. To encircle and kill you alone is to provoke and challenge the entire human civilization. Lin Qun didn't say anything, but it was impossible not to be shocked in his heart. He is strong, which means his civilization is strong. His civilization is strong, which means he is strong. Only in this way can individuals and civilizations be closely connected and burst out with powerful power. It was dark, and they lit a bonfire in the center of the area occupied by the multi-legged civilization. Every face was reflected red in the flames. This was a long-awaited reunion. At this time, the beef had been processed and was roasted on the fire, and the aroma of meat was fragrant. Everyone sat around, talking and laughing. At this moment, it seemed that it was no longer a post-apocalyptic world. The desolate and dilapidated scenes around were all washed away. Their topics gradually jumped from the global battlefield and the doomsday to the things before the doomsday. The effect of cheers was as if they had returned to a time when nothing had happened. The atmosphere was particularly harmonious. Xia King talked about her children and their trip to Southeast Asia. She lamented that there were so many scammers there. If she had money, she should go to a better place. Her eyes curved into crescents, as if her children were still alive and running around her. Li Ji also talked about the embarrassing things that happened with Lin Qun at work. Chu Yaoi sat on one side and didn't talk much, but she took on the responsibility of a barbecue worker. She was skilled in the technique and never interrupted the supply of barbecue. Huang Qisheng didn't talk much about his own affairs, but he was the atmosphere group, persuading people to drink everywhere. After drinking 2 boxes of wine, he actually exchanged more than 30 bottles of medicinal wine, which made everyone dumbfounded. Li Ji was stunned. Can contribution points be used like this? Li Xing was very honest and started drinking. This is a good thing. You will win if you drink it. Xiao Yi also made an exception. He was slightly drunk and said that he was useless when he was a new soldier. He was the last one in the class and never thought that he could reach the heights he is today. Huang Qisheng knocked on the bottle and suddenly sang a song. His voice was out of tune and very unpleasant. Lin Qun watched from the side with a smile on his face, as if the end of the world, disasters, and wars were gone. The tranquility of this moment was everything, and he wanted to keep it. This night, he no longer thought about those messy things. It's time to relax. 3 or 2 good friends, a drink, this meal makes people feel relaxed and relieved from the heart. Lin Qun didn't know how long he hadn't had such a feeling. His tense nerves felt relaxed at this moment. It was a feeling that was hard to have even with full energy. Lin Qun also drank a lot. His alcohol tolerance was not very good, but it seemed that his level and attributes were high enough. He drank a lot now, but he didn't feel much, just a little drunk. He took out his long treasured durian card. Let's have some fruit. 10 durians, absolutely generous, made people dumbfounded. Huang Qisheng circled around Lin Qun. Where did you get them from? But everyone else was drooling over the durian in front of them. This thing is a good thing, especially now. It is priceless, and it is not an exaggeration to exchange one for the same weight of gold. Lin Qun just smiled and waved his hand. Everyone is welcome. 10 durians on this supply card were too much for him, but it was just right to share them now. The night was hazy. The warmth of this place seemed to form a sharp contrast with the desolation left by the multi-legged civilization in the Green City. But this night, this place was no longer the world of the multi-legged civilization, but the place of humans. The manned aircraft of the Prophet's civilization, however, was parked outside the Green Province, hidden in a location quite far from the forest group. Through the images sent back by its microscopic reconnaissance aircraft, it observed the movements of the forest group. Xiangqu silently watched the scene in the images sent back by the drone in front. At this time, news came from the front. Lord Xiangqu, we have received the latest intelligence. The Zerg civilization in the nearby area has moved abnormally. They seem to want to avenge the Battle of Zen's Lake and are ready to eat the human army in the Green Province. Moreover, the Black Sheep civilization has changed its direction and is heading straight for the Daxing survivor base. Xiangqu was silent for a while, then said coldly, haha, so that's it, the Black Sheep civilization. The predicted results have not changed at all. Let them enjoy this moment, because soon, they will all die in Daxing. Its glass jar slowly moved back. In the glass jar, most of its body has grown back, and it still looks very scary. But in its eyes, it has begun to flash with excitement. It knows. Now it is just an appetizer. The real war will break out in Daxing. The Battle of Daxing will completely put an end to the dispute in the Huaxia region. And humans are nothing more than jumping clowns. These top civilizations are the real chess players in the game. Whoever can gain an advantage in the Battle of Daxing will be able to gain an advantage in this civilization war. It is not in a hurry to make a move. It is not the right time yet. It is just looking forward to it in its heart, looking forward to the Daxing battlefield, killing those around this human, and slaughtering all his civilization, his despair, killing him when he is most desperate. That will bring the greatest pleasure to Xiangqu, and it will also use this opportunity to avenge its previous shame. In the past few civilization battlefields, although their prophet civilization did not win the final victory, it is a strong man at the ceiling level of the 3rd level civilization battlefield. Except for the evolvers, no one has ever forced it to such a situation now, not to mention a native. Chapter 263 The mysterious civilization marches southward. The night wind passed through the city. It swept through the streets and alleys, whistling through the fierce winds that damaged the buildings, making a humming sound, as if it was wailing. The bonfire under the tower of the multi-legged civilization had not yet been extinguished, but the banquet had been interrupted by the sudden news. After receiving the information, Xiao Yi sobered up all of a sudden, stood up, and said seriously, the news from the front came that the swarm of insects has moved and is heading towards the Green Province. Judging from its goal, it seems that they want to eat up all our human forces in the Green Province here. This is our old enemy, and they have a clear goal. They are here for revenge. The bonfire suddenly quieted down, and the atmosphere cooled down instantly. Everyone was an expert, no matter how much they drank before the global battlefield began. Now, this little bit of wine couldn't really make them drink too much. Moreover, most of them knew where this place was, and they didn't dare to drink too much, or to deal with sudden situations. They had been fighting for survival from the magic city to Lucheng and then here, and even fighting for the survival of others. They were stained with blood, and covered with scars. Now that the war was over, many civilizations in the Green Province were still in deep shock, because of the sudden and amazing achievements of mankind. They seized the opportunity to take a break from their busy schedule, which was what they deserved. Everyone worked hard to survive, wasn't it, for a peaceful and happy life? Wasn't it just to be able to sit here and chat and laugh like this? But those who can get to this day all know what to do and how to do it. Doing is the right thing to do. Even when you are relaxing, there is a nerve in your head that is tense. Therefore, Xiao Yi only said this one sentence, and he brought everyone back to reality. The laughter and harmonious atmosphere just now seemed to have never appeared, and the solemn atmosphere returned to everyone. But at this moment, everyone was quiet for a long time. Everyone looked at each other, and there seemed to be a trace of reluctance. Many of them were just ordinary people before the end of the world. The posture just now was the life they were familiar with and liked. They were reluctant to go back to this bloody and cruel reality. Even Lin Qun was a little dazed. The real war and the tranquility just now alternated too quickly, and he couldn't come back to his senses. In the end, Liui clapped his hands and stood up, smiled bitterly, and said, "It seems that we should run again." Xia King was the second one to stand up. She didn't drink any alcohol or eat anything. She just sat there prettily, but there was a light flashing in her eyes as she spoke. That was the light of life, full of vitality and desire. But at this moment, when she stood up, the light in her eyes dimmed again, leaving only a calm and murderous look. She said, "Kill all the aliens. Kill all the aliens." Chu Yaoi stood up and grasped Xia King's cold mechanical arm with her hands that were warm from the fire. Her eyes were moving, looking at Lin Qun on the other side. The firelight was reflected in her eyes, which seemed extremely hot. Although Xia King's new body already had a human form, it was not advanced enough to have receptors and temperature sensors everywhere, but at this moment, she seemed to feel the heat in Chu Yao's palm. She turned her head to look at her and nodded. This short gathering started and ended hastily. People separated. The news from above came one after another. The deployment of these people was very simple. It was still the same as before, with Lin Qun as the main body and following Lin Qun. They will all fight with Lin Qun. And now the other human forces and federal forces in Green Province will also act independently. Both sides faced this situation in their own way. The swarm may want revenge, but they should also want to try to kill Mr. Lin. Xiao Yi said, "Mr. Lin, let's separate. According to the original way, I'll be in Ming, and you will split up and follow me." Lin Qun looked around at everyone, and looked at Huang Qizeng. He was still planning to get in the same car with Huang Qizeng and Tongxin. But at this time, Chu Yaoi stepped forward and said, "You can take my car." At this time, everyone had stood up, and only Huang Qizeng was still sitting on his wine box with a flushed face. He drank too much, and was the only drunk person. But he seemed to be very clear-headed. At this time, he rarely held the bottle of wine in his hand, but lit a cigarette and said, "Little girl, let Lin Qun and I go. It's okay if some weaklings from other races come, but if the big guys really come, believe me, I'm not weaker than you." Chu Yaoi interrupted Huang Qizeng. She thought Huang Qizeng was questioning her fighting ability. Xia King looked at Chu Yaoi strangely. She rarely saw Chu Yaoi so anxious. Although her performance at this time seemed the same as usual, a little unkind. But Xia King was very agile and had a lot of contact with Chu Yaoi. She glanced at Lin Qun again. Huang Qizheng shook his head and covered his face in the smoke while puffing out smoke. Hey, little girl, that's not what I meant. I mean, you are still young. If the big guy really comes, I won't die, but you are still young. Tongzin frowned. Huang Qizheng, what are you talking about? Chu Yaowei was silent. After a while, she took a half step back, obviously agreeing with Huang Qizheng's suggestion. I shouldn't have interrupted you just now. I apologize to you. You make sense. She made a rational judgment. At that moment, everyone got on the car and left. When Li Ji left, he gave Lin Qun a bear hug. Brother, don't let those alien bastards kill you. I will take off as soon as possible to protect you. Lin Qun just smiled. I'm waiting for that day. We will go back to Anshan together. Li Ji was stunned, as if he didn't expect Lin Qun to still remember. He smiled and nodded. Let's go back to Anshan together. Before in the Magic City, they actually still had illusions, but after coming out and knowing that Anshan had long been swallowed up by the Shengui civilization, both Li Ji and Lin Qun almost understood that there was no point in going. The Shengui civilization was shrouding it, and the possibility was too low. And there was no way to go, because it was already the hinterland of the Shengui civilization controlled area. How could they go? But this agreement would not end. Even if the ending might be doomed, they already had the answer in their hearts. They had to go back and take a look, as long as there was a chance. That was to give themselves an explanation. Xiao Yi would redeploy not only these people, but also a team of talented masters with Lin Qun as the center, with thousands of people. They needed to be divided into small groups and readjusted. Of course, the situation was not that tens of kilometers away from the Green Province when the news came, and even farther from Green City. They still had time to deal with it calmly. The real trouble was the human army in Green Province. They would be the first to exchange fire with the Zerg. Of course, that was Li Zeng and several survivors. The things that the big boss of the base has to worry about have nothing to do with Lin Qun and his team. Lin Qun's task is very simple. Just take care of himself. He can do whatever he wants and fight however he wants. Lin Qun glanced at the rankings. He still failed to make it to the global rankings, but he moved up one more place in the human rankings. He glanced at it. The first place in the global human rankings is still that I'm a human, and his total contribution points have exceeded 50,000. Lin Qun is still a little curious about this person. But he guessed that the other party might not be a Chinese, otherwise, he would have heard of such a strong man long ago. At this time, Lin Qun raised his head and stood under the high tower building of the multi-legged civilization, watching the cars leave. The bonfire went out. There was an indescribable feeling in his heart. The old life seemed to emerge briefly, awakening Lin Qun's memories that were about to be completely forgotten, and now, it was buried again. Lin Qun responded to Huang Qizheng's complaints just now and said unhappily, hey, is the mortality rate so high if you follow me? Of course. You are a big boss, and the people who follow you to fight are all big guys, powerful masters. Do you think the mortality rate is high? Huang Qizheng puffed out smoke. Lin Qun's mouth twitched, and he didn't know how to refute, because what Huang Qizheng said made a lot of sense. His current opponents have been upgraded. They are no longer those miscellaneous soldiers in Heidu, but other people's warships, fleets and supermasters. This is risky for Lin Qun himself, and wouldn't it be even more risky for others? At this time, Huang Qizheng's cigarette turned into wine again. Seeing that Lin Qun was speechless because of what he said, he smiled and changed the subject. He said without a clue, hey, you have a lot of friends. Next time we get together, take me with you. I'm good at barbecue, right? Lin Qun thought about it and gave a thumbs up. Huang Qizheng is very accomplished in eating and drinking. Lin Qun now doesn't know how he can find a cow to eat in such a chaotic and messy battlefield. At this time, a whistle sounded. There is nothing to clean up here. There are too many people and too many mouths. Even a cow has been eaten up. Tongxin quickly started the car and turned on the headlights, illuminating the figures of Lin Qun and Huang Qizheng. Their shadows were stretched long on the ground. Huang Qizheng was the first to open the door and jump in. Lin Qun was the last to get in. Tongxin stepped on the accelerator. The engine of this luxury car made a pleasant roar and drove into the depths of the vast green city urban area, gradually going away and disappearing. On the macro battlefield, overlooking the green province area at this moment, human troops are being mobilized intensively. Troops marched rapidly in the dark night, with lights on. In the border area of Green Province, the two sides have opened fire fiercely, with missiles and anti-aircraft guns. The missile system was firing randomly here. Before the Zerg and human army saw each other, they had already launched a crazy bombardment. All kinds of missiles were flying in the air, igniting the entire sky at this location into a bloody crimson. But the Zerg's attack was too intensive, and the human anti-missile force in the Green Province was relatively weak. A large number of missiles continued to break through the defense, streaking across the sky and falling in front of the marching human line. In an instant, they turned into a blazing ball of fire, which was shocking and trembling. Many people were directly killed. The situation is changing. The federal forces won briefly, but are now quickly suppressed by the Zerg. At the same time, in the movement with the human federal army in the synchronous and opposite directions, many survivors are also in exile. Some of them are survivors who have fled from other areas, such as Ludaki and others, and some are local people from Green Province who are hiding here. There are not only rebels in Green Province, but also a large number of refugee survivors. They followed the rebels to hide from place to place, mostly the elderly, women and children, or some people who are timid and dare not fight. They do not participate in the battle, and generally only do some basic support work. The number is also not small, even more than the total number of rebels. With the rebels' move, many hidden human hiding points in Green Province were completely exposed, and their hiding places were in disguise. The Zerg, who were watching the war between humans and the multi-legged civilization, learned that the targets of the bombardment at this time also included these locations. Therefore, these people with little combat power were forced to leave their hiding places and become real refugees. They fled in panic under the bombardment of the Zerg. Gradually, a refugee wave formed on the ground of Green Province. At the same time, Lin Command Center. This batch of Zerg is very large. The Zerg's mother nest on Blue Star and the remaining 4 Zerg nests are all in it. Its troops are 10 times that of our troops in Green Province. Even if the total number of soldiers who have not been dispatched in our 3 survivor bases is added together, there are not as many as these natural war maniacs. Fukai looked serious, marking out one trajectory after another, based on the battle reports from the front. Although the Zerg was still a long distance away from Green Province, it had a total of 5 Zerg nests, which had advanced from 5 directions, and blocked the retreat routes in the directions of Lincheng and Lacheng. They did not block the road in the direction of Daxing, simply because the direction of Daxing was not the direction of the Zerg, and they were out of reach. The situation was not optimistic. The Zerg's fleet half surrounded the Green Province area in an arc, although under the current circumstances, the Zerg could not achieve a complete encirclement of the Green Province, but in modern warfare, their firepower was enough to surround the Green Province area. The Zerg understands our strength. They are closest to us. Our actions defeated the multi-legged civilization, but also exposed the positions of all our troops in Green Province. Other alien civilizations could only see us building a tower out of sand and eating up the multi-legged civilization with thunderous gestures. They were shocked and afraid of our strength, but the Zerg knew very well that up to now, we were seriously lacking in heavy weapons, and we did not have enough air force, and the number of mechanized troops was insufficient. The opposite legion had extremely poor combat capabilities, and we were able to eat up the multi-legged creatures completely by surprise. With the cooperation of the Lin group, we killed them close to them, smashed their defenses without giving the multi-legged civilization a chance to attack, and successfully strangled them. But now, they are shooting at us from more than 10 kilometers away, and the legions are advancing in an entire line. Our military forces in Green Province cannot collide with them at all. Once they collide, they are like knights in iron armor, and we are all civilians in cloth. In fact, before the real legions confronted each other, our troops in front had been blown to pieces by them. That's right. This is a key point. In order to break up the whole into small raids and sneak attacks, we don't have many mechanized troops. Moreover, most of the troops in Green Province are rebels from the survivors. To put it bluntly, they are civilian armed forces. I don't need to elaborate on the disadvantages of civilian armed forces. The Zerg is really crazy. They were 2 provinces away from us yesterday, and they were still fighting with others. Theoretically, it is impossible for them to kill us. How come they suddenly appeared here? The swarm is the swarm. Their army model is incomparable to the most well-trained army. It is difficult for us to have thousands of legions quietly rushing on the road, but it is not difficult for them. We should now find a way to break through. I suggest that we continue to break up into small pieces. Although civilian armed forces have disadvantages, they also have advantages. They can survive in the cracks of alien civilizations, so they have strong reconnaissance and counter-reconnaissance capabilities. When they are broken up into small pieces, they are very likely to successfully break through. They can pass through the blockade of the swarm and return to the controlled areas of Lin Qun and Lucheng through their gaps. The consultants and staff teams spoke one after another. Some were still proposing countermeasures. For example, dispersed retreat to break through. Li Zeng also frowned, looking at the scene in front of him. Lin Qun had already connected. This was a military meeting across the 3 survivor bases. Fang Zixin, the commander of Lin Qun, said, "The Zerg wants to eat us and gain the advantage, and they are also seeking revenge for our attack on them in Zen's Lake. Breaking through is a good choice, but it will mean the complete failure of our plan. The Night Shadow, that the Prophet civilization broadcasts to hunt, will lose the support of his civilization. Our external broadcasts now will become a joke." This is the representative of Daxing. He is the head of the Daxing Federation Military Command Center. A middle-aged man with a square face. He looked stern and sat upright, appeared in the video conference. He is Chen Wiang, the youngest commander of Daxing. He is also the one who built the Daxing military survivor base. His words made the scene fall into silence for a moment. The joy of the unusual victory just now is being quickly washed away, and the severe situation makes everyone frown. The current situation is a huge gap in strength. The technological level of the Zerg civilization may not be as powerful as that of the multi-foot civilization, but their army is too large. Such a Zerg army is a terrible force that sweeps across the land wherever it goes. Previously, it took all the military forces of Lucheng and Lin Qun to take down a nest of insects and the army in Zen's Lake. Now, there are 4 insect nests of the same size, including the mother nest of the insect swarm that descended on the battlefield of Blue Star. Fang Zixin, the commander of the Lin Qun survivor base, said, "We must also consider the ordinary survivors. There are still a large number of ordinary survivors in Green Province. Their number is definitely not small, and there is no management. If they flee randomly, they will be sitting ducks. We must send people to guide them as soon as possible, but this is also a problem. The current position of the swarm almost cuts off the retreat direction of these refugees to Lucheng and Lin Qun. I'm afraid we can only let them move towards Daxing." Chen Wiang said, "Daxing is willing to accept these refugees. The situation here is relatively stable, and we can accommodate this group of people. But we must make a decision on how to deal with this group of swarms. So we have to make a choice." Fu Kai looked around and said, "Whether to advance or retreat, maybe we can let Mr. Lin retreat, and Heidu and Lucheng will fight to the end with Mr. Lin." On one side, Li Zeng did not speak, but just nodded slightly to signal the audience, proving that Fu Kai's words at this time were exactly what their entire Lucheng command center meant. That is, what the people of Heidu meant. This is the attitude of Heidu. This is the attitude of Lucheng. What Fu Kai said at this moment was the consensus reached by everyone in Lucheng, from the top leaders to the ordinary survivors, before the meeting. They came out of Heidu together, and they must face everything together. This is the promise that Lin Qun made to Heidu, and it is also the promise that Heidu made to Lin Qun. Fu Kai's idea is consistent with Li Zeng. He can't just sit and watch Lin Qun being surrounded and killed. Li Zeng didn't say anything. Fang Zixin, the commander of Lin Qun, exhaled and said in a deep voice, "This is natural. We are all human beings. We are all human civilization. We prosper together and suffer together, and we will fight together, if we have to. We can't watch others surround and kill our strong men and remain indifferent. That will weaken our strength and make our resistance less and less. We in Lin Qun are willing to invest more troops. Now that so many people have responded to us, we may be able to fight the Zerg." Chen Wiang, commander of the Daxing side, also said, "I support it. We have just ignited the fire of hope in people, which is more precious than anything else. The battle to defeat the multi-legged civilization has greatly boosted morale. Taking advantage of now, we may be able to kill the Zerg in one go. If we can successfully solve the Zerg, it will be a good thing for our 3 survivor bases. In our relevant areas, there will be no large-scale alien civilizations. We may be able to buy more time for our development and form an iron barrel to resist external shocks. Therefore, I also think Mr. Lin cannot die, and our civilization cannot fall. However, if we want to fight, we must speed up our pace, and cannot let the Zerg keep bombing us, and causing continuous losses. Otherwise, by then, I will have no soldiers to fight again. The two of them also have their own ideas and thoughts in their proposals, but in the end, it's still the same. That is war. After the Battle of Green Province, human power and human voices were everywhere. In a short period of time, if the 3 survivor bases put all their troops into it, and call on the power of these survivors, they might be able to form a military force of the same scale as the 5 Zerg swarms and fight head on, but that would be a battle with all their strength. If they lose, all regions will fall. Now, it can be said that, since the outbreak of the civilization battlefield, the voices of humans in the surrounding areas have been the highest. It has become the only time to have a chance. If the Zerg swarm can be defeated, there will be no powerful alien civilization forces around their 3 survivor bases. They can truly merge to fight and resist external shocks. But at this moment, another urgent message came from the front. Commander, we have observed and confirmed that the Shengui civilization has moved abnormally. Their legions are moving south in large numbers. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 264. He seems to never get tired. Huaxia region. Northeastern North China. The strange mist covering tens of thousands of hectares began to surge half an hour ago. These mists are different from the shadow civilization. They are not thick, but very thin, revealing a strange blood color. Staring at them gives people a feeling of uneasiness and irritability. They began to surge in large numbers. In less than half an hour, they advanced dozens of kilometers. Then, the legion surging from them gradually appeared. It was a terrifying blood-red night. They were translucent and ghostly, but their whole bodies were blood red. They looked like humans but not humans, monsters but not monsters. From a distance, they looked like a group of knights. When you look closer, you will find that these things are extremely twisted and weird. They are completely integrated creatures, like alienated centaurs, with twisted humanoid structures in the upper body and huge reptile-like bodies in the lower body. The 6 limbs are on the ground, which are both claws and 6 hooves. They run wildly on the ground at a very fast speed and howl constantly. But their number is not much. They are just rushing in front. Behind them, there are more twisted postures, mutated from normal creatures. They are huge in number, connected into one, almost all over the mountains and plains, spreading out from the bloody strange world coverage area, overwhelming the south. Above them, in the sky, there is a terrifying blood moon, hanging in the sky, still emitting scarlet light, moving with the movement of its strange creatures. If it is a starless and moonless night, at first glance, you might think it is the moon in the sky, but if you look closely, you will find that it is not right. This is not the moon at all, but the huge and terrifying head of an alien creature, hanging in the sky at an unknown height. It seems to be very huge, and should have a lot of weight, but it seems to have no weight. Floating in the sky, suddenly here, suddenly there, in the blink of an eye, it comes out from the back, and has passed the strange blood monster knights and strange tides all over the mountains on the ground, emitting a hazy blood light, and flying in the front. And it, or these monsters, are all howling in unison. If you have the simultaneous interpretation device exchange item from the global battlefield contribution point mall, you can hear clearly that their howls are not completely meaningless roars, but some kind of crazy shouts. Holy war! Holy war! Holy war! All the lives along the way were submerged and turned into monsters like them, or they fled desperately, not daring to move forward, terrified, and ran as far as possible. This is a terrible army that cannot be resisted by conventional means. These monsters, crazy and twisted, howling with bleeding teeth, hoarse, still unwilling to stop, fanatical to the point of madness, rushing towards the latest coordinates of the forest group announced by the prophet civilization. In the dark night, such a scene is enough to scare people silly, just by seeing it from a distance. They are crazy. They regard the Red Shadow Man as a provocation to humans and the beginning of a holy war. They believe that there is a god behind the Night Shadow, the son of civilization broadcast by the prophet civilization, and his behavior is a provocation to the god of the Shengui civilization. For this reason, they want to launch a crazy holy war. The movements of the Shengui civilization were first seen in the number 1 military base of the Federation Huaxia district in the Kyoto area. In the deepest part of this military base, the highest commander of the Huaxia district stood upright in front of the electronic map, looking at the movements of the Shengui civilization and the direction of the sword, and issued the above judgment and emotion. But on his electronic map, most areas are displayed in a dim state. There is almost no marking on the Daxing, Green Province, and Jinling areas of the battlefield vortex. It's not that there are no such places on the map, or that it is not detailed enough. In this era, the map is the most detailed. Darkness means loss of contact and lack of the latest information on its movements. Because the number 1 military base is deeply trapped in the range of the Shengui civilization, communication is severely blocked. They have tried to contact the other side many times, but all failed. They can only see some clues from some changes in the rankings and changes related to the Shengui civilization. For example, the Red Shadow disappeared from the global rankings. Combined with the current actions of the Shengui civilization, it is not difficult to draw a conclusion. The Red Shadow died in pursuit of the Night Shadow, and the Shengui civilization was shocked and wanted to start the so-called Holy War on Blue Star. They don't know much about other civilizations, but they have been fighting against the Shengui civilization. Therefore, it is very reasonable to draw this conclusion. This is a crazy move that the Shengui civilization can make. Behind him, his deputy whispered, "All the people we sent out have disappeared." Recently, the Shengui civilization has been showing obvious abnormal movements, and we have not been in contact with the outside world for more than 10 days. The Shengui civilization's initiation of a holy war is a brainless behavior under its crazy belief in evil gods. Their civilization model is not suitable for such an expedition, but their second strongest man has already taken action, and I'm afraid it will inevitably bring pressure to that side. The human military over there should have also joined the war. The Supreme Commander said, otherwise, the Shengui civilization would not use the term holy war to encircle and kill a strong man, and there would be no need to send out these trash. Their weird army looks terrifying, but it is useless for masters. It is used for large-scale legion combat. His deputy said sternly, "It seems that Li Zeng and the others made the same choice as us. This is the choice that every human commander will inevitably make at the crossroads of fate. We must believe in Zhao Li's choice." The commander who was previously in charge of the entire China whispered, "But we can't sit back and wait for death. The power over there is limited. Without the addition of new human forces, they will surely be defeated if they are surrounded by multiple civilizations. I'm not sorry to die, but the fire of civilization cannot be extinguished. Send more people. This time, there is no need to establish contact. We can directly fully activate the network of survivor bases in the Huaxia region that we established before and call on them to join the war." The Supreme Commander raised his head, "And after we do what we should do, we should also join the war." Kyoto number 1 military base, as the capital of the Huaxia region of the Federation, had established contact with survivor bases in many regions of the Huaxia region when the Magic City was blocked before. Those survivor bases were spread all over China and were large in scale. They were stationed by the Federal Army and were very powerful. At that time, they wanted to use these survivor bases as the foundation to establish a counterattack network, but unfortunately, the offensive of the alien civilization was too strong. With the surging of the Shengui civilization, the Ice City survivor base and the Fengshan survivor base in the north were successively destroyed and fell all the way. The number 1 military base was forced to remain silent and almost lost contact later, so the plan was not launched. but many large survivor bases are still there, still struggling, and there are still a lot of military forces. And now, in the whole Huaxia region, only the number 1 military base can be contacted. They can contact the human survivor bases in other regions that Luqing, Jinling, and Daxing cannot contact. His black eyes were deep, reflecting the picture on the map in front of him. That is the area controlled by the mysterious civilization. Their number 1 military base is like an ale nailed in its hinterland. And this will become their meaning. The deputy behind realized something, showing a surprised expression, and whispered, "Commander, do you want to?" "Yes, we have been hiding for so long, and we shouldn't hide anymore. If the entire Huaxia region is about to fall into war, if humans all over the world are going to blow the horn of counterattack, how can we shrink here and tremble? The information is not smooth. Xiaoli and the others can't contact more people, and they may not even know how many people there are, but we once had. The communication was intermittent, and they kept calling. If we can't get in touch, we will send people out. The mysterious civilization blocks the way. If one group of people can't get out, we will send 2 or 3 groups. We are trapped here, but there are still many people who are not trapped. We are trapped and blinded, and our ears are blocked, but our hearts are not blind. We can make the most correct choice by following our own judgment. We are no longer strategically significant here, but the places and people that alien civilizations want to take over are of strategic significance. We must never let them succeed." The commander's voice was calm, as if he was saying something very plain and ordinary, but his words were the beginning of countless people in the entire Chinese region to join the war. He turned around, and his old and kind face showed a little smile. His deputy saw a blazing light in his eyes. When the commander looked at the map, his eyes were cold, like the most ruthless hunter in the jungle, but when he turned around, he was calm and upright, and his eyes were full of desire for the future. "This is our planet. This is a civilization. No one can stop our ambition to survive." Accompanied by the commander's voice, the others looked at each other, accepted the order, and all retreated. They will begin to spread information non-stop, send out teams after teams, and follow the previous information to find the scattered living forces in China, gather them together, let them go to where they should go, and gather human strength for this battle. His eyes moved and looked at the void. He was also flipping through the interface of the global rankings. On it, the overall ranking of humans. The first one is "I'm human." From the 1st to the 100th, he can remember them. Those are all human talents. He doesn't know most of the people here, but he wants to remember every name and looks forward to seeing them with his own eyes one day. Every time a name disappears from the list for no reason, he feels heartbroken. Because at that time, it was the fall of the future of mankind. And he was also looking at the global overall rankings. Although they were trapped here, that was a matter of the present. Before, they also gathered a lot of information. For the top civilizations I have some understanding of it. The top few names on the list are all the names of several top civilizations, and they are unparalleled strong ones. Especially the top 3. The Prophet civilization, the Shengui civilization, and the Lin Qun civilization. These 3 are from these 3 civilizations, and their total contribution points are all exaggeratedly around tens of millions, but their contribution points are almost the same, and the rankings change frequently. Sometimes the Prophet civilization is first, sometimes the Lin Qun civilization is first, and sometimes the Shengui civilization is first. Further back, there are the Black Sheep civilization and so on. The commander is not very clear. These few are actually all the evolvers of these top civilizations, but he knows that these strong ones are unimaginable existences. Behind the terrifying scale of their contribution points are countless lives, including those of other alien civilizations, but also many humans. He understands that they will be the greatest threat to mankind. He has been looking forward to their fall. But who can kill them? How powerful are these alien civilizations? The commander doesn't know either. He only knows every increase in their contribution points made him feel uneasy. Because that means they are becoming stronger, and it will be more difficult for humans to kill them. So, they have to do something. They have to do something. Meanwhile, a highway somewhere in Green Province. Lin Qun's car is speeding here. Tongxin is driving at full speed with the accelerator pedal fully opened. The highway is in a mess, with scrapped vehicles everywhere, but it does not block the road. Instead, it is very smooth, so Lin Qun and his team can drive all the way at lightning speed. It seems that there is only one car, but in fact, within a 5-kilometer range centered on Lin Qun, there is a whole support force operating around him. Behind Lin Qun, in the command center in Luncheon, as Lin Qun started to move again, his support team also started working non-stop after a short rest. News from multiple directions is flying like raindrops. More than an hour ago, shortly after Lin Qun and his team set out from Green City, the Prophet civilization announced Lin Qun's real-time coordinates for the third time. And the movement of the insect swarm was soon sent to Lin Qun's personal terminal through Gupan. Then came the news that the Shengui civilization was heading south. The Shengui civilization is still far away. We have limited control over the information in that area and have no effective information. The only thing we can confirm is that the Shengui civilization sent a life with 3.9 million contribution points. The ID is Slider. It is said that it is a god-given person who has received the gift of their gods in their world. Before landing on the Blue Star battlefield, all attributes were already 999. It personally led to the demise of the Fengshan survivor base and slaughtered 1 million humans in one battle. Ranked 9th in the world. Gupan's voice was full of tension. This was the first time she had encountered a strong man of this level. That was the top 10 in the world. When she was in the Magic City, this was an existence she dared not even think about. At that time, Bakalai, the most powerful of the Bakatan people, was ranked around 20th in the world. And in the global rankings, moving up one place is unimaginable gold content. This information was just obtained, and their military spent a lot of money to buy it in the civilization support system of the contribution point mall. It was one of the few intelligence that they could buy as an indigenous civilization. But even if a lot of money is spent, the information is very limited. Only these. This glider had already reached 999 in all attributes before coming to Blue Star. This means that its real combat power has long exceeded this number, but it has not yet reached the level of an evolver. It must be more powerful than Xiang. Lin Qun lowered his eyes. On paper, it is even stronger than the Xiang with the Prophet civilization. Of course, we can't just look at the paper data. Panel data is one aspect, and superpowers are also part of the ability. The Prophet civilization is obviously more advantageous in this regard. Of course, as a life of the Shengui civilization, this guy should also have some extraordinary means. You really think highly of me? If it dares to come, I will dare to die for it to see whether it believes it or not, Lin Qun said jokingly. Gupan couldn't help but said nervously, Mr. Lin, you are still in the mood to joke. Lin Qun said, it's here, I can't scare it to death first, right? Although it is a big threat, it is far away. Even if it wants to come, it can't arrive in a short time. The trouble now is the swarm, right? What countermeasures does the military have against the swarm? With the strength of the sliders, it won't take long to kill here from the northeastern part of China controlled by the Shengui civilization. For example, the previous Red Shadows, whose combat power is far inferior to the sliders. Didn't they come here soon after the Prophet civilization disclosed Lin Qun's coordinates? But this time, the sliders didn't come by themselves, and they had to be affected by their ground forces. The speed of the monster's actions can determine the speed of the sliders. Therefore, in a short period of time, the top power sent by the Shengui civilization, the 9th in the world, really can't come, and it doesn't pose a threat. Gupan said, we are still studying the plan. But the main direction is to exchange fire, but there are too many troops and humans involved, and it is difficult to coordinate them immediately. Lin Qun understood this. Now the power of mankind is expanding, absorbing the power of other survivor bases. Before the reorganization is completed, it is difficult to dispatch, and now the Zerg's bombardment makes it even more difficult. Lin Qun was silent for a moment, and said, then I will go to kill the Zerg first. Now the Zerg's main force is still more than 10 kilometers away from Green Province. According to the information given to Lin Qun by Gupan, the nearest Zerg nest is still 9 kilometers away from Green Province. It continues to advance, and has been firing. It is now late at night. From Lin Qun's corner of Green Province, as far as the eye can see, the far end of the field of vision is already burning in flames. The earth is as bright as day. The Zerg's long-range attack has lasted for a full hour and a half. The human counterattack is already very weak. However, their ammunition is extremely sufficient. The Zerg is a soldier. Before the Zerg's main force arrives, their shells can bomb half of the Green Province. As the Prophet civilization disclosed Lin Qun's coordinates for the third time, they also launched a wave of missiles at Lin Qun. Although they did not hit, it was still thrilling. At a distance of 9 kilometers, it is difficult for humans to rush over with the current strength against the intensive attack, but Lin Qun can, and he is very fast. He still has the original idea. If you come to kill me, I will come to kill you. Moreover, although he spoke to Gu Pan easily, he felt heavy in his heart when he heard the news. A top powerhouse. The data on the surface is exactly the same as Superman, who cannot be nervous. Lin Qun was joking and speaking the truth. If it came, and if Xiangqu, who was hiding somewhere, took action again, he might be killed. If he did not use Superman's power, Lin Qun did not want to die. Isn't it just to survive that he struggled and fought to this day? Lin Qun knew that he had to face these top powerhouses of alien civilizations, which was an inevitable outcome, but who would win was still undecided. What he wanted was that if you want to kill me, I will kill you. It's that simple. His reliance is his talent for drawing cards. Before the decisive battle, he must be stronger. Upgrade the card pool, draw cards infinitely, and even collect giant cards to launch the rumbling. Therefore, after a short rest, he immediately set off in a hurry. At this moment, he also has a clear goal, and is ready to go straight to the swarm to harvest contribution points. Their current direction is exactly the location of the nearest worm nest outside the Green Province. After Tongzin drove for a while, Lin Qun simply rose from his car, switched to the Mark 15 nano-suit, and rushed through the air at high speed, rushing 9 kilometers away. His forward direction is completely opposite to the direction of movement of the human army. At this moment, most of the human troops were evading and heading away from the insect swarm, but only Lin Qun at this moment turned into a line of fire in the dark night, piercing through the air, rushing thousands of miles, with the tip of his sword pointing directly at the nearest insect nest. Speed is of the essence in war, and if you want to take action, you must act with thunder. Gu Pan immediately prepared tactical support. Lin Qun's support team at the Lucheng Command Center also started to operate immediately. Huang Qisheng shouted through the car window, "You go first, we will be there in a while." In the dark, Xiangqu's microscopic unmanned reconnaissance aircraft followed silently. The picture was transmitted back to the Dominant Prophet civilization aircraft outside the Green Province. Looking at this scene, the life of the Prophet civilization also had a rare complex expression. Won't this human get tired? He has been fighting all the time, and only had a short break in the last few hours. If I were him, I might have gone crazy. Endless struggle, hopeless siege, weak civilization. How did he do it? He faced his opponent again and again, moving forward with high spirits, as if he would never get tired, let alone retreat. He is not even a child of civilization. Maybe he just wants to survive. He is fighting for survival. Only by working hard all the time can he get more chances to survive. Under such a premise, how could he get tired? He dare not get tired. Although he is an ignorant native, he is also a respected opponent. The last sentence was said by Xiangqu. Its body and the glass jar are covered better and better, but its expression was also a little complicated. Looking at the line of fire that pierced the sky, there was a different meaning in its tone. A warrior who worked hard deserves respect. He is not even a real child of civilization, although he brought it shame. But these are two different things. It suddenly thought, if this person is the life of their prophetic civilization, it will definitely become friends with the other party. And now, it became even more determined to kill this human, and not give him a chance to grow up. Chapter 265 Bombarding the Insect Swarm. Southwest of Green Province. The Zerg civilization landed on the 5th hive of the Blue Star battlefield. This is a regular hive, carrying a large number of air-to-ground combat insects, and some special combat insects. Its commander is the same insect as the hive in Zen's Lake, and is a natural commander in the Zerg sequence. The structure and size of this hive are almost exactly the same as the hive in Zen's Lake. It is also surrounded by a large number of combat insects, and there are secondary functional hives like mountains guarding around its command hive. These secondary functional hives have also appeared in Zen's Lake, serving as troop transport, transit, gunboats, and production bases. They are all semi-rock and metal structures, filled with a swarm of life technology mixed with a technological sense of interstellar civilization. Each hive is supported by multiple propulsion matrices at its bottom and rear, which allows these huge hives to sail in the air. But after all, the size and weight are here. If a whole huge hive system wants to move quickly, the distance cannot be too high. It can only be maintained at an altitude of 700 to 800 meters. At this position, the forward speed of a hive war system can reach 2/3 of the speed of conventional fighters, which is also very impressive. When the forest group rose from the distance of Green Province, it passed through the air with a line of fire and rushed to this fifth hive at high speed. The commander of the swarm located deep in this hive immediately reported to the mother nest of the peak and received the feedback of the exchange of fire as soon as possible. Therefore, in this fifth hive war system that was originally pouring firepower on another direction of Green Province, the swarms of artillery, missiles, and rocket launch matrices all turned to attack the forest group from a super long distance. Their firepower, one round of firing, is enough to cover a county town, but now they are firing at a target. This is the highest respect and an extremely luxurious attack. That piece of attack rose up like a cloud of fire. The order of the Queen of the Zerg was extremely simple and confident. Face him, bomb him, kill him. He is still alive, not yet an evolved being. Even if his ability to defeat the fleet of the multi-legged civilization is still useful, it is ineffective for our Zerg, but our attack is enough to kill him remotely. The Zerg's judgment was very correct. Their attack put a lot of pressure on Lin Qun. Lin Qun couldn't stand the dense missiles on his face. Whether it was the Mark 50 or Lin Qun's own physical attributes, although they were far superior to his peers, they were far from being able to withstand hundreds of various heavy firepower attacks. Therefore, Lin Qun had to slow down and detour in midair, relying on the powerful maneuverability of the Mark 50 to bypass the entire attack line from the front, and then Lin Qun turned around and charged forward again. The Zerg opened fire for the second time. Even if it was the Mark 15 nanosuit, if it was bombarded by such dense artillery fire from the Zerg, his nanosuit would be broken into pieces. Of course, he didn't dare to take it head on. But Lin Qun's speed was fast enough, and the distance was constantly shortened. His move here touched the hearts of many people. In Luncheon, the situation was getting tense. The spies and reconnaissance equipment of other alien civilizations were watching the battle from afar. The aircraft of the Prophet's civilization, which was hidden in a distant location outside the Green Province, witnessed the whole process through the drones on the scene. Xiangqu said, "He can't break through at all in this state. What other means does he have? Is he going to give his contribution points to the Zerg?" Everyone can see that it is difficult for Lin Qun to break through. For example, the battle that defeated the fleet of the multi-legged civilization before is almost impossible to replicate. This is also normal. These alien civilizations are all highly intelligent creatures. The intelligence of any civilization is not worse than that of humans. The collision between Lin Qun and the first fleet of the multi-legged civilization shocked everyone, but the same tactics could not be staged and must be guarded against. At a distance of 9 kilometers, it is difficult for Lin Qun to break through to 5 kilometers, and it is difficult to release a round of the Sword of Promised Victory. Having said that, it still believes that Lin Qun cannot be so stupid as to confront head-on. He must have other plans. But judging from the current situation, the situation is not so optimistic. Lin Qun looked quite powerful and attacked from a distance, but he had never been able to get close to the hive fleet of the Zerg. Instead, he looked like he had sent himself to the door and was chased and beaten by the hive, looking very embarrassed. In front of Lin Qun, the fifth hive did not slack off at all and had completely stopped advancing. The terrifying Zerg torrent hung in the sky, and countless artillery fired crazily. The Zerg core was armed to the teeth, and each round of firing was heavy and powerful, just to bombard Lin Qun to death from a distance. No matter how you turn and move, your individual strength is strong, but under the modern long-range attack, you can't even think of getting close. Therefore, Lin Qun showed a declining trend, with a sense of despair and powerlessness. However, Lin Qun's round of attacks successfully attracted the firepower of the 5th hive of the Zerg. One person made the firepower of the entire hive pour down on him, which directly gave the human troops in the Green Province that were originally attacked by this hive a chance to breathe, and they were retreating in large numbers and trying their best to hide themselves. Far away from where Lin Qun was moving, the scattered ground troops following Lin Qun had all stopped. If they came closer, they would probably become the target of the hive. For example, Chu Yaowei, Huang Qizheng and others. Although their strength was not bad, they were only individual strength. Facing the bombardment of the hive, they had no room to evade, and it was impossible for them to kill the enemy. If they followed like this, they would be courting death. Tongzhen's car had already stopped. Huang Qizheng stuck his head out and looked into the distance with a telescope. His eyes narrowed slightly and said, "Lin Qun is not in this state. How about he run away quickly?" Huang Qizheng could see clearly. Lin Qun was rushing left and right now, but he couldn't get close to the hive, let alone use the big move of the sword, a promise of victory. He couldn't even touch it. The hive was now on guard against the means that Lin Qun had shown in the battle before, so it was impossible for them to give Lin Qun any chance to get close. Moreover, the hive had a rich reserve of weapons and fired crazily, and it looked like they had not used up all the missiles. Even if the battle is over, the Zerg must have a reserve of contribution points, which can be exchanged for a large number of ammunition at any time, to continue to maintain the attack. Huang Qizheng's judgment is still pertinent. Tongzhen was also worried. When Lin Qun took off and rushed to the battlefield, they were all excited, thinking that the previous battle would be reenacted. Lin Qun found that the Zerg nest was broken, but they did not expect this situation. At this time, Lin Qun in the distance seemed to have heard Huang Qizheng's words and suddenly changed direction and ran in the opposite direction of the Zerg nest, running through the air at high speed, as if preparing to run away. The surrounding human ground forces from all directions thought that Lin Qun was preparing to run away. This is in line with Lin Qun's war rhythm. If there is no way, fight. If you can beat it, ride on its face. If you can't beat it, run. Lin Qun's appearance at this time is very consistent, running away. The Zerg nest also seems to think that Lin Qun is preparing to run away. Their fleet changed direction accordingly and continued to chase Lin Qun and bombard him. The Zerg nest wants to keep Lin Qun. The children of civilization are also their goal, and they are beneficial to their civilization. But Lin Qun's speed is extremely fast. In the blink of an eye, he has broken through 3 times the speed of sound, turning into a line of fire and rushing to the end of the skyline, flying 2 kilometers in a few seconds. With the performance of Mach 50, if Lin Qun wants to run at full speed, ordinary people really can't stop him. Running all the way, in the blink of an eye, Lin Qun has already run nearly 10 kilometers. In the sky, from a long distance away, even he can't see the hive clearly. That location is not in the direction of Green Province, but along the edge of the Green Province border, an uninhabited wilderness. The missiles of the swarm behind him, only a few supersonic missiles can catch up with him. At this time, Lin Qun suddenly stopped running. On the contrary, he slowed down directly, slashed several sword lights with his backhand, and detonated all the missiles behind him. Then Lin Qun turned his head and rushed to his feet. His action has exceeded the position that most humans can observe, and only the hive in the command center behind can see it. At this moment, watching this scene, Li Zeng of the Lucheng command center sneered. He knew that his and Lin Qun's plan was about to succeed. In the 5th insect nest, deep in the insect nest, the command insect connected to countless pipes instantly scanned and analyzed Lin Qun's location, and was instantly shocked. When did they deploy heavy artillery here? At this moment, the wilderness where Lin Qun quickly landed. In the layered woods, a set of turbolaser cannon systems is hidden. This is exactly the card that Lin Qun had drawn before. After being modified and put into use by the military, it was still shining in the battle with the multi-legged civilization a day ago. With its super long-range strike, it relied on its powerful performance and terrifying output power to destroy several multi-legged civilization warships in a row, and made great contributions to the successful victory of the human joined forces over the second fleet of the multi-legged civilization. And it was this heavy weapon that disappeared after a brief appearance because its original location was far away from the battlefield, and it withdrew from the battlefield even more quietly, but it did not expect that it would appear here at this moment. And this is naturally the plan of Lin Qun and Li Zeng. They knew from the beginning that it would be impossible to repeat the victory against the first fleet of the multi-legged civilization by rushing forward like this, so some other means must be used. And this ship gun from the Star Wars world has become the first choice at this moment. Its powerful firepower has been fully demonstrated on the battlefield against the multi-legged civilization. The defense of the main battleship of the multi-legged civilization is also difficult to withstand its continuous bombardment. It can also cause a devastating blow to the insect nest system of the swarm. Therefore, this weapon was operated by a special team sent by Li Zeng and directly delivered to Lin Qun. A distance of more than 10 kilometers is just enough for it to fire crazily. When Lin Qun came, the personnel here had been evacuated, leaving only a heavy turbolaser cannon, the muzzle pointed obliquely at the sky, revealing a creepy killing and coldness. In order to prevent the retaliatory attack of the swarm, there is no point for those people to stay here. The whole cannon has been debugged at this moment, and Lin Qun can fire directly, and he has also received training and used it himself, so he can use it independently. Not only that, the military left him 3 sets of energy, which were very valuable, and could supply Lin Qun with 180 cannons. Li Zeng's voice rang directly beside Lin Qun's ears. The cannons and ammunition are all given to you. Lin Qun, you have to shoot down the 5th hive of the Zerg for me, and you promised me that this cannon cannot be blown up by these bugs. The Zerg has been firing for a long time, and the military has been using missiles and rockets to shoot back, but one of the reasons why it has not used this turbolaser cannon is that it is worried about being destroyed. This beam energy weapon has amazing firepower and a long enough attack range, but once it is fired, it will definitely expose its position. If you have the means to hit others, they will naturally come to hit you. The turbolaser cannon is too large, and if it is really locked as a target, you can't run away. Hearing this, Lin Qun narrowed his eyes and said heroically, "Don't worry, wait, and see me bombard the Zerg." At this moment, he has quickly entered the turbolaser cannon operating platform, immediately turned the turret, and fired crazily. The roar of the turbolaser cannon shook, and the terrifying beam energy rays instantly turned into light and shot out, forming a beam of fire that rushed straight into the sky. The beam energy strikes pierced through the air one after another, and in the roar, it rushed directly to the Zerg fleet. The beam energy strikes were extremely fast. The 3-barrel turbolaser cannons of the Lin group fired frantically. Only when the 3rd round of strikes was launched, the 1st round of strikes had already pounced in front of the Zerg like a flash of sharp arrows. The 5th Zerg nest reacted very quickly. The moment it discovered that there were cannons hidden here, it immediately mobilized the Zerg to move forward and bolt a steel-like Zerg line in front of its core Zerg nest. At the same time, the other 2 heavy Zerg mountain-like warships were also started, guarding in front of it diagonally and resisting the strikes from the direction of the Lin group. Therefore, the dozen or so cannons in front of the Lin group, with a monstrous momentum, failed to hit the Zerg nest, but hit the Zerg outside. But despite this, the power of this turbolaser cannon is also terrifying, especially when Lin Qun fired a series of indiscriminate bombardments at this moment, and the attacks were connected in a line. Under the attack, the swarm in front fell in pieces. A beam of energy ray could explode more than a dozen worms in the front. In addition, the dense attack of Lin Qun was like a dazzling flash, directly penetrating the front swarm defense line. Continue inward. Fire with a roar. The attack penetrated the swarm line and directly hit a worm nest guarding the 5th worm nest in the rear. Accompanied by a loud bang, Lin Qun fired 76 shots in a row, directly penetrating the swarm mountain warship guarding it. The flash of the triple turbolaser cannon penetrated from a long distance like a heavy rain, and hit multiple places. The huge swarm worm nest was shattered like paper, and flames burst out from the front section, exploding with a bang. The huge structure exploded in the air, like a flaming mountain lit in the air, and the huge hull structure fell, and collapsed like an iceberg, falling directly. The surrounding insects fled in panic. A lot of contribution points were credited. The Zerg was killed in large numbers. Lin Qun stood 10 kilometers away, bombarding the Zerg nest from a very long distance. At the moment, the offense and defense seemed to have reversed. Lin Qun was now 10 kilometers away, controlling the triple turbo laser cannon, firing crazily, bombarding the Zerg nest. Dear readers, Happy New Year's Day. I hope everything goes well for you in the new year, and I also ask for support in the new year. In addition, some chapters may contain sensitive content, so some places have been automatically modified by Gideon. You can only think about it more and understand it. I can't do anything about it. Chapter 266. He can outrun a car and a gun. On the battlefield, Lin Qun was firing crazily, and the turbolaser cannon roared. The shells were fired, as if they were free. The beam of energy pierced through the air. The whole turret was roaring. In front, the Zerg's line had been blasted open by Lin Qun's terrifying continuous firepower. As the first escort Zerg Hive warship collapsed, the attack quickly penetrated and hit the 5th Zerg Hive behind it, which had no time to evade more. The 5th Zerg Hive was huge, and it seemed that it did not expect Lin Qun's firepower to be so strong, and was directly penetrated by Lin Qun. Amid the roar and loud noise, inside the 5th Zerg Hive, the commander of the Zerg Hive looked up and saw that the Zerg Hive defense structure above his head had collapsed step by step, and a crimson light lit up the whole world. The Zerg Hive was destroyed in a terrible wail. The flames rose. The explosion illuminated the entire sky, and a large number of flying Zerg flew in all directions, and there was chaos in an instant. There is no need to charge. A huge army, right? I will blast it open for you. The powerful firepower directly broke through the outermost layer and hit the innermost layer. The flames were boiling. Lin Qun's turbolaser gun also went silent. The roar gradually became smaller. Because it was easy to carry, the 3 energy groups of the turbolaser gun only had 60 beams of energy rays that could be fired, which was less than before. The 3 groups were exactly 180. This number was terrifying enough, a full 180 space battleship guns. And Lin Qun vented these 180 beams of energy in less than 20 seconds, directly shooting through the iron barrel-like defense of the 5th Hive war system, roaring and sinking, leaving a crimson wreckage on the ground. But the swarm war sequence did not collapse with the destruction of the 5th Hive. On the contrary, the war bugs were only confused for a moment, and then they immediately returned to normal. Even the gunboats further behind were sluggish for less than 5 seconds, before continuing to adjust their direction and fire. This is not because Lin Qun destroyed a fake hive this time, but because the remaining hives of the swarm and even the mother hive that landed on the Blue Star battlefield are nearby, and the mother hive has the highest authority and control over the entire Blue Star battlefield. When the 5th hive was destroyed, the mother hive here took over the swarm fleet of the 5th hive system in just 5 seconds, and launched a counterattack at this moment. Deep in the swarm's mother hive, the mother worms that landed on the Blue Star battlefield were very angry. They came in a menacing manner, and had already calculated all the abilities of Lin Qun that might threaten them, but they still paid a heavy price. That was the heavy firepower of humans. A beam energy cannon that did not belong to their technology. This must have been an exchange item from the contribution point mall. As a native human being, they could not gather individual contribution points, and being able to own such a beam energy cannon definitely cost a lot. Being able to destroy it can also be regarded as recovering their losses. The human was very fast, and they couldn't stop him if he wanted to run. But you can run. Can your cannon run? With such a large size and mass, even if your armor can drive it, it will be slowed down alive, and even supersonic speed is impossible. The only outcome is that both the people and the guns will be blown to pieces. Deep in the hive, the queen was already furious. They lost 2 hives in the hands of the same human, which was an extremely heavy price. They must make these humans pay with blood. However, soon, they were dumbfounded to find that this person not only ran away, but also ran away with his cannon. In the past 5 seconds, the swarm reacted quickly, from chaos to order, instantly reorganized the formation, and even started to counterattack. But in these 5 seconds, Lin Qun was not idle. He used up all the firing times of this turbolaser cannon, and the turbolaser cannon became a dud cannon in seconds. Although Lin Qun destroyed the 5th hive, with the hive taking over, he still had no chance to get close to the swarm fleet. If he couldn't get close, he would just waste time and be fooled by others, so Lin Qun didn't need to fight. The moment the 180 shells were fired, Lin Qun was ready to run away. Not only did he have to run away, he also had to take this triple turbo laser cannon with him. He promised Li Zeng that he would ensure that this turbo laser cannon would not be scrapped. This thing is very valuable to the military, not only for its tactical significance, but also for the technology of beam energy weapons it contains, which is also needed by the current Federation, especially since this is technology from Star Wars. It was originally derived from human technology. The Federation can avoid many detours by studying it. Therefore, the significance of this turbolaser cannon is not just a turbolaser cannon, but countless particle beam weapons for future humans. On the other hand, this is the treasure that Lin Qun drew out by spending his contribution points. Lin Qun actually wanted to say to Li Zeng, "This is my thing. If anyone wants to destroy it, I will be the first to stop it. Do you need to tell me? As for how to take this thing away, when it comes to running away, Lin Qun has always been very good at it." So, a funny and terrifying scene appeared on the battlefield. In the rolling and boiling steam, Lin Qun suddenly turned into a terrifying giant more than 60 meters tall, carrying this triple turbo laser cannon directly on the ground. The size and weight of the triple turbo laser cannon are too exaggerated for Lin Qun, who is of ordinary human size, but it is another matter when he is in the colossal titan state. At this moment, the triple turbo laser cannon is like a sack on the ground to the colossal titan. He picked up the entire turret and related energy supply and control devices, just like carrying a sack, and ran away without much disobedience. At this moment, Lin Qun used Mario's jump to run away. At a height of more than 60 meters, Lin Qun jumped hundreds of meters in one jump, and 2 consecutive jumps directly exceeded 500 meters. In the blink of an eye, the first round of counterattacks launched by the Zerg was still in the sky, and this bloody and skinless colossal titan ran away with the turbolaser cannon for who knows how far. The speed was breathtaking. At this time, Lin Qun looked like a giant flea, jumping around, and every time he landed, the ground shook. The queens in the mother nest were dumbfounded. He can still do this? Then, he became more and more angry. Because this human seemed to be escaping right under their noses again. Hold him, bomb him, kill him. The queen's angry command spread throughout the swarm. At this moment, not only the swarm of the 5th hive system that was exchanging fire with Lin Qun was firing at Lin Qun, but other hives that were farther away also opened fire, chasing Lin Qun and bombarding him, venting the queen's anger. What a pity. The escape route chosen by Lin Qun was determined by the Lucheng command center. From the beginning, the position of firing was very suitable for escape. The forces of the several swarms that could fire at him were not only at the limit of their range, but also in a blind spot. The nearby 5th hive system swarm legion had just been killed by the center of Lin Qun, and its long-range attack capability dropped sharply. Therefore, the swarm's anger could only be impotent rage in the end, watching Lin Qun running all the way in the form of a supergiant, and finally disappearing abruptly. That was when Lin Qun retreated to an absolutely safe location and joined up with Li Zeng's support troops. He quickly ended his conspicuous supergiant form and became invisible in 1 second. The turbo laser cannon he carried was also handed over to the troops waiting here, who took it away to ensure the safety of the turbo laser cannon. This thing is very useful, but the shortcomings are still obvious. It is better to keep it in the hands of the military to maximize the benefits. Otherwise, if Lin Qun carries it alone, it will be very inconvenient to use. The support troops waiting for Lin Qun here were a little dumbfounded. They were specifically responsible for this turbo laser cannon. After knowing what mission they were going to perform this time, although they resolutely carried it out, they were actually not optimistic about the outcome, believing that this turbo laser cannon would probably be destroyed. Waiting for support here, there was no hope. Because this place is too far away from the location where Lin Qun and the Zerg were fighting, how could they be supported here? The leader of their team couldn't help but sigh, although I have no objection to using the turbolaser for Mr. Lin. After all, this is what Mr. Lin provided, but the value of this thing far exceeds the number of Zerg it can kill. I still think it's a pity to scrap it like this. As the leader, he knew the value of the turbolaser and loved it very much. He was very reluctant to give it up. thinking that it would be a waste, even if he exchanged it for a Zerg nest. His frustrated expression was beyond words. Until they saw the huge blood-red giant in the distance. The smoke and dust was rolling up and down like a flea, and felt the violent tremors of the earth, until Lin Qun came to them with the turbolaser. The turbolaser was intact. Their mouths were wide open. Especially the team leader. His expression changed in a second. He was still worried and dejected the previous second, but now his expression changed immediately, smiling and excitedly holding Lin Qun's hand, as expected of Mr. Lin, the number one in the Magic City. I never thought of such a method. It's amazing. You can actually bring back the turbolaser cannon intact, after exposing the coordinates. I guess you are the only one in the entire Chinese region who can do it. Lin Qun blinked his eyes as he listened. For some reason, he always felt that this guy's words were insincere. It seemed that he was praising him, but in fact, it seemed that the focus was somewhere else. But Lin Qun had no intention of staying. The turbolaser cannon will be quickly transferred. His current situation is special. The Prophet civilization has been following him and announcing the coordinates at any time. He should not act with them and quickly transfer to another direction. Moreover, he was very arrogant. After moving forward for a while and getting away from the turbolaser cannon to meet the troops behind, he directly soared into the sky. The Mark 50 accelerated wildly, shining brightly in the night sky. It seemed to be looking down and arrogantly saying, "I'm here, who will kill me?" Xiao Yi and other teams that cooperated with Lin Qun quickly moved back to him. Unlike Lin Qun's publicity, they were concealed and careful and moved forward in a scattered manner. The microscopic unmanned reconnaissance aircraft of the Prophet civilization also bit behind Lin Qun. Lin Qun's large-scale movement just now was beyond the expectations of the Prophet civilization, and he temporarily shook them off, but they were more advanced and powerful than the Zerg, and they quickly located themselves and continued to follow in secret. Of course, if Lin Qun did not take the initiative to show up and directly put on the bronze mask, he might really be able to shake off the Prophet civilization for a while. But Lin Qun did not do it, because there was no need. The Prophet civilization's goal had been successful, and he had become the target of public criticism. With the abnormal movements of multiple top civilizations, he had become everyone's open target. He could hide for a while, but not forever. There must be a battle in the end. Therefore, Lin Qun's attitude was very clear. If you want to follow, you can follow. Anyway, there must be a battle in the end, and you can't hide, so you can only face it. In this case, there is no need to hide, because before the real top civilizations come to the final battle, the Prophet civilization will announce the coordinates with him, which can only attract small and medium civilizations. Those are all contribution points delivered to the door, which is much more efficient than Lin Qun finding and killing them one by one. In this case, why doesn't he sit back and enjoy the fruits of his labor? The life of the Prophet civilization also realized this. After the Prophet civilization reconnaissance aircraft bit the forest group, its information was quickly transmitted to the Prophet civilization aircraft outside the Green Province area. They are still hiding and dormant, wandering outside the rankings of key areas, monitoring the battlefield and the movements of the forest group through microscopic unmanned equipment. Inside, the life of the Prophet civilization is asking Xiangqu for instructions. "Sir, this human is obviously using our announcement of his coordinates to help him attract contestants from other civilizations, so that he can take the opportunity to counterattack and harvest contribution points. Sir Xiangqu, we have just analyzed the movement direction of this human, and determined that the turbolaser cannon he used should have been taken away by other humans. We have locked several directions in the approximate direction, but if we want to specifically lock the position of the transfer troops of its turbolaser cannon, I'm afraid we will need to invest a certain amount of manpower and material resources to track it down. There is no need to track it down, their turbolaser can't threaten us." Xiangquo's voice was cold, and he only said lightly, "He used us to counterattack contestants from other civilizations and quickly harvest contribution points. This is a very clever means, but it doesn't matter, because the predicted results have not changed so far, and the contribution points he quickly harvested with our help are not enough to change anything. This human will definitely die in axing, and that day is not far away. Presumably at this moment, the human command center behind him should have received the news, right? However, this human is really amazing. From the attack just now, to the turning confusion, to the destruction of a swarm of insect nests, to the escape at this moment. Even if there is a plan in advance, it is not easy to execute it so accurately and smoothly. And his methods are endless. With such combat power, he is not even a child of civilization. I'm very curious about what his talent is. I didn't expect that there would be such a strong man on this seemingly ordinary planet. Daxing battlefield, I will give him a decent death. Xiang, in addition to hatred and rage, is beginning to have a little respect for Lin Qun. This is the respect from the top strong man of the Prophet civilization on the Blue Star battlefield. It is extremely rare. In its eyes, most of the lives are ants, or even just walking contribution points. It is incredible that it can value a human so much. On one side, other staff members of the Prophet civilization couldn't help but whispered, "Lord Xiang, this human can be valued and evaluated by you. He is also honored." Xiang did not answer. In the flickering light, in the glass jar, its body gradually showed the outline of a perfect prophetic civilization life, and it was about to recover. Soon, it would be able to return to the battlefield. And just as the prophetic civilization Xiang judged, at this moment, the Luchun command center was still busy with the dispatch of the battlefield. At this time, an urgent message was urgently transmitted to the front of Li Zeng, the commander-in-chief of Luchun. Seeing this message, Li Zeng's face suddenly sank. Dear readers, Happy New Year. I hope you all have a new Y. Chapter 267 A Rich Harvest. The fifth giant card. The Zerg was extremely angry. They were frantically bombing and sweeping across the Green Province area. In fact, at this moment, it was not only the Zerg that were staring at the direction of the Green Province. There were also some other alien civilizations that were spying on the movements here. Those civilizations were not top civilizations, but they were also strong. The main forces were not nearby, but they also watched the Zerg and humans here very passionately. This even included the Bakatans, that Lin Qun and his team were very familiar with. They no longer had a main force in China, but there were still small reconnaissance forces hiding in the corners, carefully observing the actions of humans and the confrontation between humans and the Zerg, looking for opportunities to take action. In the Battle of the Magic City, Lin Qun and his team made the Bakatans pay unimaginable huge losses. Apart from the temptation of the contribution points themselves, no one wanted to kill this group of humans more than them. But in the end, no other civilization chose to take action. The Bakatans just watched from afar, because time did not allow it. The Zerg can fire directly if they are close. If their troops are dispatched here, they may get a share of the spoils, but it will take a long time. By then, they will probably have to face the armies of top civilizations coming from multiple directions. These civilizations come only for contribution points, and they don't want the top civilizations to misunderstand and cause a war. For a civilization like Bakatan, Bakali is already a very powerful master, but the top civilizations have more powerful ones. They are greedy for contribution points and want to retaliate against humans, but they are not crazy and don't want to lose in vain. Therefore, no other civilization intervenes in this battlefield. Only the Zerg bombards humans with clear goals. Moreover, despite this, the Zerg is also very restrained. Although they open fire on humans, they have always been in the direction south of the Green Province and never moved towards the location pointed by other top civilizations. It seems to tell them their goal is only humans and contribution points, and they have no intention of competing with the top civilizations for the final victory in the Blue Star battlefield. At this time, everyone understood that strangling the human natives and the sons of human civilization was just a trigger. This was what several top civilizations in the nearby area wanted to do. This was their first battle for the final winner of the Blue Star civilization battlefield. Those who were not strong and did not want to participate in the war did not want to be misunderstood. Otherwise, they would be asking for trouble. On the other hand, Lin Qun no longer approached the Zerg, but flew farther and farther in the direction of Daxing, which was far away from the Zerg. His high-profile appearance was to attract everyone's attention, telling everyone that he was here, so that everyone would chase and kill him. But Lin Qun was not going to chase the Zerg's nest in turn. The success just now could only be used once, and the Zerg would be prepared next time. Facing the strict Zerg army, Lin Qun really had no way. He could not get close, and if he got close, he would be bombed indiscriminately by the Zerg, so he had to retreat first. The Zerg was extremely angry, and would send people to locate and kill him. At that time, he would just wait for them to come to his door. Whoever gets ahead and takes the initiative will take greater risks and be more likely to be killed. Lin Qun has done what he should do, and now he has to wait for the Zerg to get ahead. After this battle, his contribution points soared again. In this battle, the turbolaser cannon directly destroyed 2 Zerg nests with its terrifying power, directly and indirectly killing a large number of Zerg battlefields, tens of thousands. Lin Qun's total contribution points directly increased from the original 3,500 to 8,500, a full 5,000 contribution points. Especially the 5th Zerg nest, as the command center of this Zerg system, has relatively fewer clones and artificial war insects inside, and more insects that meet the judgment of the contestants, which contributed a large number of contribution points to Lin Qun. Of course, if it weren't for the special structure of the Zerg army, with a large number of clones and artificial war insects, killing this type of war insects would not calculate contribution points and experience. Lin Qun's actual contribution points might be more. However, this is also the cunning of the Zerg. On the one hand, the cannon fodder-like sea of insects is one thing, and on the other hand, it is to avoid giving contribution points to other civilizations in return. But such a number is also very impressive. This is because this hive has just arrived. The 2 hives and swarm warships sunk by Lin Qun have a large number of insects, either combat insects or functional insects. Therefore, Lin Qun sank 1 ship with 1 shot, and picked up a lot of contribution points for free. During the Battle of Zen's Lake, most of the insects were released to fight. There were not many insects in the hive, so Lin Qun used the Sword of Promised Victory to smash the hive, but he did not gain too many contribution points. Such a harvest is enough for Lin Qun to directly upgrade to the next level. He quickly completed the upgrade while flying. This time, he directly reached level 33 from level 32. The time interval between this upgrade and the last upgrade to level 32 is very short. The upgrade is completed in 1 second. Under the global battlefield system, upgrading only requires adding such an operation on the panel. Lin Qun's full basic attributes are increased by 4 points again. At present, it is name, Lin Qun level 33, 8500/400 and 1000, strength 116.6 agility, 79.3 physique, 86.6 stamina, 89.6 over 93.6 right square bracket, dark energy, 252 over 262.3 right square bracket. Lin Qun's physique has reached 86. With the headshot girl skill, all opponents with a physique below 172 points can be killed instantly, and no additional bonus is needed. They are killed directly. This is already an exaggerated attribute. A physique of more than 170 is not considered a weakling in any civilization. This means that in terms of single combat power, Lin Qun can almost walk sideways. The ordinary alien civilization life he faces is simply not his opponent. It's unreasonable. No matter if you are a master or not, you can be killed with a single stare. If other bonuses are added, the target attribute that Lin Qun can headshot can exceed 300 points or even higher in a minute. That is even more powerful. Lin Qun walked and stopped, and a swarm of insects really came to him. They were the aerial fighters sent by the insect swarm to chase Lin Qun, in groups of 16. Their purpose was not to surround and kill Lin Qun. Although the insect swarm was angry, they were not stupid. They knew that 16 fighters like this could not take down Lin Qun. They came only to point the way and provide precise guidance for their ultra-long range missiles. But unfortunately, this trick did not work on Lin Qun. Bugs come, and Lin Qun runs. Lin Qun killed all 16 aerial fighters in a few breaths, and turned around and ran away. As soon as the missiles of the insect swarm were launched, Lin Qun had already moved to the next position at full speed. But what made Lin Qun depressed was that these insects were also extremely cunning. There were obviously 16 aerial fighters, but 15 of them were clone fighters, and only one leading fighter had contribution points and experience. It is impossible for them to give contribution points to Lin Qun, and he had already calculated this. These alien civilizations are very cunning. After being cheated once, it is difficult for them to be cheated again. Even if they are angry with Lin Qun, they are not really confused. It is obvious that Lin Qun is fishing. How can they send people to deliver contribution points in batches? But Lin Qun has attracted a lot of attention from the insect swarm. On the ground, a large number of federal troops are fleeing in all directions, and they have a chance to breathe. Lin Qun is also running away. Prepare to find a place to hide. There is no profit. If you don't run, will you let the insect swarm entangle you? However, Lin Qun has also observed that the current situation is not optimistic. The arrival of the insect swarm has blocked the direction of Green Province to Jinling and Lucheng, and behind them is the Holy War Army of the Shengui civilization. Now, he, or the human power in Green Province, only has one route and direction to choose. That is, to move northwest and retreat to Daxing City. But this is not a wise move. The 3 survivor bases formed a triangle. If they were cut off from the middle by the swarm, then Daxing and Lucheng Jinling would be divided. The already limited human strength would be divided into 2 on the battlefield, and they would instantly fall into a passive situation. The most important thing was that at that time, it would be difficult to take care of both ends of the 3 survivor bases. In addition, with the arrival of multiple powerful civilizations, the already weak human beings could not gather their strength together, and they would immediately fall into a dangerous situation and be in danger. Therefore, even now, when the situation took a sharp turn for the worse, the general command of the 3 survivor bases did not immediately issue a decision to retreat from Daxing City, but still held on to Green Province, dispersing and hiding, while using all available forces to fight back against the swarm. Lin Qun did not even receive any news from Li Zeng. In fact, since he sank the 5th insect nest, the Lucheng command center has been silent, and it has been more than 2 hours now. Lin Qun guessed that this was probably because the higher-ups were formulating countermeasures. At this time, Lin Qun actually didn't know which direction to go. All he could do was wait patiently. Enemies on all sides. There were opponents everywhere, near and far. This is his current state, and also the current state of mankind. Several top civilizations are entering, or about to enter the battlefield. Compared with them, the insect civilization that is now directly threatening them seems weak. It is impossible to say that Lin Qun is not nervous and panicked. He has an uneasy premonition. The decisive battle he predicted may begin at any time. Several top civilizations will start their first battle on the land of China after arriving at Blue Star, and he and humans are just a small boat in this battle. This battle will be the prelude to the real decisive battle of the entire Blue Star battlefield. Lin Qun needs more contribution points and needs to become stronger. It is necessary to accumulate enough strength before the real decisive battle begins. Get rid of the insect swarm. Lin Qun hid his figure on the side of a burning forest, contacted Tongzin and others, and confirmed his position. Huang Qisheng exclaimed, "My goodness, you really ran far enough." Tongzin said, "Mr. Lin, you hide first. It may take us a while to get there. We are still in the half of Green Province close to the Zerg. They are very angry and are still bombing. We are evading and moving forward." Tongzin and his car were moving forward in the line of fire. Behind him, missiles rained down like rain, bombarding wildly. The ground under the dark night was like the surface of a star. Countless flames rose up, burst violently, and the earth trembled. Further away, on a macro scale, the remaining Zerg nests and fleets were pulling apart horizontally on a scale of hundreds of kilometers, pouring out firepower crazily, like a terrible steel forest, advancing coldly, bombarding the entire Green Province area from a distance. At the same time, in the distance, the Lin group was hiding. After he paused here, he briefly and quickly drew a round of cards. This was a double draw without using the Fairy's Gaze card. His goal was not the top level good cards, but sets of cards and combination cards. For example, Rumbling. In the 3rd level card pool, without using the Fairy's Gaze card, the main card level of its card pool is C level and D level, which is also the general level of giant cards. In other words, at this card pool level, Lin Qun is most likely to collect the Earth Rumble. If he can draw the Earth Rumble, a card of Earth Rumble is better than any B-level card. The giant card series, in the second level card pool, is equivalent to a good card, which requires the blessing of the fairy's luck to be successfully drawn. But now, in the third level card pool, it is an ordinary regular card. If Lin Qun wants to draw a giant card, it is impossible to draw it with the fairy's gaze skill. Only regular card drawing can draw a giant card. Therefore, Lin Qun did not use the fairy's gaze card to bless his luck, just to collect this giant card group. To obtain the ability of the Earth Rumble. Lin Qun now has a lot of B-level cards and which means, but the ability of B-level cards is still limited. For the small fish, Lin Qun's current ability is more than enough, and he does not need more B-level cards. However, against high-level strong people and the entire alien civilization, B-level cards are weak. Therefore, what Lin Qun needs now is a truly powerful card that can fight against top powerhouses, or even against an entire civilization. Especially the acquisition of cartoon power made Lin Qun realize this. Therefore, he hurried to upgrade the deck, hurried to draw giant cards, worked hard to upgrade the card pool, and strived to draw A-level cards. Drawing the rumbling is also a key ability. It is the invincible power of one person to resist a civilization. As long as it can be drawn, it is worth it. And the current level 3 card pool is the best opportunity for Lin Qun to gather the rumbling. Before upgrading the level 4 card pool, he must gather as many rumblings as possible. 1000 contribution points are deducted. Lin Qun still has 7500 contribution points left. 2 card draws. The first card. It is a skill card. Lin Qun narrowed his eyes. This is a card from the Dragon Ball world. On it is the classic suspended picture of Teen Shinhan. Name, Air Dance, Type, Skill Card, Inherent, Description. Use this skill card to obtain the skill Air Dance from the Dragon Ball world. By consuming dark energy, you can achieve a certain degree of flying in the air. The speed of flying in the air is positively correlated with the agility attribute of the user of Air Dance. Load, Air Dance. This is a classic flying skill in the Dragon Ball world. It was originally unique to the Crane Immortal School, and later became a compulsory basic course that everyone in the Dragon Ball world knows. It is also a key skill for everyone to fight in Dragon Ball. After all, if you can't fly, you can't fight. This ability is actually not weak. It is linked to the agility attribute. Obviously, the higher the attribute, the faster it flies. Although Lin Qun now has flying means such as Mach 50, he really lacks the ability to fly by himself. Once Mach 50 is used up, he can also rely on this skill to achieve flying, so as not to be in the embarrassing situation of not being able to fly in the sky like before on the battlefield of Zen's Lake. Moreover, Lin Qun looked at this skill and immediately came up with a set of combos. For example, Air Dance plus Mario Jump. This is a very useful combination. With the Air Dance, Mario flies and jumps in the air. But, thinking about it carefully, Lin Qun suddenly felt that this was a bit annoying. The skill card does not show the card grade. Lin Qun guessed that the level of this card should be around D level, which is not very powerful. And this is actually the normal card drawing state in the third level card pool without the good luck of the fairy gaze card. Lin Qun has been cheating and using the good luck of the fairy gaze card to frequently produce higher level cards. The third level card pool has drawn several times, and almost all of them are B level cards. When this card appeared, Lin Qun loaded it as soon as it appeared, and turned it into another new skill of his own. It is better to have more skills than less. Every skill must have its time to play a role. Lin Qun's sword controlling skill has not yet been cultivated to the level of flying the sword in the air. This Air Dance is Lin Qun's first ability to fly without relying on external objects. He is still eager to try it. After all, flying in a battle suit is still very different from flying by yourself. Lin Qun thought, I will find a chance to take off and try. The second card of the double draw was also emerging quickly. Seeing the content on the card, Lin Qun was a little excited. This is the card he wants. It is the 5th giant card. Card Titan. Name, Card Titan Skill Card. Type, Skill Card. Inherent. Description. Use this skill card, and when you have enough physical strength, you can transform into a Card Titan, 4 meters tall, crawling on all fours, and your agility attribute is increased to 3 times the original attribute. Your strength attribute is increased to twice the original attribute. And your physique attribute and energy attribute are increased to 1.5 times the original attribute. After the transformation, the image of the giant and some of its characteristics are closely related to the skill releaser. Tip: the cart titan consumes less physical energy, and the transformation into the cart titan can last for a long time. The specific time depends on the situation. Special note: this card is from the Attack on Titan deck. If you gather the Warhammer Titan, Beast Titan, Colossal Titan, Armored Titan, Attack Titan, Female Titan, Jaw Titan, and Cart Titan cards, you can synthesize the Founding Titan card and gain the ability Rumbling. This is the 5th Titan card. It's finally here. Sure enough, it's very difficult to draw it with the Fairy Gaze card. The Titan card series is at the C&D level. When Lin Qun saw the card being drawn, he realized that his judgment was correct. And this card titan is also a special one among the several titans. It is the smallest in size, but relatively speaking, it is the most agile among the several titans. Its agility attribute is increased by 3 times, which is the most. When the cart titan is transformed, its physique and energy are only increased by 1.5 times, which is even more evident. The small size is a powerful mobility. Moreover, in the original book, its endurance is also the strongest. In the original book, the cart titan Pickofinger once maintained the cart titan form for 2 months. The most important thing is that the cart titan can also carry and crash weapons. When Lin Qun thought of this, he immediately thought that maybe he could carry a turbolaser cannon in the cart titan form to form a mobile turret. It is difficult for other giants to do it, but the cart titan walking on all fours can do it. With the 5th giant card drawn, Lin Qun took a deep breath. Now, there are only the Warhammer Titan, the Attack Titan, and the Female Titan left to collect the Titan set. As long as there are 3 more cards, you can synthesize the Founding Titan card and have the ability of the Rumbling. The Rumbling, if it can be realized and launched on the battlefield against alien civilizations, Lin Qun's blood boils just by imagining such a scene. That will be an invincible force sweeping across the ground battlefield. On a battlefield of this magnitude on Blue Star, who can stop it? There are 3 more cards. There are 3 more cards. Try to collect them before the final battle. Lin Qun's 2 goals are on the way to being achieved. Lin Qun was eager to try out the 2 newly drawn cards in a place where the Prophet civilization could not observe them, but at this moment, Lin Qun's communication device rang again. It was Xiao Yi's communication request. There was a lot of gunfire on his side, but his voice was very calm, and he spoke very quickly. Mr. Lin, we have found a group of other alien civilizations hiding in the Green Province area. It is a small civilization that fishes in troubled waters. There are nearly 1,000 people. They were hiding, but the Zerg bombing also destroyed their hiding places. Now they all ran out. I think you should be interested in them. At this moment, he was in a wilderness far away from the Green Province under the Zerg bombing, using a telescope to observe a group of alien civilizations that were in a mess a few kilometers away. His eyes were cold. Lin Qun was indeed interested. Isn't this a walking contribution point? The Zerg bombing has beaten out these weak and hiding alien civilizations. More than 1,000 contribution points. That is also a big piece of fat meat. Lin Qun stood up and temporarily gave up testing his new ability. With his back against the burning forest, Lin Qun said directly, "Tell me the direction. I'll go right away." Lin Qun quickly soared into the sky. He went to the location marked by Xiao Yi and chased the alien civilization. A moment later, the Prophet civilization broadcasted Lin Qun's location for the 4th time, deliberately sending Lin Qun's coordinates to the Zerg civilization. Although the Prophet civilization was not prepared to take action and did not care much about Lin Qun taking the opportunity to harvest contribution points, their goal was to fan the flames and let the Zerg chase Lin Qun to kill. Therefore, when the Zerg could not find Lin Qun, they enthusiastically helped the Zerg to locate Lin Qun's position. So, in a moment, the Zerg's attack came quickly, and wherever Lin Qun went, he would bomb him. In this process, Lin Qun did not test the car-powered giant, but tried a little dance in the air. It was really a different feeling to fly by himself. The entire Green Province battlefield was in chaos at this moment. At the end of the skyline, the sky was gradually brightening. The long night was about to end. Chapter 268. Their target is Daxing. The long night is over. The land of Green Province is devastated. The chaos of the war is gradually coming to an end. The Zerg's artillery fire is too dense, almost sweeping away large areas of Green Province. The already broken city wailed under the shells. The wasteland turned into a barren land. The mountain collapsed in the explosion. Like a collapsed giant, the human forces stumbled back in the artillery fire, retreating from one side of Green Province to the other. Some troops and human armed forces have disappeared forever under the Zerg's bombardment. Farther away, a large number of refugees are moving towards Daxing City under the guidance of the human military. In the continuous artillery fire, most of them look very embarrassed and dirty. The mother nest is venting its anger, demonstrating the power of the Zerg. The remaining Zerg armaments far exceed the military reserves of the 3 survivor bases. It took less than a day from the exchange of fire to being beaten. From dark night to dawn, the light in the Green Province area did not seem to have changed much, and the sky was still dark. Gun smoke was rolling. Leaden clouds piled up into huge grey patches in the sky, and the space was full of the smell of gun smoke and gunpowder. The victory of mankind only lasted for a short time. The Zerg did not intend to advance into the Green Province area. It was still pulled out from a very long distance, like a terrible iron curtain, stretching out in the sky in a line, spreading and echoing, advancing slowly and coldly. Only a small number of aerial combat insects were sent into the Green Province area in the form of a formation of 16, looking for the figures of human ground forces hiding in the bombing. Once they were found, they would report to the Zerg nest and immediately be bombed. The Green Province was completely quiet. However, the 3 survivor bases and the human resistance forces in the Green Province responded very quickly. In addition, with the attraction of the Forest Group, although they paid a considerable price under the attack of the Zerg, most of them had already hidden. The human resistance forces in Green Province have been entangled with the multi-legged civilization for a long time here, and have discovered many hidden hiding places. In addition, Green Province was one of the important battlefields in the past World War era, and there are many air raid shelters and old defense facilities, which fully provide hiding places for these humans. Most of the human living forces have been retained. However, they did not withdraw from the Green Province area, and they still stayed in the Green Province area, waiting for news and instructions from above. Just after a great victory, the bombardment of the swarm did not crush the resistance of these people. On the contrary, the deeds of the Lin Group's heavy artillery forcibly destroying a worm nest have been spread under intentional publicity. The soldiers and survivors of the resistance army are all excited. They are still holding their weapons in hiding, looking forward to the order from above to launch another miraculous counterattack. But what they don't know is that at this moment, the command center of the Lucheng Survivor Base, the Jinling Survivor Base Command Center, and the Daxing Federation Military Survivor Base Command Center are not discussing the simple issue of how to face the swarm, but the great changes of life and death. A few hours ago, information from several areas outside came late, pointed out 2 pieces of bad news. In the East China Sea, a fleet of the Prophet civilization landed from the sea and will cross the Green Province and penetrate the center line of the Huaxia region with the sword pointed directly at Daxing City. In the Yunnan Gizhou direction, the Black Sheep civilization, which is the top civilization in the Blue Star civilization battlefield together with the Prophet civilization, confirmed that it would change its route and no longer advance in the direction of the Lin Qun, but would rush to Daxing City with a clear purpose. Because the old system of the Federation collapsed, the 3 survivor bases were limited in the scope of influence and reconnaissance. The fleet of the Prophet civilization was discovered only after landing, and the Black Sheep civilization changed its route only after it changed its course for a long time, before it was noticed by the humans of the 3 survivor bases. In the direction of Daxing City, the alien civilization Kale civilization, which was entrenched here, had become panicked. This confirmed the judgment of the military from another perspective. Their judgment was correct. The fleets of these 2 alien civilizations were advancing towards the Daxing survivor base. Their target was not the Lin Qun who was busy in the Green Province. Instead, it became the human city of Daxing. Even the Prophet civilization, which had been publishing Lin Qun's coordinates and inciting alien civilizations to kill Lin Qun, did not target Lin Qun with its fleet, but headed for Daxing, seemingly wanting to compete with the Black Sheep civilization for control of Daxing City. Our initial judgment was correct. The Prophet civilization published Lin Qun's coordinates and portrayed him as the son of civilization. Their purpose was not only to kill Lin Qun, but they wanted to gain an advantage in the civilization hegemony. Now, the civilization war on the Blue Star battlefield has entered a new stage. The small and medium-sized civilizations that fished in troubled waters have withdrawn, and the top civilizations will officially begin the battle. Our relationship with Mr. Lin is just the beginning of this battle. Fu Kai spoke slowly. Li Zeng on one side said, this battle will be very large. Judging from the rankings alone, the top 5 in the global rankings may all be strong people at the level of evolvers, because their total contribution points are around 10 million, and if they have evolvers, they are likely to be a top civilization. So now, except for the 2 civilizations translated as Lin Yuan civilization and Wuxi civilization, at least 3 civilizations with evolvers have ended. The other end of the communication. The representative of Jinling also looked solemn and said, and now, they are about to reveal their purpose. The Black Sheep civilization wants to seize Daxing and harvest Daxing's contribution points. If they can occupy Daxing, it is equivalent to occupying the key point of the Huaxia region in advance. From here, its influence can radiate the entire Huaxia region, and the Prophet civilization now obviously wants to attack them to avoid this situation. As the representative of Daxing City, Chen Weiyang's face was even more serious, and he was so gloomy that it seemed to drip water. It seems that our plan must be readjusted. Daxing needs your strength. Everyone looked at me, I looked at you, and all were silent. Everyone knew what these 2 civilizations meant. The Prophet civilization and the Black Sheep civilization were all top-level alien civilizations that were capable of competing for the ultimate winner of the global battlefield. Their fleets were extremely powerful, and they also had powerful individual lives in the civilization. Needless to say, the Prophet civilization's Xiangguo, the Black Sheep civilization also had a top-level strongman. In the Lucheng command center, Li Zeng was also looking up and looking at the map. Above, there is a force of top civilizations, also heading south. That is the army of the Shengui civilization. Their target is different from that of the Prophet civilization and the Black Sheep civilization, and it is still the Lin group. In other words, it is the Lin group first, and then other top civilizations. Their order of priority is different from other top civilizations, and they want to kill the Lin group more than the Prophet civilization. This is a group of lunatics. In just a few days, the situation is changing continuously. At this moment, the threat in front of them is no longer the swarm of insects that are close at hand. With the power in the hands of humans now, the swarm of insects can threaten the human forces in the Green Province, but it is difficult to threaten the 3 major human survivor bases. But these top civilizations can. They are the biggest threat. At this moment, Daxing City has been the first to bear the brunt and become the target. Daxing City's geographical location is relatively better. To the south, it can resist the Shengui civilization and the silicon-based civilization. To the east, it can resist the Prophet civilization, and to the west, it is the Black Sheep civilization. Whoever can occupy Daxing City can be said to have seized the initiative in the battlefields of the Eastern Hemisphere and the Northern Hemisphere. Which civilization would not want to occupy this place if they want to win the battle on Blue Star? Moreover, the situation in Daxing City is complicated, with more than 2 million humans and more than 100,000 people from the alien civilization Kale, all of which are contribution points. Taking down a key city can also harvest a large number of contribution points, which is simply a sweet deal. At this moment, the situation in the entire region is already a mess. The only one who is out of the game now is the silicon-based civilization. They are relatively far away and are coming at a fast speed, but they will be the last to arrive. So far, there is no clear information about them. The meeting was held in silence. Chen Weiyang, the commander of the survivor base of the Daxing City Federation military, was the first to withdraw from the meeting and sent another representative to participate. Daxing City was the first to bear the brunt and has become the target of public criticism. As the highest commander of Daxing City, Chen Weiyang must now make arrangements as soon as possible. Deploy in advance. But after withdrawing from the meeting, Chen Weiyang was actually at a loss for a moment. In fact, this is also an unprecedented situation for him. He was not the real head of the Daxing military region. In fact, before everything collapsed and changed, his military rank was not high. He had never been the head of such a large-scale survivor base. When the global battlefield just broke out, Daxing City was in chaos with many civilizations fighting each other. He rose in the chaos, and the commander in front of him fell. In the chaos, Chen Weiyang took the initiative to hold up the banner and fight against the Kale people. He established the Daxing Federation military survivor base, gathered more than 1 million survivors, and built a defense line like an iron barrel. It can be said that he turned defeat into victory and stood firm. At that time, Bai Yiming's rise also gave them greater help, blocking the advancement of the Kale civilization and creating opportunities for them. Therefore, Bai Yiming and his survivor base were able to exist in this way in the Daxing area and be recognized and respected. But now, the balance is being broken. Chen Weiyang knows very well that the opponents they are about to face will be far from the ones they have faced before. They will be more powerful and terrifying. This is a top civilization. Each one has the ability to destroy Daxing alone. Their target is not even Daxing City, nor is it the Lin Qun that was pushed out early. These are just locations or opportunities. Their real target is each other, to defeat other top civilizations here, to radiate outward from Daxing City, to control the entire Huaxia region and even the Asian region. They all came here for the victory of the Blue Star battlefield. Who would really lose their heads and start a war because of the indigenous civilization. In this case, what should I do? What should Daxing do? Chen Weiyang actually had no idea in his heart, but he knew that he could not panic, could not show panic, and now the people below could not panic. Therefore, he was silent and issued a series of orders, first choosing to control and block the news so that the current tense situation could be controlled and known to the upper echelons of the military so as not to cause large-scale panic, and he would be finished before taking any measures. At this time, his adjutant said, "Commander, should we pass this message to Mr. Bai? Although there are not many combat personnel in their survivor base, they are all very powerful talents, especially Mr. Bai. Bai Yiming, the legend of Daxing City, is known as the Blood Emperor. He had always refused the military's invitation, but he was indeed recognized as the strongest man in Daxing City. He had killed the Kale people so hard that they dared not attack their survivor base again. The strange but stable situation in Daxing City now was inseparable from the battle of Bai Yiming's rise. Therefore, Chen Weiyang was silent for a moment and finally chose to pass the message to another survivor force in Daxing, saying, "Go, pass the message and our invitation. Remember, keep it secret. This matter cannot be known to the general public for the time being." The order was quickly issued, reaching the depths of the old palace in Daxing City. That was the ruling area of the Blood Emperor Bai Yiming. Daxing City was in a relatively weird three kingdoms situation. One of them is the Kale civilization, which is a powerful half-technological and half-superpowered alien civilization. They are huge in number and have continuously invested more than 100,000 troops in the Daxing area, half of which are regular troops, and the remaining armed personnel are also dispatched. The other two parties are all humans. One is the Daxing Federation military survivor base, located in the suburbs of Daxing City, half invading the urban area of Daxing City. It is a survivor base controlled and protected by the military, with the largest number of survivors, more than 1 million. The other is Bai Yiming's survivor base, located in the imperial city of Daxing Ancient City. There are no official personnel from the Federation military in the government. It is a complete survivor armed force, but the number is quite large, with more than 300,000 survivors, including a large number of talented masters. And such a scale of pure survivor armed forces is rare in the world. Although in doomsday-themed TV dramas, when the doomsday comes, the situation of occupying the mountain as the king often happens, and the scale can be very large, but it is actually not realistic. The larger the survivor base, the more it cannot do without the support of regular armed forces. It's just a matter of who to listen to. However, Bai Yiming's survivor base has no regular armed forces, nor is it supported by any chaebols such as the Umbrella Company. Daxing formed this Three Kingdoms situation. Under this weird situation, the Kale civilization confronted the two human civilizations, and there were only minor frictions between them. In fact, according to the intelligence held by the survivor base of the Daxing Federation military, the Kale civilization has prepared to retreat. They can't eat Daxing, and the confrontation is meaningless. Instead of wasting manpower and material resources, it is better to retreat with the existing contribution points and preserve the results of the battle. This time, Daxing sent troops to cooperate with the Lucheng survivor base and the Jinling survivor base to fight, and the alien civilization Kale has not taken action from the rear. Of course, it is afraid of the power of the two human survivor bases, and it has prepared for retreat early. Their native civilization was short of supplies. They came to Blue Star, not only to compete for contribution points, but also to transport a large amount of supplies. For this reason, their retreat took a lot of time, but also led to the strange stability of this area. If the alien civilization of Kale did not move, the other two human survivor bases would not take the initiative to attack. Now everyone is very restrained. But the situation is changing. As long as the Kale civilization begins to retreat, the two sides will inevitably have a final friction. At this moment, the news sent from the Daxing Federation military survivor base is rushing to the deepest part of the former Daxing ancient imperial city, in front of the Blood Emperor Bai Yiming. It was still the tall beauty, wearing a black tight suit, outlining a perfect figure that makes people's blood boil. She walked to the deepest part of the room. Bai Yiming was sitting in a daze. He is the biggest figure in this pure survivor base, but he hardly goes out in a day. He only hides in the deepest part of the ancient palace. Within the layers of palaces, his slightly thin body, coupled with his pale skin, looks like a vampire who has never seen the sun. It's news from the military. The woman raised her head slightly, her eyes shining, and said softly, "The information has been confirmed. Daxing has become the target of the Black Sheep civilization and the Prophet civilization. This will become the battlefield for the decisive battle between the top civilizations. The Kale civilization will withdraw within 5 to 6 days. Daxing City is afraid. Bai Yiming was silent for a while after hearing this. Then he said, "What does the Federation plan?" The woman shook her head slowly. She waited for a moment, but heard the man in the deep of the room whispered, "Yi Wen. What do you think? What should I do?" This was the first time she heard the information from the Blood Emperor. In her memory, the man who looked weak and fragile inside was like a mythical figure. He defeated the Kale civilization and killed the alien civilizations. He built this survivor base composed entirely of survivors, so that the alien civilizations dared not advance. But there was a breeze. Yi Wen raised her head and looked at the figure in the depths. Suddenly, she had an indescribable feeling in her heart. When their survivors were established, he said that he would protect everyone to survive. But in such a chaotic world, how could it be so easy to keep so many people alive? How much pressure is that? She was silent for a moment and just said, "I'll listen to you." Bai Yiming didn't seem to expect this answer. He sat inside and laughed briefly, but didn't say anything else. Yi Wen waited outside for a long time, and then after confirming that the person inside would not talk to her again, she left with a sense of loss. There are many people around Bai Yiming. Some people follow him because they can be safe. Some people admire his martial arts, and some people think he can do something big. Yi Wen has all three of the above. But after a long time, she still has some of her own thoughts and ideas. Those are ideas that she dare not say easily. But she looked back before she was about to leave completely. She was the first person to stand by Bai Yiming. Bai Yiming's famous battle was the Battle of Daxing Stadium. Before that, he didn't even register for the ranking ID of the global battlefield. After the first battle, people called him the Blood Emperor. He established a survivor base in the old imperial city of Daxing City, and his ID also used the title of Blood Emperor. Such a name that sounds a bit scary. But she knew that Bai Yiming was not that kind of person. This is a person who looks cold, but is actually gentle. He wants to save everyone. Some people outside say that he is a saint, but no one dares to say it in broad daylight. because if Bai Yiming was not such a person, a large part of the people in this survivor base would have died long ago. Because of this, the people here support him, protect him, and regard him as a real emperor. But it is not power that brings people together, but Bai Yiming. He did what others could not do, so people flocked to him. But now, even Yuan knows what choice to make, especially the information just now, which has shown that Daxing City will become the target of public criticism and danger is approaching rapidly. Yuan actually thought that Bai Yiming would make that decision as a matter of course. Most people think so, but Bai Yiming's hesitation surprised everyone. What worries Yuan even more is that people come for him. But if Bai Yiming is no longer the Bai Yiming in people's minds, those who come for him will most likely leave. Bai Yiming's current behavior is different from people's impression of him. But what is he wavering about? Yuan didn't know. She looked back and took a deep look. When she looked at Bai Yiming, whether she could see that person or not, her eyes seemed to always have light flashing and shining. But today, there was a deep worry in the deepest part of the light in her eyes. She had a feeling. The real reason might not be that simple. She just suddenly realized that Bai Yiming was also a human being, and he was also very young. He would struggle and hesitate, and would waver and be indecisive. This is how the world is. Even if it is a strong person, no one can know what they should do at the beginning. What is the right choice? This makes Bai Yiming clearer and more real in Yuan's heart. But she knows she must do something. She follows him. She should do something for him. Yuan took a step, and her slender figure disappeared in the distant peaks. And behind her, the world was quiet. The legend of Daxing City, the Blood Emperor as people called him, was so quiet. And at the same time, Green Province. Lin Qun was taking a short break and eating lunch on a battlefield, covered with scorch marks. Thanks to Zhao Yi's news, he successfully harvested a batch of contribution points. In addition, in the fight with the insect swarm, although the insect swarm was very careful, Lin Qun also took advantage of it. Now, his total contribution points have reached a little over 10,000. It is no longer a dream to upgrade the 4th level prize pool. Here is another killing field. Lin Qun killed a lot of insects here and rested here with Huang Qizheng and others. As the saying goes, the most dangerous place is also the safest place. But at this moment, the communication was urgently connected. After Gu Pan called Lin Qun, he immediately switched the communication to Li Zeng. Li Zeng's voice soon rang in Lin Qun's ears. He introduced the current situation and the serious situation in the shortest time, and then said seriously, Mr. Lin, the fleets of the Black Sheep Civilization and the Prophet Civilization all have clear goals, and are aiming at Daxing, but in fact they can hide their marching routes and trajectories. With their technical level, they can completely avoid being discovered by me, and then take action in one fell swoop. But they didn't do so, nor did they hide, but instead swaggered. Do you understand what this means? They not only want to force other top civilizations to end, not only want to take down Daxing City, but also want to force you to fight a decisive battle in Daxing. Chapter 269 The Final Choice. When Li Zeng's communication was connected, Lin Qun was actually rubbing his hands, preparing to draw another card. He wanted to get the rumbling card. Moreover, the pace of war was obviously getting faster and faster, and it was changing rapidly. The sooner he got it, the better. But before he drew the card, Li Zeng's message came. Listening to Li Zeng's words, Lin Qun's heart sank. He agreed with Li Zeng's judgment. The Black Sheep Civilization was a top civilization, active in the African region. They didn't know much about it, but they only knew that it was extremely powerful. But they knew about the Prophet Civilization. The technical strength of the Prophet Civilization was very strong. If they wanted, they could completely hide themselves. As long as they wanted, before they opened fire, with the technical strength of humans, unless they passed the rankings, they would not even be able to find them coming. But from the current situation, they are all moving forward in a high-profile manner, with the sword pointed directly at Daxing. It seems that the target has changed from Lin Qun to fighting for Daxing, but in fact, it has not changed at all. Lin Qun was just a fuse. He is a threat, and the identity of the son of civilization may also be tempting, but that may be useful for small and medium-sized civilizations, but it is not so important for top civilizations. From the beginning, the purpose of the Prophet civilization was to use Lin Qun to start a multi-civilization war. And it was a multi-civilization war between top civilizations that were qualified to compete for the final winner of the third level civilization battlefield of Blue Star. Killing Lin Qun was only a small part of the whole purpose. They wanted to use this as an opportunity to start a war, and then they would profit from it for their own civilization as the leader, or even severely damage other alien civilizations that have the strength to compete with the Prophet civilization, and then determine the final victory of the Prophet civilization in the third level civilization battlefield of Blue Star. Therefore, all this has not changed now. None of these top civilizations is a pushover. The evil intentions of the Prophet civilization are obvious. The Black Sheep civilization will not buy into their tricks at all. They will not be led by the Prophet's civilization, and will directly attack Daxing City in a high-profile manner. The Prophet civilization has no choice but to show its fleet and compete with the Black Sheep civilization for Daxing City. They cannot sit back and watch the Black Sheep civilization take Daxing City. Otherwise, the Prophet's civilization, which has not yet landed in the Huaxia region, will turn from a dominant position to a passive one. Lin Qun was silent for a moment and quickly made his own judgment. Li Zeng said appreciatively, "Yes, Mr. Lin, your judgment is correct. The Black Sheep civilization's style of action is very different from that of the Prophet civilization. They just want to tell all civilizations that they are going to start a war in Daxing. It seems that we are not as important as we thought. In the eyes of these top civilizations, we are just participants and supporting roles." Lin Qun slowly clenched his fists. They were fighting fiercely nearby, but in fact, the real chess players had not yet joined the battle. Even Lin Qun, the target of public criticism, was just a part of their plan. If a real fight broke out, he would not be taken seriously. What is the reward for killing the son of civilization? It is very valuable for the multi-legged civilization and the Zerg civilization, which are only trying to gain some contribution points and advantages, but it is not so meaningful for the Prophet civilization and the Black Sheep civilization, because their real goal is to win the entire Blue Star civilization battlefield, become the final winner, and have the opportunity to obtain the kingdom of God. Compared with this, what is the reward for the son of civilization? Of course, Lin Qun himself actually knows that he is not a son of civilization at all. Whether humans are sons of civilization is probably a question mark. That's right. Li Zeng said, we humans are actually just the background board in their wars. Lin Qun, Daxing is making an emergency decision, and the senior leaders of our survivor bases are also making decisions. You must also make a decision. Go or not. They want to force you to go to Daxing for a decisive battle, but you are not their ultimate goal. Maybe. This may be. Li Zeng was silent for a long time before continuing. You still have room to choose. Li Zeng didn't say it clearly. There was something behind his words. He didn't need to point it out. Lin Qun knew what Li Zeng meant. Li Zeng said, Lin Qun can leave. At this moment, the whole area is in the midst of war. Multiple powerful civilizations are advancing in parallel, blocking all directions. The power of mankind seems huge, but in fact it is already in a desperate situation between the cracks. There are alien civilizations on all sides, and there are also multiple top civilizations entering the scene. These top civilizations are likely to have evolvers, which are walking weapons of mass destruction, and they can exterminate wherever they go. At that time, the battle is over, and the winner is decided. The remaining humans can only wait to be harvested by the top civilizations. Without the checks and balances of other civilizations, they don't even need to send out too many troops. The strong men and evolvers at the level of Xianghua can sweep one side, and Daxing City is the first to bear the brunt. There are millions of people in Daxing City. It is impossible to evacuate them all in a short period of time. Even if they evacuate, they can't reach a safe distance. Now, it seems to be the life and death of Daxing City, but in fact it is the life and death of the human power in the entire region. Daxing will fall. It is only a matter of time before Luncheng and Jinling are destroyed. Therefore, in fact, for the humans in the entire region, there is only one choice now, to participate in the war in an all-round way, as the other party in this war, to join the Battle of Daxing, and the Battle of Top Civilizations. This is what Li Zeng said before. They are also forcing Lin Qun to take action. because from the perspective of humans, they must participate in the war. Lin Qun must participate in the war. The people of Modu and Luchun must participate in the war. And the Jinling survivor base must also participate in the war. No one can escape. It seems that other top civilizations are fighting, but humans must not watch the fire from the other side of the river. Watching the fire from the other side of the river is waiting to die. Other top civilizations want to seize the initiative, but for humans here, in the center of the storm, what they have to fight for is the chance to survive. But how can they have a chance to survive? The best result is that all the top civilizations are defeated, humans win, and the crisis is naturally resolved. But that is almost impossible. A top civilization has the strength to destroy the 3 survivor bases, not to mention that there are already 4 of them now. The second possibility is that no one wins. Everyone suffers heavy losses. The situation returns to the initial situation, and all parties retreat and maintain a stalemate. Although several survivor bases have not yet made a plan, it can be imagined that taking the second path is the only option. No one will choose to sit and wait for death. But whether the second possibility can be achieved is difficult for humans to control. At this time, Li Zeng even had a little thought and let Lin Qun go. Luchun, Jinling, and Daxing can't run away, but Lin Qun can run. With his powerful strength and terrifying mobility, everyone knows that he can even get rid of the spying of the Prophet civilization and leave here directly. The disputes here are meaningless to him. But this is not the best choice for the survivors of the 3 survivor bases. It is not what Li Zeng, a commander, should say. For the overall situation, he should let Lin Qun stay, because with Lin Qun's combat power, he can have a great impact on the battle situation, which is a great help for human power, to promote the second possibility of survival. But from Lin Qun's perspective, Li Zeng said the second option. Of course, he can only stop there. Lin Qun was very moved by this. Of course he understood. Li Zeng chose this way, because he wanted to choose the safest way. In his heart, he was not optimistic about both possibilities, so he thought that instead of fighting, it would be better to let Lin Qun go. If everyone was going to die, it would not be a loss if a top-level strong man could leave. Lin Qun was silent for a long time. On the other side of the communication, Li Zeng was also silent for a long time, waiting all the time, and did not urge. He seemed to have rare time. The situation over there did not seem to be as tense as he said. It is more likely that their discussion has ended, and they have even made a second possible plan, which is to put the power of the 3 survivors' bases into a melee with the top civilization. It was just to tell Lin Qun that the final plan had not been put forward, so that Lin Qun would not have any burden in his choice at this moment. After a long while, Lin Qun finally made a sound, and he laughed softly. He remembered the first time the Prophet civilization broadcast his location a few days ago, and Gu Pan told him Li Zeng's speech. The sound of the whole Luchun roaring. He raised his head and looked not far away. Tongzin was studying the map. Huang Qisheng sat on the roof of the car drinking, staring into the distance in a daze. Lin Qun knew that there were many people fighting around him in places he couldn't see. Xiao Yi, Chu Yaohui, Li Ji. They came for him. They fought for him. They saw him as hope. They followed his footsteps. This was his civilization. And he was also a part of the civilization. Lin Qun said, "This battle started because of me. I will fulfill the agreement I made with you in the Magic City. I will fight to the end. Moreover, the Shengui civilization wants to go to war with me. Wherever I run, they will chase me. Even if I leave, I will not have peace. In this case, I might as well take them to Daxing. Let them fight, let them mess up, and let them go crazy. Let's see who will win in the end." On the other side of the communication device, in the deepest part of Luchun, in the dimly lit general office of the command center, Li Zeng initiated this communication in his own office. He knew what he was going to say before he initiated it, so he avoided everyone. Just now, he had been sitting behind his desk, smoking one cigarette after another, waiting in silence, until Lin Qun spoke. He extinguished the cigarette between his thumb and index finger. He asked, "Is this your decision?" "This is my choice." Lin Qun retracted his gaze. "The last choice. My civilization will not sit back and watch me get killed. Then, in the same way, I will not sit back and watch my civilization perish." Li Zeng, I also heard your speech in Lucheng when the Prophet civilization first broadcast. Not only did I hear it, I also heard the cheers of the people of the magic city in Lucheng. I can't respond to every shout, and I can't respond to every expectant look. But I will fight to the end. For myself, for everyone who gathers around me, and gives me strength in my time of crisis. We will fight Daxing as a civilization. This is Lin Qun's decision. He is very grateful for Li Zeng's words. This is not what Li Zeng should say, and theoretically he can't come to say it to himself. But Li Zeng still said it. But the current situation is like this. Lin Qun has no way to go. The Shengui civilization is coming for him, and he has already offended the Prophet civilization, and it is impossible for him to let him go. Being hunted by two top civilizations, he is still in a state of panic. Instead of abandoning the 3 survivor bases and running away, it is better to give it a try. If he wins, he himself will not have to be hunted down or flee. His civilization has never abandoned him from beginning to end, and he will not abandon his own civilization. You want us to fight, we will fight generously. This is our planet, how can we not dare to fight? On the other side, this time it was Li Zeng who was silent for a while, and then he just smiled and said, I guess that you would choose this. Instead of fleeing all day, it is better to fight head on. Don't worry, you fight for civilization, and your civilization will fight for you. This is my promise to you, and it will always be valid. Believe me, mankind will be united as never before. Unite to face a common enemy. This will be our most powerful battle. This power is not just military or force. Actually, Lin Qun, what I just said, is a little wrong. After discussion, our 3 survivor bases have now drawn up a preliminary plan to prepare to participate in the Daxing decisive battle between the top civilizations. Of course, we need to evacuate as many survivors as possible in advance. Although it is unrealistic to evacuate all the more than 2 million survivors in Daxing, we should evacuate as many as we can. Lin Qun nodded and said, I understand. I will go to Daxing as soon as possible. This is similar to his guess. Li Zeng should have known about this situation a few hours ago. He only told me now, so he must have come up with a plan. It's just that Li Zeng didn't say it, because he was afraid of Lin Qun's decision. Now that Lin Qun has made a decision, he can naturally say it. Li Zeng said, there is no need to entangle with the Zerg. They dare not intervene in the Daxing battlefield, so they dare not even enter the Green Province. The situation has changed. Our final enemy will not be them. I understand. Li Zeng finally said, Lin Qun, I look forward to seeing you again in Lucheng. This is what Lin Qun and Li Zeng said before, and now Li Zeng said it again. Lin Qun was slightly stunned, then said, thank you. Don't thank me, just think of me as no longer thanking you. We are a civilization, with common interests, no distinction between you and me, so why should I thank you? Li Zeng paused for a moment, and said the last sentence, I have one last word. I will pass on a message to the commander of the Lucheng army who is going to the battle. Once the situation in Daxing gets out of control, they will fully cooperate with you to leave the battlefield. Remember, Lin Qun, there is no need to fight to the death. Once things are impossible, as long as you are alive, we will not lose so completely. I know. The communication was interrupted. Lin Qun was standing up. His heart was pounding, and he didn't know whether it was due to nervousness or anxiety. He looked into the distance. Daxing seemed to have been reflected in his pupils. The real decisive battle is about to begin. He doesn't have much time, and he must become stronger and stronger before that. Chapter 270 Cartoon Harpy. After the communication with Lin Qun, Li Zeng sat in his seat for a while, before he stood up, and walked out of his office step by step through the long corridor. Many people were looking at him. When he returned to the Lucheng command center, he became the focus of everyone's attention. Everyone knew that he had a conversation with Lin Qun, but no one knew what they had said. At this moment, they all understood that the result of the conversation between Li Zeng and Lin Qun would directly determine the movement of Lin Qun, the strongest combat force in Lucheng and the super strong man in the hearts of the people of Modu. Lin Qun has now become a banner. When he appears on the battlefield, people, especially the people of Modu, will be more confident, so they also pay special attention to this. The busy command center has become quiet. Li Zeng has no intention of hiding it. He came back immediately to announce this matter. Now we need the power of people's hearts. Li Zeng looked around and slowly spoke, revealing Lin Qun's choice. Mr. Lin will join the war, and we will have a decisive battle with the alien civilization in Daxing. The command center was instantly excited. But Li Zeng knew that the situation did not become optimistic because of this. In this battle, humans were completely passive, or rather, the alien civilizations did not take them seriously at all, and fought, judged and hunted Lin Qun in front of them. The weak had no say. Alien civilizations fought for the fruits of victory. But as humans, they were forced to join the war. They were fighting for survival and to defend their homes. This battle could only succeed and not fail. Li Zeng took a deep breath and stepped into his battlefield. At the same time, in the Green Province area, new changes have occurred. After Lin Qun and Li Zeng finished communicating, they contacted Gupan, his Lucheng Command Center technical support team, and Xiao Yi, and held a short online meeting. Lin Qun conveyed the command from Li Zeng. Of course, in fact, at this time, they all knew it. Before Li Zeng communicated with Lin Qun, the discussion of the 3 major survivor bases had already produced results and began to be conveyed downwards. In particular, the 3 major survivor bases in the Green Province area and the major human survivor armed forces must be conveyed first. Xiao Yi is very clear about the current situation, and he is waiting for Lin Qun's actions. Lin Qun said, since everyone knows it, I won't waste time. In the current situation, we have no choice. Those top civilizations are dominating the direction of the war. We can only participate in the war, and we must fight. The Battle of Daxing is the first collision, a test and confrontation for these top civilizations, but for us, it is a battle of life and death. It takes time for the army to move out, and I will go to Daxing in advance. Hearing this, the leader of Lin Qun's Lucheng Command Center support team immediately said nervously, Mr. Lin, we also know the current situation. But I must remind you that, if you want to go to Daxing now, you will arrive before the army of the 3 major survivor bases of the Federation, and you are the target of the top civilizations. If they know that you arrive first, even if the Black Sheep civilization, the Shengui civilization, and the Prophet civilization want to compete with each other, they will probably surround you first, which means they will be delivered to their doorsteps. You'd better hide yourself and get rid of the Prophet civilization's positioning of you first, and it would be best if you can arrive in Daxing City secretly without anyone noticing. Lin Qun said, I understand. This is exactly what I think. The Prophet civilization has followed me all the way. It's time to get rid of them. I want to enter Daxing City without the knowledge of the alien civilization. This is also the purpose of my going there in advance. First lie dormant in Daxing City, wait for the chess players to be in place, and then seize the opportunity to make a move from Daxing City to seize the initiative. At this moment, Lin Qun's position, mobility, and convenience of a single unit are his advantages. He wants to use them. Lin Qun knows without being reminded by the generals that the situation has changed. He has to hide now and can no longer let the Prophet civilization broadcast his position. Otherwise, if he goes to Daxing now, he will not go to fight, but to give up his life. After a brief exchange, they formulated a new action plan. Soon after, Lin Qun, Tongxin and Huang Qizheng talked it over and set off seemingly normally. However, after the car had traveled a short distance, Lin Qun suddenly rose from the car, switched to the Mark 50 nano battlesuit, took off at high speed, and disappeared at the end of the skyline in the blink of an eye. Behind him, the reconnaissance drone of the Prophet civilization responded urgently and followed immediately, but Lin Qun's speed was too fast. He flew to the gap between the Zerg swarm and Daxing, rising and falling, and finally disappeared completely in a mountain forest. In this area, there is another insect nest of the swarm, which is the second insect nest. There are many individuals with high contribution points. Lin Qun is not even ranked in the top 100 in this area, so there is no way to determine whether Lin Qun is here from the ranking list. The Prophet civilization has lost its target. Outside the Green Province, in the dormant aircraft of the Prophet civilization, it was also very nervous just now, and it has been following. Lo Chiangguo, we have lost our target. In the aircraft, several staff members of the Prophet civilization showed nervous expressions. Their mission is to bite Lin Qun, track and continuously report his position. But now, their mission has deviated, and Lin Qun evaporated under their noses. But Xiangqu did not mean to get angry. At this time, it has completely left the glass jar, and its body has recovered almost to the point of being almost the same as before. Its voice is cold and deep, and it sounds directly in the heart of the life of the native civilization. We are following him. Even if he and his civilization cannot find our reconnaissance aircraft, they have long realized that with his ability, it is normal for him to want to get rid of one of our unmanned equipment. The target is lost, so let it be lost. Our goal has been achieved. Xiangquo's words made the others feel relieved. They were afraid of being punished. They were also a little frightened, secretly admiring. This human strongman, as a native, was really very capable, and he could really get rid of their tracking so casually. Now it seems true, they can bite Lin Qun. That is, Lin Qun gave them the opportunity, and when Lin Qun wants to get rid of them, they will naturally lose their target. And Xiangqu was not at all nervous about Lin Qun's disappearance, because it knows very well, this human will only go to one place. That is Daxing. No human in the surrounding areas can escape this battle. Especially this human. He has become the target of public criticism. Even if the Black Sheep civilization is not interested in him, the Shengui civilization has a clear goal. Those lunatics don't care about the victory of the civilization battlefield when facing things related to their god. In this way, he can't hide at all. Even if he hides, he will definitely be found. Instead of waiting to be found and surrounded, go to Daxing, go to the battlefield of chaos, and take the Shengui civilization with him. That is the best choice. And the goal of the Prophet civilization has been achieved. With the gathering of many top civilizations, this battle is inevitable. So, whether or not they can hold on to this human being, and continue to broadcast his coordinates is not important. The more chaotic the better. The more civilizations that end up, the better. It would be best if they fight to the death first, and it is impossible to get through. Xiangquo's multiple eyes lit up one by one, and in the dim Prophet civilization aircraft, cold light flickered, like a dark ghost. At this moment, Lin Qun was already dormant in a mountainous area. He wore a bronze mask, his aura was hidden, and he stood in the shadow of the woods looking up at the sky, but he saw nothing. In the distance, the Zerg's hive fleet roared forward, and the surrounding ground was shaking. Lin Qun temporarily interrupted external communications and hid nearby. Although he had gotten rid of the Prophet's civilization, Lin Qun himself had no means of confirmation. After all, the Prophet's civilization was technologically advanced. Neither Lin Qun nor the Federation had found any equipment used by the Prophet civilization to track Lin Qun, and it was impossible to determine from a technical perspective whether he had gotten rid of the Prophet civilization's tracking. He could only wait for a while. The swarm is here. If the Prophet civilization had not been thrown off, it would certainly be unable to hold back, and would announce its location, so that the swarm would surround and kill it. He waited here for 2 hours. If the Prophet civilization did not update his location on the broadcast, it would prove that it had been thrown off. Lin Qun observed for a while, took a deep breath, and found a place to rest. He first fed the little loach crazily, which made the little guy turn upside down and go back to sleep with a bulging belly. Only then did he calm down and practice for a while. This time, he focused on the sword control technique. He is now at the first level of the sword control technique, which corresponds to the first level of the key refining stage. These days, Lin Qun has been practicing whenever he can, and his realm has been slowly improving. He is also seizing the time to practice now, hoping to break through to the second level before the decisive battle. Presumably, that will bring huge attribute bonuses. The practice ended quickly, and then Lin Qun looked at the time. At this time, it had been 2 hours since he came here. The Prophet civilization's broadcast was paused, and his location was not updated. Lin Qun was extremely hidden, and was not discovered by the swarm. He was lurking here like a ghost. Lin Qun was a little excited. He succeeded and got rid of the spying of the Prophet civilization. But he didn't go to Daxing immediately. He was going to test the abilities of the 2 cards he had obtained before. Air Dance and Cart Giant card. The first thing Lin Qun tried was the air dance from the Dragon Ball world. This is a very practical skill. After trying it out once before, Lin Qun always wanted to try it out, but he never had the chance. Now that he finally had it, he tested it to his heart's content. Lin Qun found that with his current attributes, the maximum flight speed of the air dance can be about the same as that of a motorcycle. This speed is nothing compared to the Mach 50, but it is actually very fast. Looking at the whole human race, how many people can maintain flying in the sky without relying on external objects? And its consumption is very low. The air dance consumes only 1 or 2 dark energies in 10 minutes of operation. Now Lin Qun has many skills that use dark energy. When fighting, the dark energy is consumed. Fortunately, he has the tears of the goddess, so he can afford it. This means that the air dance can be maintained for a long time, and Lin Qun can rely on this skill to keep flying all the time. This air dance, as a substitute flying ability, is quite comprehensive. After all, Lin Qun has not yet mastered the sword technique, and has not yet reached the realm of the sword immortal. When he does not have Mach 50, it is also very good to use this air dance for short distance flight operations. Moreover, according to the card introduction, the higher the agility, the faster the speed can be improved. Lin Qun remembered that in the later period of Dragon Ball, the protagonists could break the speed of sound at will. If Lin Qun's agility attribute is high enough, he can also break the speed of sound with this air dance. Immediately, Lin Qun activated the transformation of the Cart Titan. The Cart Titan transformed very quickly. In the blink of an eye, Lin Qun had transformed into a small giant on all fours. Its body was much smaller than other giants, but it was extremely flexible. Lin Qun controlled his body, moved back and forth in the hidden places of the forest, and even climbed giant trees. It was extremely flexible and fast. Moreover, the advantage of the Cart Titan was not its brutal frontal attack, but its flexibility and durability. The transformation of the Cart Titan consumes very little physical energy of the main body. Even if the Cart Titan form is destroyed, it can be transformed immediately and continuously. As long as the user of the Cart Titan is not devastated or dead, it can even transform infinitely on the battlefield. This Cart Titan may not be the most powerful Titan, but it is the most durable Titan form. Moreover, Lin Qun also looked at it, and it seemed that his Cart Titan could really carry the turbo laser cannon, but it might be a little strenuous, but this still needs to wait for Lin Qun to test it in the field, before it can be tested in the field. The Cart Titan form was then released. Lin Qun still did not rush to leave, but chose to spend 500 contribution points and draw a card at random. See if you can get another Titan card. However, this time it was not so coincidental. It was another card, although not B level, but it was a very valuable card for Lin Qun. This is a cartoon series card. Name, Cartoon Harp Girl. Type, Summon card grade, C class. Description, use this card to summon a cartoon harp girl with a hot body. It will obey any order of the summoner unconditionally, and execute it resolutely. Activate this card again to recall a monster. The attributes of this monster are, Strength, 60, Constitution, 70, Agility, 60, Vitality, 130. This cartoon harp girl has a special effect. When the field card Cartoon World is on the field, the cartoon harp girl can be directly special summoned by sound. Under this premise, when there are other cartoon series cards in the Cartoon World, the special effect storm can be activated to invalidate all non-material attacks within a radius of 55 meters. Cooling time, 12 hours. Special note 1. This card is a summon card. This card is the medium to maintain the summon. Once this card is destroyed, or the summoned creature is killed, the summon card will become invalid. And this card has the special cartoon dimension penetrating attribute. Special note 2. The cartoon character has a hot body, which seems to be really super hot, and she can execute any of your commands unconditionally. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelos. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We're waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 271, Daxing Turmoil. The silver card materialized and landed in Lin Qun's palm. Looking at the second special note, Lin Qun's mouth twitched. This Is it hinting at something? The cartoon harpy girl drawn on this card is indeed hot. The clothes on her body cover almost everything except the 404 area. Her purple hair is very seductive, and her half-human, half-beast state also has a different feeling. And for some reason, although this cartoon harpy girl has a very hot body, she looks a bit like a child. Lin Qun took a look, coughed dryly, and quickly retracted his gaze. This is a cartoon character. He has no interest. Now is not the time to be interested. What he cares more about is, this cartoon harpy girl has an effect. Her attributes are not very good, but the biggest difference from the cartoon crocodile is the effect. Special summoning is nothing, and using a card to summon it does not delay anything. The key is to cooperate with the cartoon world and other cartoon series cards to activate this skill. Isn't this a direct ban on magic? The most important thing is that it doesn't even have an upper limit. Doesn't this mean that no matter what the strength is, as long as it is an attack in a non-material form, it can be completely invalidated? This is a magical skill. Lin Qun remembered that the original effect of this card in the Yu-Gi-Oh world seemed to be able to only destroy a trap card or a magic card. After it was materialized and drawn, it seemed to be enhanced. But its activation conditions have not changed at all. Just like in the setting of Yu-Gi-Oh, the activation effect still requires the cartoon world to be used. And Lin Qun obviously doesn't have a cartoon world. He does use cartoon series cards, namely Cartoon Crocodile, but without this cartoon world, this effect cannot be activated, and he can only quench his thirst with a plum in his eyes. Lin Qun guessed that cartoon world must be an A-level card, and his current card pool level is impossible to draw it. However, as an ordinary cartoon monster summoning card, this card itself is also very useful. Refer to Cartoon Crocodile to know that, even if this powerful effect cannot be activated temporarily, it doesn't matter, it is also very useful. Lin Qun rubbed his chin and pondered for a while, staring at this cartoon harpy girl for a while, and decided to summon this girl to take a look. It just so happens that there is no prophet civilization spying on us now. I just studied the air dance technique, so it would be a good idea to explore this cartoon harpy girl first. Although as her own summoning card, the cartoon harpy girl is unconditionally obedient to her, Lin Qun still wants to summon her out first to see. Communication is one aspect, and it is also a more intuitive understanding of her abilities, so that she can use and exert this card well on the battlefield. Lin Qun did it as soon as he thought of it, and he immediately threw out the card. Soon, there was a flash of light. A hot, swaying, purple-haired beauty appeared on the stage. But this is a cartoon beauty. The cartoon harpy girl was summoned directly. The first thing Lin Qun saw was a waterfall of purple hair and then a slightly short body. This girl is exactly the same as the one on the card. She is a cartoon harp girl with a hot body and a little girlish look. Her hands and feet are in the shape of eagle claws, and there are a pair of green wings on her arms. As for her clothes, except for the 404 area, there is almost no place covered. She is staring at Lin Qun with big eyes. In addition to being sexy, she is also a little cute. Lin Qun suddenly remembered after realizing it. It seems that in the system of Yu-Gi-Oh, there is a special harp card group. Those are real harp girls, and the cartoon harp girl in front of him belongs to the cartoon series card group. Does this mean that he may be able to draw a harp girl that is not a cartoon version? What about the three harp sisters? Lin Qun remembered that it seemed that it was not so cartoony. Ahem. Lin Qun coughed again, retracted his gaze, and fell on the cartoon girl in front of him. The cartoon harpy girl looked at him with her head tilted. After a while, she opened her mouth and uttered a unique hawk cry of a cartoon character. This was not a whimper, but a real hawk cry. This was probably, is she communicating? Lin Qun pondered for a moment and communicated with her mind, commanding the cartoon harpy girl to show her ability. Without the cartoon world, her special effects could not be exerted, but she could attack with the means of a cartoon character. Immediately, her hawk cry became fierce, flapping her wings, arms, and rising from her position, flying short and fiercely, and suddenly swooping down on a tree on one side. No one saw how she moved, but with one claw, the tree broke. Her attack method was obviously different from that of the cartoon crocodile. The cartoon crocodile would eat whatever it saw, but she used eagle claws to grab and attack. When she attacked, she also showed a surprising fierceness. Lin Qun guessed that she should have all the characteristics of a cartoon crocodile, and her attributes were stronger than the cartoon crocodile. Her overall strength should be above the cartoon crocodile. Moreover, she was very obedient, doing whatever Lin Qun asked her to do. After some instructions, she was very handy, and the most important thing was that this cartoon harpy girl was obviously smarter than the cartoon crocodile. Although the cartoon crocodile was also intelligent, but stupid, this cartoon harpy girl was able to make certain adjustments in practice according to Lin Qun's requirements and orders. She could actually speak, but Lin Qun couldn't understand her language. Fortunately, she was Lin Qun's card-summoned creature, and they could communicate with each other through thoughts, so there was no obstacle. But Lin Qun looked at it, and his brows suddenly rose. The damp fluctuation between these movements seemed to jump out. Who wanted the cartoon girl's clothes to be designed so little? The test was completed. Lin Qun was generally satisfied with the cartoon harpy girl. As for whether he expected to draw a real version of the three harpy sisters, no one knew. Lin Qun took a deep breath. Although he failed to draw another giant card this time, he was still satisfied with drawing another cartoon series card. After this card draw, Lin Qun still had over 10,000 contribution points. Lin Qun put the card away, stood up and prepared to leave. He was going to Daxing. In fact, Lin Qun was a little uneasy. The torrent of doomsday was coming. The target of the Shengui civilization was him. The three top civilizations, the silicon-based civilization, the black sheep civilization, and the prophets civilization, were obviously going to go to war in Daxing. According to the intelligence from Jinling, these three civilizations were all here to compete for the final winner of the civilization battlefield. The strongest of their civilizations were in the top 5 of the global rankings, and they were all suspected to be evolvers. This was a real fight between gods. Even the insect swarms that attacked humans stopped outside the Green Province and dared not enter again. It can be seen that they were also extremely afraid of these top civilizations. And humans are just the background board here. No one cares, and no one cares about the life and death of humans. In their eyes, the human survivor base and the entire Daxing are just battlefields, and the humans there are just base numbers, which are the contribution points they grab at will in the battle. No one is trying to win over humans. Even the fleets of the Black Sheep civilization and the Prophet civilization are obviously heading towards Daxing. They are only wary of each other, not the current owner of Daxing City. It seems that the power of humans, the humans in Daxing, are not a threat at all. This is naked contempt. It is also the sadness of a civilization. The weak don't even have the right to speak. It seems that the humans in this half of the Huaxia region can only sit and wait for death. This fertile land that once belonged to humans in the Federation has now become someone else's backyard, where they can roam freely and slaughter at will. Humans have become guests here. They can only passively endure their crazy rampage. Even Lin Qun is the same. The Prophet civilization wants to kill him. The Shengui civilization wants to fight a holy war with him. One by one, they are all aggressive and want him to die. And what did he do? He just wanted to try to survive. When Lin Qun thinks back, it's a bit ridiculous, sad and infuriating. He, as well as the humans in the survivor bases of Lucheng, Daxing, and Jinling, have always just tried to survive. You hit me, I fight back, that's all. But others kill him, kill them, as if they are also justified, as if they deserve to die, as if they did something wrong. This shouldn't be like this. This is the planet of humans. This is the world of humans. Lin Qun's heart was filled with boundless anger. It was the anger of a bloody battle, and even more, so the fury of being chased and killed. He didn't want it to be like this, and he didn't think it should be like this. This battle should not be just a battle between a few top civilizations. They should pay the price for ignoring the power of humans. Lin Qun flew up with the air dance technique, stood on a high place, holding the Superman card with only one chance left in his hand. Looking to the northwest, his eyes gradually became cold, as if he came from hell. Daxing. You want to fight a decisive battle in Daxing. You want to kill me in Daxing. Let's see who will win. I'm not a child of human civilization. But I have the power of 2 human civilizations. Lin Qun lowered his eyes, flew at a low altitude, and gradually disappeared in the dark shadows of the dense forest. He disappeared without a trace, as if he had never been here. When Lin Qun began to rush to Daxing, the federal forces at all levels and the human survivors resistance forces hiding in Green Province had already received orders from above. Go to Daxing City to rush to help. At this moment, this seems to be the last choice for the humans in Green Province. Because the Shengui civilization and the swarm have blocked the routes in several directions, at this moment, if the human forces in Green Province want to return to the survivors in Luchun or the survivor base in Daxing, they must fight a decisive battle with the swarm. It is even more unrealistic to flee to the north and go to war with the Shengui civilization. The change in the situation at this moment made the 3 major survivor bases make a decision. Transfer this force directly to Daxing. Avoid the swarm. The swarm's army stopped outside Green Province, away from the direction of Daxing City. This is a signal that they are unwilling and do not want to participate in the war between the top civilizations. Therefore, even if the queen of the swarm hates Lin Qun, a human, she has no intention of continuing to attack. When the human forces of Green Province moved towards Daxing City, they could only watch, because in that direction, humans were far away from their range, and it was meaningless to attack by force. Therefore, when the human forces of Green Province began to move, the swarm also began to retreat. As a result, a mighty team appeared in Green Province and its surrounding areas, heading towards Daxing. There were not only armed personnel, federal soldiers, survivors, but also a large number of civilian survivors. They were either the elderly, weak, women and children in Green Province, or those who fled from other areas, such as Lvdaki and others. They had no choice at this time. Before the swarm retreated, if they moved towards Daxing and Luchun, they would be devastated by the swarm, and that was a route that would definitely lead to their death. Therefore, they could only be mixed in the torrent of retreat and rush to Daxing. The situation at this moment was worse than Lin Qun and Li Zeng expected. Although military forces from all over the country were gathering and preparing to go to Daxing City for a decisive battle, but the retreat of the survivors in Daxing City and the surrounding areas was almost impossible. Because of the interference of the swarm, the retreat route is seriously blocked. If the existing human forces choose to go to war with the swarm and force their way through the lifeline, they will completely miss the Battle of Daxing City. But in this way, not only will the survivors of Daxing City be unable to retreat, but ordinary survivors from other areas will even be forced to pour into Daxing City in large numbers. Looking down from the sky, at this moment, waves of human power are rushing away on the ground, fleeing to Daxing in a panic. But many ordinary survivors don't even know that Daxing City is actually the target of public criticism. At the same time, Daxing City, the federal military survivor base, Chen Weiyang is mobilizing troops in full swing. The alien civilization Kale entrenched in Daxing City has indeed begun to retreat, but because of the retreat, they have begun to frequently break out of friction. The two sides have fiercely exchanged fire in the center of the urban area of Daxing City, and even gunfire can be heard here. In the Daxing survivor base, people are panicked and many people are uneasy. Various news are flying around, and Chen Weiyang is almost unable to suppress it. His subordinates are also under his command. But the current situation, what orders can he give? Their military is ready for a decisive battle, but if the 2 million survivors in Daxing City cannot retreat, they will all become victims of this war and become contribution points in the hands of other alien civilizations. There is no direction to retreat at all. Chen Weiyang can only say, stay stable first. The Zerg has no intention of participating in the war. They just want to cut off our lifeline. But now, Luchun and Jinling are already gathering a large army. When the army is formed and forces the Zerg forward, they will not dare to fight a decisive battle with our main force. They will not want to pay the loss of a decisive battle with us. At that time, as long as they retreat, the retreat channel will also be opened. We can evacuate the survivors. This is the current plan. But the others looked at each other in bewilderment. Obviously they were all worried. They were afraid that when the channel was opened, Daxing would be full of flames. But at this moment, they had no choice. This was the only option. They could only wait. Chapter 272, Fight for Food. The sky was gradually getting dark. After a day and a night, Lin Qun had crossed the Green Province and set foot on the road to Daxing. He also mixed in with a team of fleeing survivors. This team was the closest to Daxing City, so Lin Qun was ready to follow this team and enter Daxing City together. It would save time and effort. After entering, he would directly contact the high-level officials of Daxing City. Li Zeng had already made arrangements for Lin Qun. After Lin Qun arrived in Daxing City and reached the designated location, someone would contact him. With his combat power, he would enjoy the highest level of courtesy in Daxing City. After joining the fleeing team and moving forward step by step, Lin Qun gradually discovered that the situation was indeed worse than he had imagined. Lin Qun heard the news from Dupan that the 3 survivor bases were preparing for war in full swing. The Daxing survivor base intended to evacuate the survivors, but there was no retreat channel. No one could retreat for the time being, and even the news could not be released. They watched a large number of survivors rushing towards them. This was also very different from Lin Qun's expectations. He did not expect there to be so many people here. Moreover, although the movement trajectory of the survivors is the same as that of the federal troops, they are separated from each other. This should be the reason for the exchange of fire. The federal troops continued to exchange fire with the survivors' resistance forces and alien civilizations. How dare the survivors get close? On a large-scale battlefield, the army is not a synonym for safety and protection, but a synonym for danger. They naturally have to separate from the army to avoid becoming a target. But at this moment, there is actually no fighting around. There are not many alien civilizations nearby. The Green Province War has been going on for 3 or 4 days, and the rest have almost run away. At this stage, the battle is almost over, and there are almost no small-scale battles. At most, someone occasionally encounters 1 or 2 roving armed personnel of alien civilizations, and a short exchange of fire, a matter of life and death, ends quickly. But the survivors have long been scattered, and it is difficult to form a great atmosphere. Lin Qun followed a large team of survivors, with more than 100 people, forming a tattered convoy. Lin Qun quietly mixed in, and prepared to enter Daxing City. He wanted to pick up some contribution points. But on the way here, he found that there were no targets for him to hunt nearby. If he really wanted to kill alien civilizations, he would have to go to Daxing City to find the Kale people. Where are the alien civilizations to kill around? There are only humans everywhere. There are people everywhere. No wonder so many resistance forces suddenly emerged in the Green Province War, and they instantly formed a terrible war torrent with the troops of the 3 survivor bases, and they devoured the multi-foot civilization. It turns out that there are so many people in Green Province and its surrounding areas. The Huaxia region is one of the most populous regions in the world. There are 8 billion people. Moreover, the area is vast and the terrain is complex. Even if the alien civilizations slaughter crazily, there will always be people who can survive. And the number will not be too small. The team that Lin Qun mixed in originally had only 100 people, but gradually moved forward and grew little by little. Now there are almost more than 200 people. If such a long and slow team appeared in the wilderness and on the road before, it would have become the target of hunting by alien civilizations. But now there are no alien civilizations, only a steady stream of survivors and refugees joining them. The tranquility at this moment seemed to be the last peace before the storm. Lin Qun was also mixed in here, an inconspicuous survivor, following behind a truck in front, moving forward step by step. The team was getting bigger and bigger. Most of the survivors in the team were in a mess. They were people with little combat power, and their weapons and equipment were also scarce. This was a group of real bottom-level refugees and survivors. During a short rest, Lin Qun saw an old man breaking a broken breakfast biscuit in his hand into 5 pieces and sharing them with a group of children he brought with him. Obviously none of those children were his real relatives, but he led them forward. Of course, some people held the food in their arms carefully, for fear that others would find out and snatch it away. Some people seemed to have run out of food long ago, squatting in the corner to eat grass, grabbing the ground at random, and swallowing it whole. Some of them were old people, some were children, Some were once respectable upper class people, and some had always been at the bottom of society, but now there was almost no difference. All of them were nestled in the fleeing team, in a mess, and in order to survive, they had already lost a bit of dignity. Lin Qun looked at these pictures, and then at a piece of bread stuffed with red bean paste in his hand. He suddenly felt that the gap between people was sometimes really sad. But Lin Qun had no intention of sharing. He only had so much stuff, and sharing would not solve the problem. Instead, it would make him stand out and cause more trouble. In the corner, someone cast a prying look. Lin Qun's piece of bread was just the kind of ordinary stuffed bread that cost 3 or 4 yuan in the supermarket. It was nothing to Lin Qun himself now. He had a lot of this kind of stuff in his Kyankan bag. But for others, this piece of bread was a good thing that they had not eaten for a long time. However, Lin Qun was prepared for this. He lifted the corner of his clothes and showed the Uzi that he had taken out of his Kyankan bag and put on his waist. The hot and covetous eyes disappeared instantly. Lin Qun changed his position and ate in a place where no one was around. He did not forget to feed the little loach, the kun. He fed it quietly in a place away from people. After eating and drinking, the little guy went back to sleep and grow. After several times, it has obviously grown a lot more than before. Lin Qun was very pleased. The only thing that was depressing was that this little guy was still very picky about food. He was like a hard-working parent, looking forward to his child growing up one day, but Lin Qun's goal was not pure. He waited for this mythical creature to grow up, hoping that the other party would take him away so that he could lie down directly. After a short rest, the convoy continued on the road. Lin Qun followed it, while secretly practicing his sword controlling skills and dragon elephant prajna. The escape team he mixed into was the closest one to Daxing City, only about 7 or 8 kilometers away. Although the convoy was slow, it would not take long to arrive. Lin Qun was not in a hurry. The military was also dispatching, and the situation in Daxing City was complicated. According to the military's analysis, the exploration forces of top civilizations such as the Prophet Civilization and the Black Sheep Civilization must have been in Daxing City long ago. The movements in Daxing City were all under their control. If Lin Qun really went there, he had to hide and not be swaggering. Otherwise, once he was discovered, he would undoubtedly be the first to be surrounded and killed. Lin Qun sneaked into Daxing secretly. His purpose was simple. He wanted to wait for several top civilizations to fight before he showed up, so that he could reap the benefits. But if he was beaten first, he would be like delivering food to others. Whoever attacked first would be exposed first, and would be at risk of being besieged. Everyone wanted to reap the benefits, and they all wanted to wait for others to fight to the death before they came out to reap the benefits. Lin Qun also thought so. In the past, he could follow the plan of the Prophet Civilization and use the Prophet Civilization's broadcast to gain contribution points for himself, but it would not work in Daxing. The Prophet Civilization hoped that several other top civilizations would first surround and kill Lin Qun, and then a melee would break out, so that they could reap the benefits and win the final victory. Knowing this, Lin Qun would not step into it. As they advanced, the closer they were to Daxing City, the larger their team became. From more than 200 people, it gradually expanded to 300 and 500 people. The convoys all had a group of leaders who managed the team in an orderly manner, which accelerated their pace of progress. However, rumors gradually spread in the team, saying that Daxing City was not safe either. Lin Qun listened in the crowd, and knew that this time, the rumors were not rumors. Daxing City was indeed unsafe, but now these people had nowhere to go. They would starve to death sooner or later if they wandered in the wilderness. Compared with starving to death, they had to go to Daxing City, no matter how dangerous it was. Because of this, although rumors were flying around, few people left the team. Everyone was still moving forward. In fact, some people were numb and just moved forward mechanically and rigidly. However, when they were still 3 or 4 kilometers away from Daxing City, a small incident suddenly occurred. The convoy suddenly stopped. Lin Qun thought they had to rest, but he saw a motorcycle in front of him driving all the way back. There was a hot woman sitting on it. She was from the leader's team. She brought a message. About 1 kilometer away from their escape team, there is a batch of supplies left behind by the military. It is suspected that there is a large amount of food. Many survivors are robbing them. They also want to have a share. They notify everyone to see if anyone wants to join in. If they can grab it, they can get a share. Whoever contributes more can get more. Hearing this news, many people are excited. At this time, what is the most valuable? Naturally, it is food. Especially these survivors here, most of them are at the bottom, with little strength and no supplies. At this time, who can not be excited to hear that there are military supplies to pick up? But when they heard that other survivors were fighting for it, many people calmed down, recognized the reality, and quietly retreated. Those who can survive to this day have long understood that it is better to have no strength at all, and they are not qualified to participate in the competition for anything. However, there are still many people who stand up. They are either talented and have some strength, or they have some weapons and equipment in their hands. They are eager to try and want to give it a try. In addition, there are people taking the lead, and the confidence has also come up a lot. The leader of Lin Qun's team was also armed. He was not good enough for the military, but he was pretty good among ordinary survivors. He also called in extra people because he was worried that he would not be able to compete with others. But Lin Qun was a little concerned. This place was almost close to Daxing City. How could the military leave the supplies here? But at this moment, Lin Qun suddenly had an idea and looked to the side. He saw a little girl with twin ponytails coming over and said, "Hey, buddy, are you going too? We can go together." Lin Qun blinked, a little confused. He didn't remember knowing such a girl with twin ponytails. But the other party smiled, lifted a corner of her skirt, revealing 2 submachine guns tied to her thighs. She said, "You are alone too, right? Being alone is always a disadvantage. I see that you also have a gun, and you have bread, so you should be a capable person. Let's act together and split the supplies in half. How about it?" This girl should be about 25 or 26 years old, but she looks a bit like a Lalita. Her tone and expression seem very social, with a strange contrast. Lin Qun found it a bit funny. However, the contrast is cute. Lin Qun can see that this girl with twin ponytails seems to have some strength, and her observation is also good. She saw Lin Qun's gun and eating bread, and dared to take the initiative to invite him, which is a manifestation of confidence. Lin Qun hesitated for a moment. He was just about to see what was going on, so he said, "Okay, I'll go with you, but I'm not very talented, but my shooting skills are okay. Don't look down on me." The girl with the ponytails shook her head and said, "Don't worry, you just shoot from behind. I'm very capable. When the time comes, you follow me. Just take less supplies." This lolly girl is quite confident. This made Lin Qun more resolute in his judgment. This girl must be really capable, and she only formed a temporary team to avoid her acting alone. At that moment, he followed the girl with the ponytails to sign up. The leader accepted everyone and gathered a group of people, about 20 or 30 people, and then went forward in a crowd, ready to grab food. If they were slow, they were afraid that the things would be taken away by others. Wouldn't it be a waste of time? Of course, these people formed a temporary team with the same interests, but they were all wary of each other, rarely spoke, and quickly approached. Lin Qun was a little curious, and asked from behind, "Hey, I don't know your name yet." The girl with twin ponytails pondered for a moment, and gave a rather obvious pseudonym, "Just call me Alice." Lin Qun's mouth twitched when he heard that, and he said, "Thank you, my name is Wreck-It Ralph." The twin-tailed lolly in front staggered when she heard that, and almost fell flat on her face. She turned her head and looked at Lin Qun, saying, "Be serious, I don't know how many teams are grabbing food in front. Be careful not to die." She was a little surprised. This person said that his strength was not very good, and he was going to grab food right now, so why was he not nervous at all? Lin Qun kept silent. Going forward and getting closer, he saw 2 overturned military vehicles, and the food inside was scattered all over the ground. Several groups of people were fighting here. Gunfire was everywhere, and the abilities of talented masters were flying around, and the scene was in chaos. In the melee, it was unclear how many waves of people there were. They all killed each other in order to grab this little food. Lin Qun looked a little complicated. Most of these people are ordinary survivors who have not participated in the confrontation with alien civilizations. But here, they kill each other to death and show no mercy to their fellow human beings, just for a little food on the ground. This is the other side of human civilization. Some people are fighting for civilization, and naturally there are people who are hiding in the shadows. Lin Qun knows very well that this is inevitable. The girl with twin ponytails rushed to the front. She is really good at it. She fired 2 guns at the same time. Her shooting skills are good, and there is a faint frost on the bullets she fired. It seems that she is a gifted person with special abilities. No wonder she is full of confidence. With her level, she can almost walk sideways among ordinary survivors. This is also true. As soon as she opened fire, several people from other survivors who were grabbing food in the front were killed. This person led Lin Qun to kill a bloody road and did not forget to turn his head and said, "You are not strong enough. Follow closely and help me see if there are any enemies behind me." Lin Qun blinked. He seemed to be protected by this girl. Seeing this, he simply fished in troubled waters and followed the girl honestly. Isn't it good to have a girl leading you and not to work hard? His eyes were wandering, and he was also observing the surroundings. This level of battlefield was extremely tense for these people, but in Lin Qun's eyes, it was just a fight between chickens, and there was no danger. He was more curious about how the 2 military vehicles overturned here. However, Lin Qun looked and found that there were indeed several powerful groups in this group, especially the group of survivors closest to the food. They were very fierce, not only with fierce firepower, but also with talented masters, killing in all directions. They seemed to be the first group to come here, and they had been occupying the most critical position, guarding the food of the 2 vehicles, setting up to heavy weapons, and whoever grabbed it would die. The burly man in the lead was even spitting fire from both hands. It seemed that he was at least a C-level talent. Several groups of people who came later rushed to snatch it from them, and they were all killed. The people who came from Lin Qun's side were not their opponents at all. The girl who had a hot body just now was even shot in the head by someone. Someone shouted in fear, "I know him. He is Jiang Fengaiyu, a well-known thug in Daxing City. He has a C-level talent and is a super expert. We are not their opponents." The scene was extremely chaotic for a while. Many people were terrified. The burly man named Jiang Fengaiyu was recognized, but he shouted, "Come on, the federal soldiers are not my opponents. Let's see who dares to steal my food." As he said, he spit fire from his hands and burned to death 2 survivors who were fighting for food. Watching the 2 people turn into firemen and dance, howling in pain, Jiang Fengaiyu showed a cruel and excited expression and seemed to enjoy the process very much. The girl with twin ponytails in front of Lin Qun also changed color. Damn, it turned out to be him, Trouble. This girl with twin ponytails is actually a little master. Even she finds it difficult. This Jiang Fengaiyu seems to be a famous and powerful character. But Lin Qun moved his eyes and noticed that, as Jiang Fengaiyu said, this was not the food left behind by the military at all. Instead, they intercepted and killed them halfway. The body of the military driver was right in front of them, lying on the ground in all directions. They were all killed by humans. The military had vehicles carrying supplies passing by here, and Jiang Fengaiyu and his gang of thugs directly intercepted and killed them, preparing to kill people for food. But the news leaked out, which led to the melee at this moment. Seeing this, Lin Qun felt a trace of anger in his heart. No one dared to fight against alien civilizations, but they were ruthless enough to kill their own people. He was going to make a move in secret. You kill people and steal food, then forget about it. I'll give you a ride. Such scum. Damn it. Let me see. Can you, the supermaster in the eyes of others, withstand my gaze? Chapter 273. I'm just a better shooter. Lin Qun's eyes were cold. In his eyes, these people were all dead. Such scums were alive, which was a shame to the soldiers, who died fighting for humanity. But at this moment, dense gunfire rang out from one side. In the distance, a group of people who seemed to have come out of Daxing City quickly approached and exchanged fire with the people here. This group of people was more fierce. They were stronger, almost crushing. The leader was a gifted person with strong strength. He could move forward against the ability of the fire-breathing ability person. Lin Qun blinked from a distance and found that he actually knew this group of people. the master in the front. Isn't it Boss Tang? This group of people are the survivors of Santang City. Did they leave Santang City and run here? Sure enough, Lin Qun's eyes moved and saw several familiar faces in the team. Zalza, Brotherly, and the Fat Man. They seemed to have joined the Daxing military and were fighting with the soldiers of the Federation. These survivor thugs were considered powerful among ordinary survivors, but they were not on the same level as the Federal Army and the real top level survivors like Don. They were directly broken through. The scene was instantly in chaos. Several waves of survivors were all panicked. They came to seize food, and many people died. They didn't get the food, but they encountered the regular army. If they were all killed as bad guys, wouldn't they be dumbfounded? Therefore, at this time, the survivors were all panicked, especially those who seized food. In fact, a large part of them were ordinary survivors who wanted to pick up leaks, such as the group that Lin Qun followed. Before they came, they didn't know that the food was intercepted by the thugs. The bloody battle just now almost stunned them. At this time, seeing the federal people rushing out, some of them even began to run back without armor. Others had bloodshot eyes and fired randomly. Even the twin-tailed girl Lin Qun changed color, and a little panic appeared in her eyes. Oh no. At this time, Zalza, who was slender, jumped to a high place and shouted, "Those who helped kill Jiang Fenggai and his gang of thugs will not be held accountable. Everyone will have food after entering Daxing City." After these words came out, many people breathed a sigh of relief, and the panic immediately found a direction, and all surrounded the thug, and the chaotic situation was no longer chaotic. The twin-tailed girl in front had shining eyes. "Follow me, we will become regular troops." Lin Qun behind twitched his mouth, thinking, "Your camp changed quickly. Damn it. Damn it. Didn't I just kill a few of you and rob your supplies? Anyway, you will be killed by those alien civilizations sooner or later." Not far away, Jiang Fenggai's gang of thugs were already retreating step by step. They were no match at all. The leader, Jiang Fenggai, was furious. He retreated with curses. His strength was still very strong. He erected a wall of fire and fought stubbornly. Although the attack of Tang Laodao and his men was fierce, they failed to defeat them for a while. Especially Jiang Fenggai and others were besieged at this moment, and they were even more crazy. They fired machine guns everywhere and shot anyone they saw. The girl with twin ponytails in front was almost killed by a volley of bullets when she rushed up. She gritted her teeth and hid behind a scrapped car. When she looked up, she saw Lin Qun sticking his head out and shooting. The first shot went down. The head of the thug machine gunner exploded and fell on his back. Then the second one. Then, bang, Jiang Fenggai, who was roaring like a mad dog, exploded in the head and died on the spot. Everything happened in just a few breaths. The main firepower point of this group of crazy people was shot in the head. The girl with twin ponytails didn't think it was Lin Qun's gun at first. After all, Lin Qun only took out a large caliber pistol at this moment. Can it blow someone's head? In the chaos, maybe someone else fired the gun. Maybe he just happened to point the gun towards that side. But as she observed, she was surprised to find that it seemed to be Lin Qun's credit. Whoever the gun pointed at would fall on his back, no matter how tricky the place was. Even Jiang Fenggai, who was hiding in the wall of fire and only had the tip of his head sticking out, was shot dead by him. Whoever Lin Qun shot died. Whoever he aimed at died. Wasn't it him who fired the gun? Such a brutal C-level talent was shot in the head by this person? This death is too cowardly, isn't it? Lin Qun turned his head and saw the girl with twin ponytails staring at him with wide eyes, with an expression of seeing a ghost. What kind of shooting is this? Even the sharpshooters in the Federal Army are not so accurate, right? No way. Didn't I say that I'm just a better shooter? Lin Qun spread his hands. His shooting skills are just half-baked. How can he compare with the sharpshooter? This is the skill of the headshot girl. No matter how powerful the sharpshooter is, he can't be as quick, accurate and ruthless as his eyes, right? The battle ended so hastily. In fact, even Boss Tang and others were stunned. Just when Jiang Fenggai and his brothers were ready to fight to the death, they thought that they might have to pay a little loss. But, in less than a minute, the thugs who were just shouting with extreme cruelty were all dead. Boss Tang was stunned. because those main characters, even including the master Jiang Fengyu, were not killed by him. He asked around, and no one knew who killed them. The machine gunners of these thugs, and Jiang Fengyu, died in such a confused way. Once they died, the front line collapsed immediately. They rushed forward and directly wiped them out with 0 casualties. Zhao Zha, however, squatted beside Jiang Fengyu's body, looking at his headless body, and gradually frowned. Boss Tang, I seem to have seen this way of death somewhere, it's a bit familiar. The fat man on the side didn't think much about it, and laughed. Boss Tang, are we so powerful now? This group of famous thugs in Daxing were killed by us, just by cutting melons and vegetables. The situation here has stabilized. As the group of thugs were killed, Boss Tang and the federal soldiers they brought also moved forward quickly, recovering the food on the ground, and gathering the survivors, preparing to take them back to Daxing City. Daxing is still blocking the news. Although all kinds of gossip are flying, most people still don't know what they will face here. Boss Tang and others obviously don't know. Lin Qun was very surprised. He didn't expect to meet them here. With the location of Santang City at that time, it seemed that they were closest to the Lucheng survivor base. Unexpectedly, they came to Daxing. From this point of view, it seems that they have joined the Daxing Federation military survivor base and work for it. Here, a large number of survivors were being gathered. Behind these groups of survivors fighting for food were a large number of ordinary survivors fleeing. When Tang Laoda and others gathered these people, they also brought the teams behind them. Several fleeing teams merged together and instantly formed a mighty fleeing team. The number of people suddenly exceeded 1,000, and they all went to Daxing City together. Tang Laoda made a promise in public that, as long as they arrived in Daxing City, everyone would have food to eat, and a place to live. This was a shot of adrenaline, which made the team unprecedentedly cohesive. After the battle, those who had just fought for food all came forward, and wanted to join the military team. Even the leader who was high above Lin Qun and his original fleeing team and far surpassed other ordinary survivors, now looked forward eagerly, hoping that he could rely on his merit in assisting the encirclement and suppression to get a job in the military. Regardless of the rumors, Daxing City is at least safe now, and under such circumstances, whoever can get a good job in the military will be safe. Even the girl with twin ponytails in front of Lin Qun eagerly moved forward, but she was so pitiful that she couldn't even say a word before being rejected. She was very depressed. Isn't it just working for the Federation? Humph, I will directly join another survivor base in the future. Lin Qun looked at her and found it a little funny. The military has become a hot commodity at the moment. If you have books, you will be long, and if you don't have books, you will be short. Under the leadership of Boss Tang and others, they moved forward quickly and soon arrived at the Daxing City Federation military survivor base. As they got closer and closer, Lin Qun heard a lot of news about this place, especially the two human survivor bases coexisting here. This was told to Lin Qun by the girl with twin ponytails. I can tell you're from another province, right? You don't even know the situation here. When the global battlefield just started, the Daxing City area was in chaos, with wars everywhere, especially the Kale people, who were very powerful and invested a lot of troops. The human army was defeated step by step. If it weren't for the large number of garrisons in Daxing, they might have been defeated by the Kale people. But that's why many people survived. It is said that a big battle broke out in the Daxing Stadium at that time. There were tens of thousands of survivors trapped in the stadium, but the military had less than a battalion of troops. They were surrounded by the large army of the Kale civilization, and collapsed after holding on for half a day. The girl with the twin ponytails was talking here, and Lin Qun was listening on the side. At the beginning of the global battlefield, this kind of situation was everywhere. Humans were besieged for a day and a half without reinforcement. It was not that others did not want to reinforce, but that there were battles everywhere and no one could help anyone. You must think that the tens of thousands of people in this stadium are dead, right? The girl with twin ponytails was not a person who liked to keep people in suspense, and she immediately said, actually, no, not only did they not die, but they all survived, because the Blood Emperor took action. That was the first battle in which the Blood Emperor fought. In one battle, he destroyed the army of the Kale civilization that surrounded them. Then, he couldn't stop and slaughtered for 5 consecutive days, forcing the Kale civilization to flee. Wherever he appeared, the army of the Kale civilization would stay away. As a result, he also gathered a large number of survivors and established the first survivor base in the entire Daxing. Moreover, he promised all those who followed him that he would protect all his people. It was because of his early actions that the situation in Daxing City began to change. It can even be said that without him, the situation in Daxing would hardly stabilize so quickly. The survivors of the Daxing Federation military were able to form quickly because of this. It can be said that all the people who are alive in Daxing now are related to him. He is the legend of Daxing. Although I have only just arrived here, I'm from this province, and the people of this province have heard of his deeds. As she spoke, the girl with twin ponytails also had shining eyes, and she seemed to be very yearning and admiring of this legendary figure. Lin Qun said, "It seems that you also yearn for him, so why do you still want to go to the military survivor base?" The girl with twin ponytails showed an embarrassed look. "They don't seem to want people. After all, it is an independent survivor base of survivors, and there are not enough supplies and space." Hearing this, Lin Qun couldn't help but squinting at the girl. "Then you said before that at most you can go to someone else's survivor base." But Lin Qun was also a little shocked. He was an eyewitness of the war and knew very well what it meant to kill for 5 consecutive days. Even an Iron Man would be exhausted to death. This person must be extremely powerful. Blood Emperor. Is his ability related to blood? Lin Qun immediately thought of his head exploding girl ability. Maybe their abilities are all related to blood. The girl with twin ponytails shook her head. "No one knows the details, but I just heard that his ability is related to blood. No matter whether it is human or alien civilization life, the more people die, the stronger he is. Therefore, the Kale civilization did not dare to fight them later, and would rather maintain the status quo than start a war." Lin Qun guessed that maybe the ability of this Blood Emperor is also some kind of snowball ability. With the disadvantages of human natives, only such ability can burst out such amazing combat power in the early stage. But this Blood Emperor is really powerful. According to the information Lin Qun got from Gupan, there are at least 400,000 survivors under the Blood Emperor of Daxing. He did what he said and really protected these 400,000 people. This is a great thing. Lin Qun is actually a little curious. In this case, why didn't he act with the federal military of Daxing? Even the general commander of Luchun didn't know this. And the Blood Emperor has never responded to the call of other human forces. He has been hiding in Daxing City, and there is very little relevant information available to the outside world. This legendary figure in Daxing, the outside world knows very little about him. Even Daxing doesn't seem to know much about him. I'm afraid that we can only wait until we meet the senior management of the survivor base of the Daxing Federal Military to figure out the answer to this question. The girl with twin ponytails looked longing. "I don't ask to become such a powerful person. It would be fine if I could meet someone I can hold my thighs against." This girl has a sweet voice, but her personality. Lin Qun scratched his head when he heard it and wanted to say, "A strong person of this level is right beside you now." But his words turned into, "Aren't we a temporary cooperation? Why are you still following me?" The girl with twin ponytails was stunned for a moment and suddenly reacted, "Yes, I." She was stunned here, but the team in front suddenly stopped, and then a panic broke out. The people in front suddenly began to retreat in a black mass. Lin Qun's eyes moved and looked forward and saw a team of lives of the Kale civilization blocking their way in front of them and rushing to kill them head on. Panic broke out from this. Chapter 274. What are you afraid of? The life of the Kale civilization is a bit strange. They have 2 heads and 4 arms. Each arm can carry a weapon, and one person can form a fire suppression. This group of Kale civilization interceptors are not the regular army of the Kale civilization. In the context of the Kale civilization's great retreat, its regular army basically assisted in defense under the space cracks, worried that humans would go crazy and run over to fight them. After all, from the perspective of the Kale civilization, a contestant of an alien civilization, multiple top civilizations are about to enter the field, and the humans here are doomed. Since they are doomed, what if they know they can't beat the alien civilization and run over to fight them? They don't want to lose manpower in vain. At this time, the only ones who are still outside, and even launching attacks, so close to the survivor base, in Daxing City can only be the armed personnel of the Kale civilization. They want to come here, to pick up leaks, before returning to their homeland. After all, if they retreat from the Blue Star battlefield, they will no longer have the opportunity to gain contribution points. But despite this, the strength of this group of Kale people should not be underestimated. These creatures rode on semi-suspended motorcycles with a Sibber style. There were more than 30 of them, and they also carried heavy weapons. Their main feature was strong firepower and high mobility. They came from the front at high speed, and fired crazily from a distance. There were also many people on Don's side, but their firepower and mobility were really not as good as this, especially now that they were leading a team of more than 1,000 survivors to escape. They were even more distracted, and immediately fell into a disadvantage when they met. Most of the federal soldiers in the front row were shot on the spot. Don roared, "Retreat. Retreat quickly. Ask for help from the headquarters immediately. We are under attack." Many people were terrified. They stumbled back and ran. The team that was just in order suddenly became chaotic. In front, Zalzaya almost got hit by a rocket. Her car was blown away directly. At this time, Lin Qun was going against the current, moving forward from countless terrified survivors and refugees. The girl with twin ponytails was surprised. These are not Jiang Fengyu's people. They are Kale people. They kill without blinking an eye. We are not their opponents. Go. This girl with twin ponytails is actually a good person. When disaster strikes, everyone flees. At this time, she is still thinking about Lin Qun, her temporary companion. But her fear and timidity are almost written on her face, which Lin Qun cannot accept. He paused and said, "If they dare to kill people, why don't alien civilizations dare to kill? They are all living things. Don't people also kill without blinking an eye? You are afraid of him, and I'm afraid of him. One day, the tall ones will be killed. We will have nowhere to hide. When that time comes, won't we have to fight them desperately? Instead of that, why don't we fight now?" Lin Qun's words were unusually heavy. The girl with twin ponytails was stunned by what he said. But when she listened to Lin Qun's words, she felt that it made sense. Yes, she dared to kill people, so why didn't she dare to kill the lives of alien civilizations? She gritted her teeth and raised her head, but found that Lin Qun had disappeared. She trotted in the direction of Lin Qun. That was the front of the entire convoy, the forefront of the exchange of fire between Tang Laodan and others, and the Kale people, the most dangerous place. But as they moved forward, the girl with twin ponytails tightened her weapon a little bit, and the more she moved forward, the clearer her thoughts became. He was right. There were alien civilizations everywhere, and they could not be avoided. Since they would have to fight them sooner or later, why not now? If they had to wait until there was no place to hide, would it be too late? But soon, as the girl with twin ponytails rushed forward, she saw a scene that surprised her. Lin Qun was running in front, but he did not rush to the direction of the Kale people. Instead, he ran over to help the military woman who seemed to be named Zalza, and then took her to find Tang Laodan, the leader of this group of federal soldiers. Before, the girl with the ponytails could see clearly that Boss Tang and Zalzaya didn't care about their ordinary survivors at all. But now, seeing that Lin Qun went up, they all showed expressions of surprise and shock, and then ecstasy, especially that expression, even a little awe. She was dumbfounded. These people were all from Daxing City, people from the federal military, people she couldn't even talk to, but now they were like this. She suddenly realized that this person she had found temporarily, and even now she didn't know his name very well, might not be as simple as she thought. Lin Qun was certainly not simple. When he saw Zalzaya being blown away, he went to rescue people first, and then went directly to Boss Tang and said, "Don't be afraid, leave this to me, you protect the survivors." Boss Tang and Zalzaya saw Lin Qun suddenly appear, and they were dumbfounded. Boss Tang hadn't reacted yet, and he was stunned. When Santang City saw Lin Qun's last move, he knew that he was a person in the sky, not on the same level as him, and he never thought that there would be a chance to see him again. But now, they really met again. Zalzaya was pleasantly surprised. "I knew it. I knew it. I feel familiar with the way Jiang Fengyu and his men died. It's exactly the same as the way you killed the Liang Heng civilization. At this time, Lin Qun had already made his move. He didn't need to expose himself at all. Wherever his eyes passed, the lives of the Kale civilization were shot in the head one after another. Whatever cyber flying motor, no matter how fast it ran, Lin Qun locked his eyes on it, and all of them became contribution points in Lin Qun's hands. On this side, Boss Tang and others also cooperated and fired crazily. They were originally preparing to retreat, worried that all the survivors and refugees they brought with them would be killed by these alien civilization lives, but now, with the big boss Lin Qun here, what are they afraid of? What are they afraid of? Just do it. These mere dozens of Kale civilization lives, can they be as powerful as an entire Liang Heng civilization camp? Just kill as many as you can. The soldiers on the military side were ready to retreat, but unexpectedly, the people on Don's side came out again, and they were shocked. Why don't you run away quickly? We are not afraid of death, but these survivors can't die and give contribution points to these bastards of the Kale civilization in vain. In the eyes of ordinary survivors such as the twin-tailed girl, they are all people from the Federation, but in fact, their team is still divided. Most of them are survivors of Don, and the remaining small part is completely from the Federation military. But Don insisted, fight. Don't be afraid, we can win. The soldiers on the military side were a little dumbfounded. Where did this man get his confidence? But then, he was stunned. Because this battle, that seemed unwinnable was really won. It was won in a muddle. The corpses of the Kale people were everywhere, and Don led people to clean up the battlefield. The survivors behind were also a little confused. Just now, it seemed that they couldn't win, so how did they suddenly win now? But now, it is always a good thing that the danger is lifted. Everyone is very excited. These exiled survivors are all cheering and excited. Lin Qun secretly attacked with the headshot female skill. In the chaotic battlefield with gunfire flying, it was very inconspicuous. It was impossible to find that he was the one who attacked secretly. It seemed that the human side won the battle in a muddle. After the battle, Lin Qun was still very hidden and was not noticed. And Lin Qun also talked to Tang Laodao and others. Tang Laodao was extremely excited to see Lin Qun and gave Lin Qun a bear hug. Zhao Zai's eyes were also shining. The fat man on the side swallowed his saliva. Boss, I dare not doubt that you are the boss this time. I'm really not Qin Shihuang. You are really the boss. Lin Qun's last battle in Santang City brought them a huge shock. The Liang Heng civilization that they struggled to support and could not resist was torn and pierced like a chicken and a dog in front of Lin Qun. Although Liang Heng civilization is far less powerful than the insect swarm and multi-legged civilization, they dare not even think about it. And now, finally seeing Lin Qun again, the excitement is hard to express. But Lin Qun quickly expressed his current state. Several people were stern. Tang Laodao said, I know that the Prophet civilization is broadcasting you. You are here. Only a few of us know that we are here. We will never tell others. Lin Qun nodded. In fact, it doesn't matter if Tang Laodao and others say it, as long as it is not a sensation that everyone knows, then it's okay. After all, this is a war of civilizations. There is a natural information gap between civilizations. Even if some humans know Lin Qun's location and want to betray him, they don't have that opportunity. This is also the reason why Lin Qun acted secretly. It doesn't cause a sensation. Otherwise, even if a few people know that he is here, it's normal. He went to Daxing City in advance. The senior officials of the survivor base of the Daxing Federation military all knew it, and the Prophet civilization and others could also guess it, but as long as they couldn't find him, it didn't matter. Zhao Zai couldn't help but ask, Mr. Lin, Mr. Lin, you came here. Is the rumor true that the alien civilization will fight here? Are you here to join the war? Lin Qun was a little embarrassed about this question. This is a fact. But it is obvious that Daxing City is still blocking the news to avoid panic. If he admits it here, it would be equivalent to dismantling the Federation. The most important thing is that the Zerg army is now blocking the retreat. Even if Boss Tang and others know and want to leave, they can't leave at all. They can only worry and panic in vain. However, before Lin Qun opened his mouth, Boss Tang said, Zai, this is not something we should know. Mr. Lin, we will send you into the city. After talking, Lin Qun realized that almost all the people in Santang City with Boss Tang were indexing. When Lin Qun left Santang City turned into a sea of fire. Although Liang Heng civilization ran away, the warships of the Prophet civilization appeared and continued to sweep around. They wanted to stay in their hometown, but in the end they had no choice but to leave. They did want to go to Lucheng or Jinling at first, but then they heard about the Prophet's civilization and came all the way to Daxing. After all, there were only 3 large survivor bases around them. They had so many people at that time, and there were too few places to choose from. But the journey was not smooth. In fact, it was only a few days after arriving in Daxing, and 50% to 60% of their people had died. Old Li, who went to Santang City with Zhaozha and others at that time, had died on the road. Zhaozha said, "It's great that you are still alive. In the doomsday, many people will be separated today and may never see each other again." Her eyes were shining. These words were not compliments or flattery, but she was happy for Lin Qun from the bottom of her heart. Boss Tang said, "Mr. Lin, I don't know what the current situation is, but we have never retreated from fighting alien civilizations. If a fight really breaks out, we are willing to fight with you on the battlefield." Hearing this, Lin Qun looked at him deeply, didn't say much, and patted his shoulder. He believed in Boss Tang's determination. In the doomsday, some people are servile and murderous, but there are also people who are full of passion and want to fight to the death with alien civilizations. "Hey, she seems to be looking for you." Zhaozha pointed to Lin Qun's back. The girl with twin ponytails was standing not far away, looking over here very obediently. After realizing that Lin Qun was definitely not an ordinary person, her attitude towards Lin Qun changed 180 degrees and immediately became polite and respectful. Lin Qun looked at her and smiled. "I'm a little uncomfortable with your sudden behavior. I'm still waiting for you to protect me." The girl with twin ponytails laughed awkwardly and said, "My name is Lin Xuangshan, my real name." "Good guy, she has the same surname as me." "Okay, I know." Lin Qun turned around and walked back, got on the car that Tang Laod had arranged for him, and prepared to go into the city. Lin Xuangshan opened her mouth and felt a little disappointed. She thought Lin Qun was not going to be with her. Unexpectedly, Lin Qun's car in front of her didn't start. Instead, Lin Qun looked at her and said, "Hey, Lin Xuangshan, don't you want to join the military? I'll give you a chance, will you come?" Lin Xuangshan's expression changed from cloudy to sunny in a second. She quickly jumped into Lin Qun's car and said excitedly, "I'll do it. Brother, from today on, you are my brother, and I will follow you." In her opinion, Tang Laoda and others are already at the same level as the captain of the military. Lin Qun has a good relationship with them and will definitely help her get in. At this time, she didn't realize that it was Lin Qun who took action to quickly end the battle twice just now, and she didn't realize that Lin Qun was amazingly powerful. She just thought that Lin Qun had a strong relationship. "I didn't say I would help you for nothing." Lin Qun said, "If you want to join the military, I can help you, but you have to do something for me first." "What is it?" Lin Xuangshan was a little alert and instinctively wrapped her clothes around her. "I don't do things like rolling in the sheets. You think too much." Lin Qun's mouth twitched and said, "The task I want to give you is something else." Lin Xuangshan was relieved and patted her chest and said, "Whatever it is, leave it to me. You take me to take off, and I help you with things. It's only natural." Lin Qun looked at her with a serious look in his eyes and said, "I want you to help me secretly investigate the Blood Emperor Bai Yiming. It would be best if you could introduce him to me." As soon as Lin Qun said this, Lin Xuangshan's confident expression collapsed, and she let out a huge "ah" sound. Lin Xuangshan switched to the downtime state in a second. She never expected that Lin Qun would make this request. After a while, she murmured, "I'd better not join the military." At this moment, the long escape convoy has started again and joined the late reinforcement from Daxing City. Daxing City is just around the corner. Lin Qun arrived in Daxing before Lucheng, Jinling and several top civilizations. Chapter 275 Daxing's legend is about to run away. Lin Xuangshan wanted to get off the car, but Lin Qun pulled him back. This idea came to Lin Qun after he talked to Tang Laoda. According to what he learned from Tang Laoda later, The federal military has been trying to recruit this legendary strongman from Daxing, but unfortunately, it has almost completely failed. Later, the people on the federal side could not even see the Blood Emperor Bai Yiming himself. The survivor base controlled by Bai Yiming has always adopted a conservative defense policy and rarely participated in the war. The legendary figure himself has almost never taken action again. Moreover, in fact, Bai Yiming is not only powerful himself, but also has a very powerful survivor armed force under his command after such a long period of operation, including talented masters and heavy armed forces. Otherwise, he alone could not defend this huge survivor base. This is a real living force. After listening to Lin Qun, it is impossible not to be moved. If such a strong man and team can be won over, it will definitely be another help. Now Lucheng, Jinling, and Daxing are trying to gather all the living forces as much as possible. In this battle, success means survival and failure means victory. Lin Qun also hopes to do his part. If the official channels don't work, he will try the channels of the survivors and him. He will meet the other party in person. According to what Boss Tang said just now, he has the final say in Bai Yiming's survivor base. As long as he can convince Bai Yiming to join the war, the Blood Emperor and his armed forces will definitely join the war. No living force should be abandoned. Moreover, the current situation continues to deteriorate. Bai Yiming will have to fight in the end, even if he doesn't join the war. They have no way out. Lin Qun believes that, as long as he can meet the person, he will be able to convince the other party to directly participate in this life and death battle for the survival of the entire human race in the entire region. This is a choice that wise people will make. Lin Qun said, "Don't rush to refuse. Whether you succeed or not, I can arrange a position for you in the Federation, but I want you to help me try." Lin Xuangshan looked at him and blinked. She felt more and more that this teammate she casually pulled was not an ordinary person. She pursed her lips and hesitated for a while, then nodded. At this time, the convoy had entered the Daxing City Federal Military Survivor Base. The survivors who had fled were resettled in batches. Lin Xuangshan got off the car halfway to complete Lin Qun's mission. Lin Qun also separated from Tang Laoda and others and went straight to the connection point in Daxing City. The Daxing Federal Military Survivor Base accommodated 1 million survivors. It was not small in scale, and there were people everywhere, but the atmosphere in the city was not peaceful. People were panicking. It was said that Daxing City would be destroyed, but no one really left to escape. It was desolate on all sides, and aliens were rampant. Even if they ran, where could they run? In fact, not only did no one really run away from Daxing, but there was still a steady stream of survivors fleeing in. Of course, there were also a large number of survivors and federal troops who were dispersed and withdrawn from Green Province, and they were constantly gathering in Daxing. The army was intensively mobilized. Armored vehicles and other vehicles swept through the streets. There were also large patrols on the streets, obviously worried that panic would spread and violent incidents would break out to shake the internal stability of Daxing City. During this walk, Lin Qun felt a sense of impending storm. The atmosphere of the decisive battle has been settling down, but he was very smooth. The people of Daxing City had been waiting for him at the agreed location, and they showed Lin Qun great respect. While other survivors were still waiting for resettlement, Lin Qun had already entered the headquarters of the Daxing Federation Military Survivor Base under the leadership of the people of the Daxing Survivor Base. If it was in the Lucheng headquarters, Lin Qun would be an eye-catching target when he walked here, but here, he walked around in a swagger and no one knew him. The guide took Lin Qun to an office, poured him a cup of tea, and asked him to wait here. Lin Qun's arrival was immediately reported to Chen Weiyang. At that time, he was discussing with his adjutant to improve the survivor evacuation plan to be implemented. When he was interrupted, Chen Weiyang stood up and said excitedly, "Mr. Lin is here? Hurry, I want to see him right away." Chen Weiyang is one of the most important figures in the Daxing Federation Military Survivor Base. Many people want to meet him but cannot. At this moment, he was so excited when he heard that Lin Qun was coming. But on the side, his adjutant couldn't help but whispered, "Commander, how do you plan to arrange for Mr. Lin?" In the current situation, if Lin Qun is exposed, he will immediately become the target of public criticism. Although he is powerful, he may not be as powerful as the Blood Emperor Bai Yiming who is close to us. I think we should still strive for Bai Yiming. For the top civilizations such as the Prophet's civilization, he is a hidden force. If he can be used well, using the fact that Lin Qun is a target of the top civilization, to attract and confuse the outside world, Bai Yiming can make a move in secret and perhaps achieve great success. This is too risky. Mr. Lin might die. Chen Wiang paused slightly. He glanced at his adjutant and was silent for a moment. The excitement on his face gradually subsided. He said, "We lack peak combat power, and we can't afford to lose any of us. I don't know how much effort Li Xing has made, but with the mobility he showed in the Green Province battle, he can leave, he can hide, or even ignore us like Bai Yiming. But he is here, which means that he recognizes us as his civilization. Then we should do what a civilization should do. Times have changed. Now is not the time to talk about federations, factions, relatives, and friends, and races. This is a time to divide civilizations and races. Do you understand how a civilization should treat important individuals in its own civilization? Some risks can be taken, and some cannot. So what if Bai Yiming ignores us? So what if Lin Qun may be the target of public criticism? If we lose this battle, you and I must die, and human warriors like Bai Yiming and Lin Qun cannot die either. This is what we should do you understand? I also want to." The adjutant looked at Chen Wiang's stern eyes, stopped talking halfway, and said, "I understand what you mean, Commander." A few minutes later, Chen Wiang and his adjutant appeared in the reception room, where Lin Qun was. Lin Qun stood up. The information from Gupan had already let him know who this person was. This was the first time Chen Wiang had met Lin Qun. Although he was the top leader of the Daxing Federation military survivor base, he was not arrogant. He took the initiative to shake hands with Lin Qun and said, "Mr. Lin, Laoli has told me about your deeds countless times. Thank you for coming. We are all human beings. Our support for you will be the same as Lucheng's support for you." Lin Qun nodded and said politely, "I have also heard about your deeds. It is not easy to defend one side in a chaotic situation." He knew that, although the human forces of the entire region would participate in the war, here, Chen Wiang and the Daxing survivor base would be the commander-in-chief of the United Front. Li Xing and Commander Jinling are out of reach. The army that is now assembled will be handed over to him. The Battle of Daxing will be a cooperation between Lin Qun and him. Chen Wiang said, "Mr. Lin, the situation is serious. Although this is the first time you and I meet, I will not say any more polite words. You should be clear about the current situation. This war is inevitable. Daxing City is currently deploying its defenses with all its strength, and is also preparing to evacuate the survivors. Our brother troops are summoning human forces from the entire region to first force back the insect swarm and open up an evacuation channel for ordinary survivors in Daxing. It is estimated that, if all goes well, we can evacuate at least 70% of the survivors in Daxing, and gather at least 160,000 troops. Even if we face the top civilization, we are not without the strength to participate in the battle in terms of base numbers. Of course, the number of people can only make up for the gap to a certain extent, and our losses must be heavy. Old Li should have told you. Our goal is not to win, because the possibility of defeating at least 3 top civilizations in a row is very small. What we have to do is to disrupt the situation and prevent anyone from becoming the winner. Only a chaotic situation of confrontation among multiple parties can give us humans the opportunity and space to survive. Mr. Lin, you have arrived at the right time. These top civilizations all have super strong people. It is useless for us to have only the base number. With your arrival, we have the most critical link of important force. Although the troops have not yet been gathered, they have already taken shape. The goal of mankind in this war is to be a troublemaker while ensuring that they are not killed. Only when no one wins can mankind profit. Maintaining the situation is success. This is also Chen Wiang's current plan. They cannot go to war with any top civilization, but to create a situation where you hit me and I hit you. Of course, to do this, humans must show enough strength. Now the 3 major survivor bases are fully assembling troops and calling on the survivors everywhere to prepare for this. Lin Qun's arrival is to make up for the gap in peak combat power. Otherwise, if they do not have enough strength and collapse when they touch the top civilization, then they are paper made, let alone disrupting the situation, and they are basically giving away contribution points. Behind Chen Weiyang's few words are the deployment of troops from the 3 major survivor bases and at least 5 provinces, as well as the cruel prediction of the upcoming Daxing War. Although Chen Weiyang met Lin Qun for the first time, he was very frank and almost gave him a brief account. The adjutant behind him frowned slightly, but did not say anything. Lin Qun nodded. Before today, he and Chen Weiyang only knew each other through information. This was their first meeting. But Lin Qun could feel the boiling passion and respect from the other party. Lin Qun said, "Okay, I understand. My current plan is very simple. Before the top civilization arrives, I can't let them know that I'm here. After they start fighting in the Daxing area, they will fight each other. I will be the one who harvests a harvest. I'm sure that I can fight at least to Xiangqu level strongmen of the Prophet civilization." Lin Qun said this. Chen Weiyang and his adjutant were all surprised. Before Lin Qun came, Lucheng had already told Chen Weiyang about this plan. But the second half was something Chen Weiyang had never heard of. This Lin Qun claimed that he could fight to Xiangqu level strongmen. Among these top civilizations, only Xiangqu has demonstrated its military power in front of humans. It can be said to be a reference standard, and an extremely powerful reference standard. That is almost the top combat power on the battlefield of the 3rd level civilization. And for a strong man of this level, Lin Qun said that he could beat 2 alone. The adjutant standing behind Chen Weiyang couldn't help but said, "I know that in your fight with the Xiangqu with the Prophet civilization, it was basically you who ran away, and Huankizan also cooperated with you at the Hu City post station. Now you say that you can beat to Xiangqu level strongmen. Do you know what you are talking about? If we misjudge your combat power, there will be big problems on the battlefield." His doubts were not groundless. Lin Qun's combat power is obvious to all. He is indeed powerful, but it is also limited. At least since he left the Magic City, he has not shown the power to compete head-on with Xiangqu. But now he claims that he can beat 2. Isn't this a fantasy? Chen Weiyang also frowned, obviously thinking that Lin Qun's words were a bit exaggerated. All attributes are over 900, and he is ranked in the top 15 in the world. That is a person who can truly fight against a regular army alone. He is a strong man who can bring great threats to large regular army forces on a large-scale frontal battlefield. It is also the most lacking cutting-edge individual power in human beings. But even with this level of strongman, he said that 1 can beat 2. Lin Qun just spread his hands and said seriously, "I don't mean to exaggerate." He was talking about superhuman power. With superhuman power, Lin Qun felt that he could beat 3 Xiangqu. This time in the Daxing battle, perhaps, it was time for him to reveal his trump card. Lin Qun was ready to go all in, so superhuman power naturally had to be taken into account. Although all attributes were over 900 points, Lin Qun felt that superhuman power was much more real than Xiangqu. But Lin Qun was also very clear about what it would mean if there was a deviation on a large-scale battlefield. It would not be a matter of his defeat alone, but it might lead to the collapse of the overall situation. Therefore, he was still conservative, and only said that he could beat 2. Chen Weiyang and his adjutant were still a little surprised, but he didn't say anything else. Lin Qun then made a second request. He wanted to secretly join the Daxing Federation military survivor base in the frontline battlefield, where the Kale people were rubbing against each other. This request was naturally to harvest contribution points. When Lin Qun arrived in Daxing, he had to seize the time to become stronger. Before the top civilization entered, and the Daxing decisive battle began, any opportunity for improvement could not be missed. In response, Chen Weiyang directly agreed. Then, Lin Qun took a breath and asked, "There is one thing I have always wanted to ask. There are 2 survivor bases in Daxing City. We have one here, and the other is Bai Yiming. What happened to him and his survivor base? Have they not responded to you yet?" After saying this, Chen Weiyang and the other man looked a little ugly. Chen Weiyang did not answer, but the adjutant said, "According to the latest news we have received, Bai Yiming may want to run away." Lin Qun was surprised this time. On the way, he heard about this legend of Daxing City from many people, not only from Lin Xuangshan. In people's mouths, He is the strongest man in Daxing City, brave and unparalleled, and he killed Kale civilization by himself so much that he dared not come forward. But such a legend not only refused to communicate with the Federation, but also wanted to run away directly. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.